Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring.
Title: Qualcomm fixes 3 Adreno GPU 0 days exploited in attacks. Published June 2, 2025. Qualcomm has released security patches for 3
Discoveries await in this digital land. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital land. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital land. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire
So today, let's do something fun, but first, alright, yeah, so I'm kind of messing with this. Let's see where I edited. So I was thinking I could start this while so this is what I'm about to add. So let's just, there, and we can run this. Because we can listen to some news while I mess, right, with us. So let's just put today's news. And I think there's quite a lot of news today. Actually, let's do 2 days because time zones and everything. So what I'm gonna do, well, it starts Solama, is to put a window in.
Starting Alma.
Oh, and this is for the AC that I threw away because it didn't work very well. So it's supposed to go in like this into there. Pollen filter for
Successfully started Alma.
allergies.
Here are the latest articles from your RSS feeds.
So yeah, I was
Articles from
gonna
Dark Reading.
actually
Title,
save the
EMR
articles
Isaac
because
shuts
then we
down.
can search
What
them
happens
later,
now?
right?
Published June 2nd,
So
2025.
I noticed, for example, oh yeah, also I put in a separate file RSS feeds, so we can kind of easily hop to them. Bleeping Computer, they had like 12 or 8 or something, and they were like all today, yesterday or today. So I was like, they just have all the news in the RSS feed. Maybe stuff is interesting to have access to later. So maybe we should actually save with like date, source, article name, and just save that as a file. In, let's see, it'll start reading in 2 seconds. Yeah, I was thinking like the articles or something. And I was just added an S here to test how that works. So, but this is a plan.
The Emergency
In a
Management
second,
and Response Information Sharing and Analysis Center provided essential
we
information to the
could have a
emergency services
camera so
sector
you
on
can
physical and
see
cyber
me.
threats, and its closure
We'll
leaves an
see.
information
I
vacuum
think
for
this
these
will take 2
organizations.
seconds, so it's not worth it.
Title, Exploitation Risk Grows for Critical Cisco Bug. Published
So,
June 2nd, 2025.
oh, sucks underneath. Let's fix this quickly. Well, we'll listen to some news. I don't think we'll have time for more than like 1, 2 news. So actually, let's do that. So you don't have to see when I'm gonna move the table now. And now I'm behind it. So this will take seconds, right? Seconds to just get this in here. Oh, silicone for Threadimals. That means I should really put the Threadimal here too, again. So let's put this in. So this big thing, oh right, I can't show you because I turned the screen. So what's up now? Why doesn't it reading
New
anything?
details on the Cisco IOS XE vulnerability to help attackers develop a working exploit soon.
How many words
Researchers
did I
say.
have on that summarization?
Title, TrickBit.
Yeah, it was the
Anti-ransomware
first
operator
start of
unmasked
Llama,
amid huge
of
ops
course.
leak. Published
Oh my.
June 2nd, 2025.
So let's see here. Right, I need to pull the curtain up a bit more. Oh. So let's put this in here. Ha! There! No, it's there. I'm just gonna tie a knot here so that the window is just open like 15 centimeters and don't go into my TV. Ah, that's nice. Just pushing the desk back. So. And I noticed that the light was
An anonymous
in the
whistleblower has leaked
screen
large
there.
amounts
Now
of
we have
data tied
full
to the alleged
screen.
operator behind Tripit and Conti ransomware. Title: Australia begins new ransomware payment disclosure rules. Published
There.
June 2nd, 2025.
Oh, another sock. There. Nice, nice. So hopefully I will be able to sleep tonight. 4 nights now. It's been too warm. Last 2 nights, 5 nights. Last 2 nights I was like, yeah, I'll put a fan up in the bed. So it's been like by my coaster, just blowing, but it's not very nice. I wake up several times from like the fan or something, from maybe from the wind. So now the window is open. For months, right? A few months. Yeah, so 32 degrees in here, Celsius. So it's not. Some people might think that's cold. I don't think it's cold. It's very. This air. I have had this door closed too because several reasons. So we
The
might
country will
hear
require
cars
certain
and
organizations
stuff.
to report ransomware payments and
We'll
communications
see.
within
We'll
72
see.
hours after their make or face potential civil penalties.
Also, let's put the
Title: Critical bugs could
other
spark takeover of
phone
widely used
where
fire
it's
safety
supposed to be in
OT/ICS
case
platform.
we need
Published June
the
2nd,
camera here.
2025.
We might want to do something else later. Let's just. Alright, the new Stream Manager. I had problems reading, but now I realize how it works. So you go to. Now I need the camera, which is this phone. Yeah, so you go to this thing. Rather, you scroll to the side, but here you can change where they are. So you can't see a thing, right?
A critical security flaw in
You can
Consilium
change
Safety
the position
CS5000
here.
Fire Panel
So I can
technology
pull
used in
the only
operational
thing I
technology,
use,
OT,
which is
and industrial control
quick
systems,
actions.
ICS,
And I
can allow
only use
attackers to
the
take over the
raid in
device
this
remotely,
ever. So
rendering it
why not
non-functional.
have a
The
separate
vulnerabilities:
button for
tracked
that
as
that they used to have?
2025-41438
Well,
and
now it's first at least, so
2025-46352
we can see
exist
the
due to default
little.
accounts and hard-coded passwords that can be exploited by
So, and I
attackers with
also
low
have
attack
to know what
complexity.
icon
According to the U.S.
is
Cybersecurity and
rating, which I
Infrastructure
don't.
Security Agency, CISA, successful exploitation
So
of these
I went
vulnerabilities could allow
into
an
the
attacker to
settings
gain high-level
again
access to and remotely operate the device, potentially
and
putting it into a
clicked
non-functional state.
quick
The
actions.
CS5000 Fire Panel is
Come
widely
on.
deployed in various sectors, including commercial facilities,
No,
energy,
it's the
government
settings
services,
of
healthcare,
the
and
quick
transportation
actions
systems.
here.
Consilium has
And
chosen
then
not to
I
mitigate the
pulled
flaws,
the
recommending
raid
users
one
upgrade to its
to
newer
the
line of
top.
fire panels
Come
manufactured
on.
after July 1st,
Oh,
2024, which
it's
incorporate
a
more secure by
parachute.
design principles.
Oh,
CISA
that's
advises that
annoying.
users take defensive measures to minimize their
So,
exploitation risk, including upgrading
come
to newer
on,
systems,
little app.
implementing physical security and access control restrictions for dedicated personnel, minimizing network exposure, and using secure methods such as VPNs. The agency warns that these vulnerabilities are critical and should be addressed promptly to prevent potential physical security risks. The discovery of this
Now we can
vulnerability highlights the
remove
need for organizations to
remote
prioritize
only
security in their
chat,
OT/ICS
follow only
environments,
chat,
particularly in critical infrastructure. The lack of patching by
share
Consilium has raised
screen,
concerns about the industry's
shield
tendency to
mode,
underestimate flaws found in technology
slow
used in these
mode,
environments, and the importance of
scrub only
proactive measures to
chat.
mitigate such risks. Title: Beyond the Broken Wall, Why the
Have
Security Perimeter is Not
marker on.
Enough.
Oh yeah, we can
Published
have those.
June 2nd,
So,
2025.
so now I can easily see the raid next time I'm gonna raid. And then it disappeared again. So, now I can find the raid icon next time we're raiding. And we can see the little raid thing. It's when I'm IRL streaming, right? Not now. So there. And here's the book we were reading yesterday. Well, listening to while I was limping along. On my right knee. I haven't felt it since then, so
The
hopefully
2025
tomorrow
Data
will
Breach
be
Investigations
good
report by
again.
Verizon Business reveals a significant increase in third-party involvement in breaches, with doubling in just 1 year.
How's
This
the
finding
volume for
highlights the growing
that?
complexity of modern networks, which involve application programming interfaces, third-party contractors, and software-as-a-service platforms. The report also shows that
So
security
let's
perimeters are
just
crumbling,
start.
with attacks targeting edge devices,
Ethereum.
virtual private networks,
So
firewalls,
this
and
is
network gear
ready to
increasing
do
nearly
its
eightfold.
job. It's a
As
camera.
remote work becomes more common, data flows across boundaries that can be difficult to track and secure. According to the report, 46% of compromised devices were not managed by corporate IT. Cyber attackers are exploiting vulnerabilities as soon as they're discovered, leaving systems vulnerable for over a month before patching.
So
To address these risks, CISOs need a complete strategy that includes vetting tool vendors, implementing real-time threat detection,
Seriously.
and adopting zero-trust principles. Choosing the right security partners is crucial in managing risk and protecting organizations from supply chain vulnerabilities. The report emphasizes the importance of shifting focus from rebuilding perimeter walls to protecting critical data
This
and
is
assets.
horrible.
Organizations must
I'm
adopt a
not
zero-trust
getting
data
dry
exchange
from
approach,
showering.
including encrypting everything, authenticating every access attempt, implementing digital rights management, and continuously monitoring with capabilities such as artificial
See,
intelligence-powered anomaly
let's
detection.
see. These are not
Ultimately,
cold,
security
but at
leaders need to
least
plan
it's
for
not going
failure
to
and build
rain,
resilience into their
right?
security models. Breaches are inevitable, but
I
organizations can minimize
definitely
disruption by ensuring they can continue operating without major impact. Protecting the most critical data and assets is now the top priority, and traditional perimeter-based defenses are no longer sufficient.
It's
Title:
time
In
to
the AI
stop
race
the
with China, don't
TPS.
forget about security. Published June 2, 2025.
Right. Making sure everything is set up. This phone is good. This phone is good. Let's start. So let's pause this. There. It's ready to start reading the next news. Sorry for the weather. So it's 23 outside. Inside it's 32. Kind of the reversed would have been nice. Yeah. So, is there something else I need to do today? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't drink carbonated stuff because I'm not used to it, so. Sorry. Should we keep this up? So if we have a break, I can put it on. I went into Ports Swagger, or rather I Googled for Web Security Academy. And then I opened all topics and learning paths. So right. What's all labs? That's only the labs, right? So I'm thinking reading all the text is also nice, because if you just do the labs, you're like, oh, what did they really think? What is their planned thing to do? And it's not as obvious. I guess I need to log in first, right? At least a long password. So it was a long time since I was there. We did a little bit of this before. Yeah, I don't think that's needed. I'm like, can I see what I have done? Academy. Web cache deception is a new topic, not a path or anything. Oh, here we can see what we did. So we did server-side vulnerabilities and SQLi. That's what we were doing. So right, I did check first which is the most basic one, right? Let's check all topics. No, probably not topics. It's probably the paths. I checked which had the most basic here, apprentice, and we started with this one. That's why we started with server-side vulnerabilities, because it's the only one that has a green apprentice one. But I think I don't remember, it was probably a year since I did this. Maybe we should do something else to get started. XSS. Tone-based vulnerabilities. I need this. Client-side topics. SQLi. All topics. So how are these compared to the past? So I'm trying to scroll out here and nothing happened. Yeah, and here we have the SQLi again, which we had on all, right? Didn't we have it here too? Or am I just... Yeah. So topic has 18 labs. And the path. We don't know how many labs it has, because it doesn't say. So it's not like I want to reset this. SQLi is not a very complicated thing. But I think it's better to start a new one. Command injection? I don't know. Well, let's go back here. Again. So we see how big they are at the top. File upload vulnerabilities. I might like it take more time. This RF. Authentication. Yeah, I need to do all of this really. No SQL. Cross-site association. Quick check. So these don't seem very ordered, right? They're just random. It's not by letter A, W. It's not the most basic one first. Because I would think, yeah, like, yeah, this one was the most basic, right? And it's not, yeah, random order. All. So I feel I know less about this. Like I said, DOM-based. I've heard a lot of DOM-based, you know, but I don't think I actually know how the DOM works really good. And I'm kind of thinking we might learn that. LLM text. Yeah, so definitely. Where do I go to get them on the side? Because I know I can have them on the side too. There's a dashboard too. That's what we had before. I'm a newbie. You need to do learning paths that we were. Well, let's like learn how it works first. Latest topics. So these are what was new. What's new, right? All content, all labs, all topics. Mystery labs. Hall of Fame. I don't care about that. Get started. So let's get started. So remember how it is. You read a little bit, it starts a web page, and you do a little bit, right? That's how it works. Read our learning materials. Yeah, we don't want to learn how to learn. I think we good. But here's a good like getting started actually. So SQLi, authentication, XSS, business logic vulnerabilities. Right? So this is a good getting started, I think. The question is if that's what we need the most. It's so warm in here. Sometimes I have a fan like in the window. So my brain just built, it put computer fans in like a rack and just push the air in here. Maybe that's what I should do. How many fans do we have? They're quiet. I could have them running while I'm streaming. Maybe it's a build stream anyway. No, we're gonna do this. I'm just gonna do a quick check. So I moved stuff to be able to get to the window. So let's just get with this taking less space. Oh, even more. So there. And then we have so it doesn't take as much space. And then I have a computer, which is blue. And let's put it there. And then I have my little stool I usually have under the computer. Yeah. So, and the CD on the floor that says photo backup 2008. That's baby pictures of my oldest, probably. So, I'm sorry, I'm so warm. I'm just thinking of solutions. So, now I can access the place where I have possibly fans. Okay, so that's like a processor fan. It's not very good in tiling. So this is not very strong either. But if you go, it goes real fast. I actually have these on the table, which is planned to. Maybe we'll do some soldering later. Let's see. Yeah, nothing there. So I'll have to go into the other room later and see if I can find some more files. Maybe you can order cheap ones off AliExpress, but that delivery time would be crazy. So just 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds and we'll get started. So let's try Amazon. A computer fan. And it probably wants me to type in Swedish, as it's a Swedish site. So how cheap can you go, right? 96, 99. Right. AliExpress can do quick deliveries. It just depends on what you do, what you select. So what's this? So what I want is a pick 3. Are we on the pick 3 now? Let's do PC fan. Also as big as possible. What's the biggest? Is it 120? PC fan sizes. It's 120, the biggest. 140. And even. Yeah, so I already got the answer. Let's go back. I said 2 seconds, right? But I need coolness. So 220 then. That's big. Like not that big, but 20 centimeters. We don't need crazy amounts. But if we had that size, we would only need like 4. Let's look at free shipping. And we want to sort on price. And obviously cheaper, right? Let's see if we can find. Let's remove this one. It's hard to compare with that only. I just want one that says 3 pieces extra, 10% off. Oh, this is not much. So let's do 240 mm. And now we're up on hundreds of Swedish crowns. So obviously, let's do 120 instead. This I would assume would be a quite normal size. So let's check something like that. So I'm really looking for one that says 3, 4 or whatever they do. I just want to get into that mode. How do I get into that mode the quickest? Confirm? That's an alt button. I want the next. So now we're in the 3. Pick 3. So, fans. Yeah, I think I have to go into more fans pages before I go to this page, right? Because you can't search here. But I want fans. So let's click fans things. 28. So max 10. Add to my picks. So if we bought these, we'd pay 280. That's $30 for those fans. So let's click anything that's a fan to make it understand this is what we want, right? These are obviously not what I want. Sorry for the detour here. I need to be cooled down. I need cooling. So gray or black? Ooh, we don't want warm. We want cool. We want gray fans. So I'm kind of thinking that most will be more quiet than they were later. And we could also go low speed on them by just giving them a little power, right? Fixed color, RGB support. Oh my god, I don't want RGB. That's heat, right? Even if it would look cool during the night. Which I might want to run them on the night and then not have. But it's probably a separate power lead for the color, right? Now let's just click 10 here too, so it understands this is what we want, kinda, right? So at once we get more fans. So we want big fans. This is just an 80 fan. So anything that's a fan, give me more fans. I'm a fan of fans currently, especially quiet ones. So if I put on the big one that I have, you can hear me, right? I'm just checking that you can hear me when I talk about hearing me. We have to. This is a nice price, 15. So, oh god, these are tiny fans. So this one is 4 centimeters. Yeah, that wouldn't do. And this is our RGB. Yeah, let's scroll down a bit. I don't want CPU cooler fans. These look nice. So might they be the same that we had? It's the same price. So how much is cool? If I buy a fan at the store, it would cost about $30, right? And the reason I went into here is because the shipping is quick. That's why I went here. Not that I think that the prices definitely are cheaper, but they might be. They might be. So 40, 50, 35, 35, 30. Tiny fans. Rotor cooling fan. DIY. And too expensive too. And this is probably too expensive too, but it depends on the size. 10 millimeter. What's 10 millimeter? thickness. Oh, it's a thin fan. That's interesting. So what did it say of the size? Doesn't say the size. 80 millimeter. Yeah. So it's a tiny fan, but it's too tiny. In the other direction. So 80. So I think it understood, but I'll click these anyway. So these are like some odd fans, tiny odd fans. We want big ones. So it will be much more work putting these together, right? So what would I use? Metal, plexiglass with holes, something that tape. We could tape them together. And using tape on both sides. We could fans them. Why? Where would they get the heat from? It's warm enough in here. I'm just thinking of ways to try and cool me off. Like, let's put some aluminium clothes on and then wire it to the fans. Okay, let's do crazy. So let's check these out. We don't need any like stuff like that. 37, 5 volts. Okay, that's an odd number. Also, they're much USB cooling fans. Yeah, so this is actually intended. Oh, I get it now. I'm gonna get one of these because then I don't have to build my own for the. Where is it? So we have a build project that I won't have to do if I get this one. Because I can just connect it to the computer. And that will be our soldering fan. Because it's USB power. And then we didn't have to buy these for this project, at least 12 volts. Now let's put it in the pics for later. So I don't think, I might not want to spend that money, even if it sounds cheap, you know? Tiny ones. I still click everything. And I know I said 2 seconds, right? But it's really pouring down my back. Sweat is like horrible. It's horrible. 8 centimeter. That's so expensive. Let's see if we find any more 120 for like 28. 12. Also the gray here, right? Thermal, right? Black chassis fan 4-pin. PWM, yeah, that's good. We want PWM if it's possible, so we can adjust speeds. Maybe it's nice with PWM, and gray is nice, but gray is out, doesn't exist, and this is free shipping, and it's also 57. Yeah, it's not worth it. We can just give it less power and it will speed down. We don't have to have PWM. 28 again. So let's see. It's 39, this one. 28, 37. Only USB. Ooh. And these have the grill on too. I have several of those, I think. But maybe not 12 millimeters. I'm thinking this is two crowns difference. No RGB. I'm thinking one of these for the project. Those are the tiny. These are just the, yeah, and this is what I bought before, what I had. But bendy tools are always nice. So I'm giving this 5 more minutes. And maybe that's enough now. So you can buy at most 10, right? So what happened before? Why didn't we get more in here? Because I clicked the same twice? Who? So obviously we're not buying something expensive. So fun, 120, no RGB. 16 pack. That would be good, right? 4 times 4, put it there, it would go. Let's click the first one and see what it says. So no RGB is a thing here. It did find it. Sometimes they have so let's remove this. Let's do that. And it didn't understand because it gives me RGB. So let's skip that. So I keep getting this one. Let's try free shipping price again. And it's just pouring down my back. And you can see the thickness too. 120. So let's see delivery on just the basic one here. So this will be 22nd June. So that's 1 or 2 weeks. Possibly more time. And what we put here. How many did I open really? If we go back to the very top, because it's still the same at the top. So this one we have a 10 off. And this one we have 10 off. So are these exactly the same then? Yes. Silent cooling fan. So if I get these and then I buy them again. So let's like duplicate this tab and see what happens. Yeah, I got the same thing on the top. And then we like check out these. I don't want to spend a lot of money, but I don't want to be warm. And my address is not secret in case anyone wonders. It's just to Google my name. And those numbers there are not good though. But they are old numbers, which is good. You can kind of see on the number of numbers. So let's see. I'm looking for delivery dates. That's what I'm looking for now. Delivery 15th to 19th. Can I survive that? So 12 plus days. Oh, TTS, it's on.
Connected to channel Fixit.
Look, it's on.
Fixerbot
I don't
says.
know why I didn't read anything.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Sorry.
T-minus 4 minutes. Stream about
So
to start.
it's
1
been
minute
putting
left.
stuff here.
Opinion says.
Oh, have you found that retro TV stream? Linus Torvalds is on it from back in the day. They play old
Oh.
computer/tech programs from back when.
Oh
Retro
yeah.
Tech TV they are called. They
No, I
also
haven't
put on
found
music
it.
playlists from the old Demoscene.
Born Again says. Hello ma'am, how's it going? Panda
It's
Tommy
warm.
says.
It's warm. I'm melting.
123 quintillion 123 quadrillion 123
Yeah,
trillion
you get it all
123
now?
billion
Get it all?
123,123,123. Hello. You can plug in those USB fans to your battery pack while running and
That's
it'll
a-
make you think you're running faster. Maybe. Whatever, Sophia.
Ooh.
I used to respect you so much until TTS wasn't working. Lol.
Well, I did start it. I proved it. It wasn't my fault. I think that I needed to click it once more, but I did click the go start button, so it usually starts then.
Age of 1 Rose.
Sorry. Just want to see OBS again. There. Good. Checking my YouTube thing there. So both are running. I was just happy that my mic worked, right? It's not the real mic that works. It's just a tiny thing in my ear, and it's probably horrible quality, but at least you can hear me what I say. That's my level of my goal now. So what do you think? Should I buy these? But I wanted to know. I wanted to have a better date.
Mike actually sounds pretty good.
Good. So if I buy these, and I have to go and get my wallet and enter information, and it will probably be good to do it after stream. But if I do it after stream, and then I would have to remember to do it after stream, right? So let's put these in a separate browser. And if I buy 16 of those for 28, that's like $3 each. And I put them in like 4 times 4 by the window, and it always blows in, right? That would be quite nice, don't you think? That would get air in. And I can even put an extra like pollen filter layer at that place, because the pollen filter is quite, stuff doesn't pass through it very easily. That's why I want to push air through. And then I could possibly have it running while I stream, as it's computer fans that are. I mean, it's not like a big desk fan. Trying to balance that on this little windowsill thingy, right? It doesn't work either. So I'm planning to mount this to my wooden frame that I have. I think this is better than having an AC, actually. If it's mega warm outside, then it won't do much, but it will at least give me fresh air, and the air in here is so old now. So let's just kill all the fan pages here. So we're getting started, and I can delete too many tabs. So what should we do? What should we do today? So I would have liked if it was just like one list of them. Oh, it says log out, so I'm logged in. That's not a lot of information about that account. Is that security? Or is it not? So this is free, you know? It's always nice to do free stuff. And that also means that I don't think they will ever have a problem with you doing it online because it's free. But I just don't know, do learning posts or the all content? So I don't think all labs is good, at least, because then you don't have the facts surrounding the labs. Oh, look. Yeah, you can see here that I've done this like path or whatever here. And this one is obviously not done for some reason. Oh, but here's the side thing that I was looking for before. But this is just for these. So, maybe I can get it up for all the content if I go here then, all topics. But this is when we saw this. So what if I click something like SQLi here? Yeah, and then we have a side thingy. But it's just for this one. So it's quite a lot of reading. Ooh, I don't think this is the way I read it. I think we had like a lot, little text, new one. Maybe they changed it, maybe I did the other one. So let's just, if I go back to the academy and I click continue on what I was doing, I scroll too far. So SQLi here. So if I do resume, yeah, this is a totally different look than this is. So I don't get why learning posts and just topics. Why have two? Why not focus on one so you can like let's compare the start of this here. So what is right? I remember this being horrible. I can't click stuff. So I have to go back a million times if I want to go there. I think I might click here. No, I can't even click here. Yeah. So what do you think about the usefulness of this, right? So I want to go back to what is SQL injection. I click it, I get a new thing, and the next thing I can't click. So I can only click, can I click this? No. I can only do resume. Blind. You can see the path there in the browser. It's not like I want to read all of it again. I just want to compare them. So okay, let's error based, right? Let's do it the other way around. So do we have error based? So I'm just gonna pull this up on my other screen so I can compare them better. So what is SQLi? What is the impact of SQLi? Is this the right side? Detecting SQLi vulnerabilities. So we have nothing like that here. Examining the database, union attacks. I'm sure I've had union attacks, right? Blind SQLi. Right, so we are at blind SQLi here. So let's up to the screen and see if we click blind SQLi here now. And this one is a site extracting sensitive data via verbose SQL error messages. So extracting the verbose error messages. So here it is a part of the page, and the lab is in here. And on the other one, it looks like this. Okay, so that's like the difference. So if we go back here, we will have a lab, and that's the lab that's here that we have done. But on this one, there's also a hint available here if you want to. If you want to look at a hint, you can do that. Is that available on the side? Or what if we click the link? So I don't want to... Oh yeah, so we can also get the hint here. So we hop into, we can see solution and community solution. And then we go, let's see. Yeah, and it says sold here too. So what if I'm going to continue now? Where's the continue? So I have to use back in the browser to continue. And then I go to the long page with all the text. So if we want to search for something, we don't know what we want to do. Or if we want to TTS the whole thing to remember it, then this is a perfect one, right? Because we can just, if we scroll up here, this won't change, but it's, yeah, here we have the start for blind. So all of the base ones here is one page. And then we can extract the sub stuff. So let's check. Subverting application logic. Yeah, it's available here, right? So here we can't click on them, and that annoys me, right? This one we can click. So I'm thinking maybe this is a newer version, and they're like converting. But I remember them having both before too. But now if this is what I wanted to check, I could go here, right, and just click it. So this seems better.
Lurkin, gotta go down to street to install a new hard drive.
Ah, okay. Have a nice time, and we'll get back later. So I'm gonna. I think I will have selected to do the non-path one because I can actually click back, right? And even though I started here, it seems to be the same text. But we have to click the labs and we have to click back again. So this is just the fact text, which is maybe nice if we wanted to like repeat all of this. We could just TTS the page.
In this section,
and it will just read all of it.
1. What SQL injection, SQLE, is. 2. How to find and exploit different types of SQLE vulnerabilities. 3. How to prevent SQLE. Labs. If you're familiar with the basic concepts behind SQLE vulnerabilities and want to practice exploiting them on some realistic, deliberately vulnerable
these are in
targets,
the same
you can access
document
labs in this
here.
topic from the link below. 1. View all SQL injection labs. What is SQL injection, SQLE? SQL injection,
then,
SQLE, is a web security vulnerability that
this
allows
the
an
end
attacker to
then?
interfere with the queries that an
No?
application makes to its database. This can allow an attacker to view data that they are not
How
normally
to
able to retrieve.
prevent?
This might
It
include
is
data that
down
belongs
here.
to other users, or any
So
other
the
data that the
blind is a
application can access.
separate document
In many
in the
cases,
middle of
an
it.
attacker can
It's not
modify or
all
delete this
logical.
data, causing persistent changes to the application's
This
content
is
or
also
behavior.
separate.
In some situations, an attacker can escalate a SQL injection attack to compromise the underlying server or other back-end infrastructure. It can also enable them to perform denial-of-service attacks. What is the impact of a successful SQL injection attack? A successful SQL injection attack can result in unauthorized
Interesting,
access
but now
to
I know
sensitive
how
data,
it
such as
works. Now
1.
we're back in
Passwords,
the main
2. Credit card
scroll,
details,
right?
3. Personal user information.
Yeah.
SQL injection attacks have been used in many high-profile data breaches over the years. These have caused reputational damage and regulatory fines.
And the cheat sheet
In
is
some cases,
separate, which
an
is
attacker can obtain a
nice.
persistent backdoor into an organization's
Yeah.
systems, leading to a long-term compromise that can go unnoticed for an extended period.
And
How
then
to detect
there's
SQL injection vulnerabilities.
Tiberius.
You can detect SQL injection manually using a systematic set of tests against every entry point in the application. To do this, you would typically submit 1. A single quote character and look for errors or other anomalies. 2. Some SQL-specific syntax that evaluates to the base, original,
So
value
we don't
of the
want to go
entry
back
point,
to all
and to a different
paths. We want to
value,
go
and
to
look for systematic
this.
differences in the application responses. 3. Boolean conditions such as or 1 equals 1 and or 1 equals 2, and look for differences in the application's responses. 4. Payloads designed to trigger time delays
So
when
kind of
executed within a SQL
decided.
query, and look for differences in the time taken to respond. 5. OAST payloads designed to trigger an out-of-band network interaction when executed
This is
within
prettier.
SQL query, and monitor any
It is
resulting
more
interactions.
like redo,
Alternatively, you can find
redo.
the majority of SQL injection vulnerabilities quickly and reliably using Burp Scanner.
This is
SQL
the one
injection
we're
in
at.
different parts of the query. Most SQL injection vulnerabilities occur within the where clause of a select query. Most experienced testers are familiar with this type of SQL injection.
Should have
However,
both up.
SQL injection vulnerabilities can occur at any location within the query, and within different query types. Some other common
So now I'm starting
locations
to
where SQL
listen to the
injection arises are
TTS.
1. In update
I'm sorry,
statements,
but I'm
within the
gonna.
updated values or the where clause. 2. In insert.
Yeah, this is. So let's see what happens if I print this. It's not a long page. String concatenation. What? Okay, I'm on the cheat sheet. That's why. So SQL injection. This should be quite a long document, right? I'm just curious here how the format is. So why would I ever want those? So if you wanted like to copy this or print it, you could. But it's still short here. Is it this short really? Yeah, because if we were looking at so that's what I was looking at. So my middle screen hop worked when I thought it didn't. So if we just have this on a printed page, this would be a long line, right? So let's actually find this exact section just to compare. So extracting sensitive data. Oh, gosh, no, I want to search in the print. It's not in there. Because it was in blind, right? And I didn't click blind. So this is just 2 pages when it's in this mega odd format. Why is it doing a letter? So why so tiny text? I'm curious why. So not that, I'm not gonna print it. I just wanted a second view of it, you know, and to see if it could brought this one along. So should we go SQLi? Should we do something else? So if we go all content, all topics, then we get back to where we were. I do have to click Mystery Labs before we get started. It's been out 1 hour. I think that's quite good with all the Googling and fixing the window too, right? Put your working skill to the test. First on a random lab title and description hidden. Okay. So if you just wanna do a random lab and don't have the hints that you get from just the names. So only solved labs. Okay. So if you do challenge me here, then I get one that I already solved, and it will say not solved. Interesting. So yeah, so it says not solved here, so we can solve it again. Nice to actually get some air in here. And it's just 31.5 now. We need those fans. So I'm getting the charging problem with this phone again. I should have a switch on the cables that could go up and off. So now I should be able to switch screens. Yeah, I can see the light there for sure. So I moved the desk back, so we'll have to that much. Let's see if I can fix that. So this is like an angle here, right? I can't remove it from here. So maybe I should, when I go big cam, it shouldn't actually just go zoomy outy. Yeah, so this is where it's supposed to be zoomed to. Let's see. Where's the little remote control? Because I want it warmer in here, so better start the light back there too, right? So I just need to move a little bit. So I have good clothes for the warmth now. I have as little clothes as possible, and this is just mega thin. So let's put this one down there. And I should have bought before those instead of these. So the reason I did this was that I'm thinking I'll do the order and don't want you to see by mistake anything of my payment information. So trying to be secure. TTS works. There's a yes. And let's. Yeah, I should do like a zooming thing on there, because if I switch now to the screen, my face is like too big, right? I don't want my face this big. And this I don't really use a lot, but still. Let's see if we can. If I find a problem, I should fix it at once, right? So if we go to middle screen, and I've set this to what I think is good. So maybe this. That's the most zoom out I can see without seeing the actual roof or over the curtain. And then I can go like close and back. And am I blurry? I don't think I'm very blurry. I can fix that later if I wanted to. And then we go to this one, and then we fix it the other way, right? Because I can't fix it by like moving the desk, but that's not what we're gonna do. So let's just. I guess I can just move it for the scene. So if I unlock it and I just pull it outside here. Yeah, now let's redo. There. And then I want it to grow the same amount in all sides, in all directions. I'll just make it big, and then I'll center it. And that's not enough. Pull it out a bit. Actually, center. So, and then I can just, so we get the light out of there, right? And also, you don't have to see above my head. Okay, so this actually means if I reset it, transform, reset transform, and I just pull it up. Just pull it up. No, because it's not centered. So where can I set this? I want it to be locked center, not. Well, I'll just. Let's undo it. This is what it was kind of okay with, right? So I'm gonna just preview this to my screen, one of them, and then we can pull the bottom here. Oh, wrong one. So, all right, we actually have a background, right? We have a background here. Hmm. Alrighty, alrighty. So I have another thought. I'm just gonna reset it. Transform, reset, transform there. And then we go into my camera settings. Sorry about the not doing Web Security Academy. There we have this. So the full screen, that is actually the camera itself. And these are filters on there. So let's add one here. Let's duplicate this one. Sorry for not showing. I'm duplicating full screen to full screen 2. And sorry. Yeah, let's let's make this nicer for you guys. So let's studio mode. Yeah. In my camera here now, I added full screen 2 because this is the actual camera, and here we don't want these. So I'm actually going to delete those. We have still this one, right? So this is just going to include this one, just like this one does. So you should have duplicated that instead. There's just no mask. Because now we can use on this one, we can put a filter. Let's do an advanced mask. And that's a bit tiny, right? Good with the preview. Oh my god, I can see myself. That's horrible. What's adjustment mask? Now what's alpha mask? Is this the one where the corners? So here we could do funny things like the other one I had. Nah, nothing like that, just shape. heart. Frame check. Okay, get it. So first of all, this is X and Y. So, and then, oh, and there's a reason. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we can rotate. We can choose the width. This is what we want. Then we can change the height. Yeah, but that's not really what I want to do. I want to. Ooh, that's a nice zoom. So let's reset these values. I'm like, here am I'm changing here, right? Ah, whatever. Let's I think alpha is the same. Let's just default everything. Yeah, we want rectangle, we want alpha, I believe. I almost have to check on the round corners on the other ones. Yeah, here's the round corners. Why didn't I find them before? So I'll have to check the others. Inner. So whatever pixels. And then we just have to make this a little bigger, but I also want to scale this thing. And the height. And then we will, let's zoom a little. And mostly checking I'm doing it in the right direction, right? So then I want to move this. What happened? When I clicked this, it centered it automatically. I didn't have to do it myself. Nice. So now we have, the only thing that's not good is the alignment to the sides. And we don't have the background because I'm in the wrong place. Right, I can still change this and switch scenes. So if we go to, oh, virtual camera is something else. Yeah. This is not how it usually looks. Something is very wrong here. Let's, yeah, this is what we need to change. So we need to go to Sammy. And right, there it is. So in this one, we're going to select the new one. Which I didn't add yet. So let's add it. Camera here, we need to add a new scene. Which is There. So that's better than this, right? But we need to fix the edges too. So now we can select this in Sami. Yeah, we can fix the name later and it will automatically do it. So now if I click my buttons, now I think we have a Sami and maybe StreamerBot is fighting it. Or maybe that too is Sami. I think I moved all that kind of thing to StreamerBot. Scene switch. So if we're not remote, if we go to big cam, set to this one, right? And this is very hard coded too. So that's why it's doing that. Always compile. And now if I switch to this, we keep this. And we have a background. Good. So when we look at this, you can't see it. So I think I will keep the big cam on, and only I will see the. Or if I preview this one, preview, not window preview, but oh, I preview it on this screen. That was not me. Let's preview it on the minus screen there. Preview screens. And then I can see both the black and the other one. Sorry, I'll be back soon. So let's change the width a bit. Oh, and now we have it so we can see the lamp again. And then we change the zooming a bit. Let's actually go a little bit. Yeah, I thought so. So let's actually do that. And that's never going to be exactly the same. But this is the edge of the curtain. So, and if I move my desk a little bit, it will not work. But at least that is better. Am I blurry now? Except for how blurry I normally am. Yeah, so I'm not always this close. I'm sometimes this close. And you don't always have to see me very unblurry. It's not like I'm gonna be that close anyway, right? So this depends more on. Yeah, I might be here. So close, studio mode off. This one. So now we have that too. And test. There's still chat on there, but it's kind of
Fixed, it
tiny
says.
chat.
Test.
And we also have Arian and stuff here because we use this for other stuff. Water. Hmm. Oh, what would I have that on there? It's just chat on there. That's the only thing. We have desktop camera, Arian camera, text and stuff. Okay, I think I'm good. Finished. There. Let's get rid of this. So I had my desk much more this way because I was messing around behind it and stuff, and changing the desk. And now I'm further away again, and everything is. I have to go back and forth, for if I wanted to do the full thing, right? So now I'll just do the one thing I fixed this for, and I'm gonna have to remove my previews. I have 2 previews there. And I will just do my little quickie order here, and then we'll go actually do the Web Security Academy. So so which browser did I have the order in? I'm like, there's so many. So I get the order sent to them as quickly as possible. Yeah, none of those old cards were the one to use. 10 fans, 12mm, and without light. They're blacks though. They're black. They might get warm. Maybe I'll get just warm area, and then I'll have to turn them to go out instead. We'll see. So sucking out or grabbing area. And do we want, if I buy 20 of them, now I order 10. So that could be 5 times 2 fans, and maybe that's enough. Because that'll be, 24 centimeters and like quite high. Just imagine. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. I don't need to buy crazy amounts. They're big. And it doesn't have to be 4 times 4 even. It can be 2 times 5. And it's probably easier even to attach them because I just need one middle line and attach them there. I think I'm good. So let's just put them back in the and putting them back in the cart. So I still have them in my cart now, in case the price went down. No, this is the wrong fan. This is the one we want. The price went up. It's so they all say no RGB, right? So now I'm like, what did I order? Oh, this has dual size, and this doesn't. I hope I ordered those, or I'll have more cable mass that I paid for. Yeah, we could have ordered them here too. No RGB, that's the important bit. There. So, we opened this, we didn't really plan to do it, so. So, I had to test Mystery Labs. Then we know that all topics contains all the labs, and we can start with whatever we want, and we should have the same as the not possible to go back and check stuff without using back and continue ones. And it seems to be exactly the same text. So let's check this one again and see that it is the exact same text. Then we just get started. We just have to decide which one to do. So SQLi. Also, I think these have a more logical order. There's actually some kind of sort. So we are on blind SQLi. So if we were to search for a long text here, it's not exactly there the same. Let's see how far back I have to go. Yeah, so it's just the new characters between the lines there. So this is exactly the same text as on this side. So, and this is the second page, starts here with this topic. So if we go back one page, you should have exactly this as what I selected. And it is. So I'm assuming we can just bye to this. Because I can't collect, I can't go into anything in here. It is just the only thing we could do is to resume. This is the only link in all of this, which is quite annoying, right? So learning paths, bye to check back, not sorted in any way. And let's just check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. And if we go back to all topics, will it be 17? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So it's not the same. Oh, 21. So exactly how it is. We will see later if we have done everything, you know? If we have done all the labs. And yeah, I think I will lower the desk again. I've been standing for 1.5 hours. And that is why I needed to fix the thing. If the desk is down, I don't have to change the position of the big cam, but it's kind of nice to have the little border. So we have some other stuff there, but that's just some papers over here. So how that's odd. It can't be anything else here. I mean the air here.
It's okay. I'm back.
Oh, thank you. You're saving us, Panda. So I'm just experimenting here. So I've decided to do this thing, and I've ordered fans. 10
Only
of them.
one power connector in the chassis. Ridiculous.
Ooh. One power connector for a hard drive. So modular power supply then? And they had not connected other stuff? That sounds very ridiculous. If it's not modular, that's even more ridiculous. You have to get a splitter. But I guess a lot of people only have one hard drive, right? And also, most people don't have hard drives
No,
anymore, right?
it's a basic HP desktop. One SATA power, one for CD drive.
Okay, like a SFF thingy, or even tinier. So at work now we have this tiny computer, like this size, where I test the electronics stuff. That's, and then the screen is mega huge. It's so funny. I also, actually, to get the Bluetooth little USB dongle to work, I put it on like tape rolls. You know the tiny tape rolls? That's
Are
a
they thin
good
or zero
size.
clients?
They're just normal computers. Nothing magical over there. It's simple IT. So, but it is Windows 10 still. Yes. I don't have to use
The
Windows
tiny
11.
PCs.
Yeah, tiny PCs. So, now we just have to decide what to do. But as this one is so nicely like this, I'm thinking, and we have started SQLi before, I'm thinking let's start the client-side one with a big client something being XSS, and I might know all of it, but if I don't, that's a big win, right? And I'm very curious on the DOM one, so, but I might not have the prerequisites to understand that before going through the other stuff. We could try. What do you want to do? We could do anything. Where's the LLM one, by the way? Ooh. Yeah, it's there. There was more topics underneath that I missed. So after client side, there's advanced topics, because I was like, where's the LLM? That's what I want to do next. Or we could start with LLM. Oh well. Essential skills is the last one of the insecure deserialization. Seriously, I was going from the simple to advanced there. I obviously I was wrong, right? It says advanced topics, and then we have essential skills. The essential skills of the advanced topics, and it's the most advanced topic of the advanced ones. It has also 2 labs. Now I want to do this one first. How advanced can it be if it's called essential skills? The question is, should I read or should we just Yeah, we need burp. We'll need burp, obviously, right? So we need to just connect to the VM. So 192. And root. And I actually checked in the other room. It's not warm in there, in the wardrobe. So this one doesn't make it like a horrible place. It's much cooler than in here. Though I have been running my computer constantly. I should close it down during the night when it's this warm. So we have 31.8. It's not really getting lower temperature. I think we need those fans too. But the air is more airy. I think it's probably less humid too. So we need to start it. Proxly is not running, which is I was trying to like save some heat there. So it's just going on. Really nothing here. So 0.0% of host. So why search? So if I hop back and forth now, will it remember where I put it? Yeah, that's good. So what do you think? Has it started yet? It's Kelly. Spies. I can sleep for a bit. So nothing on the other screen now. Yeah, this is the essential scale. This is where we had all up. And then we have the dashboard thing here. I think it's a year since I used this last, so but my account was still there, right? Yeah. I think another site that I like try to log back into. There was no account anymore. It was just gone. I don't remember which one. Was it Postman? I don't know. So just used it like once and then long time no see. I got a little cute jar of chewing gum. Bubble mint. Yeah, it tastes like bubble gum from when we were a kid. So I don't have burp on my windows. So now it's getting started over there. I guess knowing all the things on Web Security Academy, you would know quite a lot of things, right? Right, I got an email saying these two from Pentester Labs are free right now, right? So I thought I'd do them too, but not now. I probably don't know the pre-required stuff there. So started purposes. Let's close this one too. I have too many tabs. If I had to count up, is this it? No. I'm quite sure I had an extension for the count of the number of tabs I had before, but maybe that was long ago. Multi-account containers. What? That's something Firefox added itself. So video speed up is very important. Then we have the normal ones there. Really loud. Just the normal ones. I don't know, is Dark Reader or uBlock Origin the most important one? Maybe even Firefox has the tab count feature now. So I won't just install anything, especially something with 206 users, right? By Firefox. Oh, that's the same one we have already had. Yeah, I won't do this now. Account. Yeah, it's just account. Account. So burp started too. I guess I'll can't read while having stuff in my mouth, right? So, but I can chat. Burp with Firefox are running. So, essential skills. Advanced is essential skills. Well. We designed the lab for Web Security Academy to be as realistic as possible. But you should keep in mind that each lab demonstrates just one possible variation of a given vulnerability. In practice, it's important to be able to recognize subtly different occurrences. And here are the cards. But possibly you won't. I'm just checking the mic volume. Whatever. In practice, it's important to be able to recognize subtly different occurrences of the same underlying bugs and know how to adapt the techniques you learned accordingly. In this section, you'll learn some broadly applicable skills that will help you to apply what you've learned from our labs to other live targets. We cover a range of general tips and tricks, as well as how to use some of Burp's lesser-known features to optimize your workflow. We've also provided some additional labs so you can test these out for yourself. We plan to expand this section to cover more essential skills in the near future. Obfuscating attacks using encodings. Simply encoding the attack from our lab solutions and attempting them on real sites will only get you so far. Websites that you test will have often already been audited by other users and had a number of patches applied to them. To take your skills further, you need to adapt the technique you learned to overcome these additional obstacles, unearthing vulnerabilities that testers may have overlooked. In this section, we'll provide some suggestions on how you can obfuscate harmful payloads to evade input filters and other flawed defenses. So specifically, you'll learn how to use standard encoding to take advantage of misconfigurations and handling the discrepancies between connected systems. So, learn more. Obfuscating attacks using encoding, lab, SQLi, with filter bypass via XML encoding. So I'm thinking these we will see anyway. Or is this like the only thing here? So that's why I opened Burp. Let's just check what it looks like. Also, we need to see if there's something to add to notes, or if it's just like, yeah, there's probably definitely, right? Yeah, so there's labs in here. Obfuscation via Unicode escaping. So if you do this, I'm thinking though, maybe this is not the most basic one. Well, oh, they do an A in Unicode, right? That's smart. Yeah, never saw that. Cool. And hex, same thing. X61. Yeah, so I'm cheating here, right? I didn't read the start first page, all of it. So if we're already here. Obviously multiple encodings. Multiple encodings. Here, this is where we are. So these are not separate, but these are pages. They were not all on the other one, so let's just check quickly. Yeah, this is the continuation of the first one there. Of the essential skills. Introduction. Yeah. And then the labs. We can see all the labs only. Wait a sec here. Oh, so it got us to the right place. And it's just 2 labs. Okay. Were there not more than... Oh gosh, I used that instead of just back. Yeah, so that's the only problem with this style. Using the topics instead of the past. Now here we can click up. And it works, and that's nice. But we don't have the nice next, and we don't have the labs in Likemore. We have to click the lab to see the details of the lab. And then we have to use the back arrow after doing stuff, like clicking Essential Skill Labs. There's no way back, only back to all topics, so we have to go here. That's the only minus, so this wins, since we couldn't click the other ones at all. So let's start again with an overview. So now I know that this learn more will be another not paths, but what did they call them? Topics. Another topics, right? So let's quickly just copy this to confirm. And go to all and find this one. What? Yeah, I thought so. So this is a lab under SQLi, the last one. So we will definitely go there. And this one is a part of essential skills. So it's already in here. Obfuscating attack encodings. Am I like blind? It's a main header. And it's like this too. That is confusing, right? Let's see where this lab leads. It is also in our own thing. In here. So this lab went to SQLi, and this lab actually went to this section. Now what about, oh, that's a mystery lab challenge that we tested before, that it does any random one you either have done or all, or not done maybe. So yeah, solve all. That's what you can do, all or just the solve. And we can select a category. Okay. And level any practitioner. Good, I like it. I would like to redo ones that I already did, though. That's the only thing I'm missing now. Let's see, without doing a mystery way. So, because you can't check them all. So let's go to something I've already done. So here. So can I rerun this one? Can I unsolve it? That's what thing I think they lack, right? You can't unsolve something, and then it's hard to know when you solved it. But with the mystery ones, then they were not solved anymore. So if you click access a lab here, I'm thinking it will say solved already, right? So I spent 1 hour fixing all the other things, and then 1 whole hour messing around. It does say no, not solved. Good. Because before I think it said solved, so they fixed that too. You can redo them. Maybe that was fixed like many years ago. Not that I did this a million years ago. Maybe it depends on time too. It was over a year since I did it now. So let's make sure that we know how to get to where we are. We go to all topics. We go to, if you really want to do this one first, essential skills, which is the bottom of the advanced topics. Let's actually start with what I was tempted to before. I just thought that 2 sounds little. All of these are so tempting. I want to do them all, you know. I also want to do the DOM-based vulnerabilities. I think that these client-side things are very CTF good, right? And these are more like server-side. This is more like stuff you might already know. Normal stuff. I'd also like to do API testing. In part because these were API, right? So now we could do this one, and then we could do these 2 that are free just now. So these are not free most of the time. Yeah, what does it cost to... I might not even be logged in, am I? Yeah. Yeah, so I started from the top. I got a free month, and I hardly did anything. But I didn't dare to... I have so many things to do at the same time. I didn't dare to wait anymore before I redeemed the free one, because I'd waited for like half a year. That's why. So I didn't do more than the whatever was the first thing. Kinda regret redeeming it then. But here's the free labs of the month. These are the ones I have open. Yeah, this sounds logical and nice to me, right? But what I wanted to check was the price. So what is the... Let's click next. So what as I was doing from the top, I did Unix stuff, which was very simple. Here is GoPro. So now we know the price, right? Student is like 11 a month, 12 a month. Education, her licensing. So what's the difference between student and pro? I'm curious now. Login, confirm, validate your email domain needs to be in the list of valid domains if it is not. So I would switch my email, I guess, to one of my educational ones. And then I could get that. I know I'm not very organized today. By the way, I was listening to this. He released started releasing the room free now. The streams where you have to pay for the video. So I'm just checking my applications for university stuff this term. It's a quick login here. So they have a secure ways of logging in, but I have a very unsecure one to do it. Let's see. Still, oh, they didn't start one of them. It just says that I can do it, but it doesn't say if I am allowed. And I did a late application to let like kids who really need to go there get in first. This is a plan. We do this, and then we do. Let's click API testing, right? So we do API testing here, and then we do API payments and API 09. I don't know. I think that's more basic. This is an exercise, and this is an exercise too. Oh well. I want to check the list. Can I see? No? They must be able to see how the API courses are before. What happens if I click here? So if we click API badge, maybe we'll see all of it then. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's one of the 3. And then we have, that's what I thought, right? So this one is called payments. So it's probably, yeah. So payments 1. So this is 1. It says easy. And the number 9 here is medium. So it's actually saying that this one is more complex than this exercise. Just by the easy. Well, okay. My API 9. Oh my god, I can't drag it to the right place. So. So I started reading the other one, and then I got a bit confused about how it is. But here we have at once these, not other ones saying you can read more here. So that was the thing I had to check. So there's also links to OWASP, which isn't in the same one. Yes, again. Why have links within itself, you know? Oh well. Let's learn stuff. So this is part of the server-side topics, and that's where they recommend the beginners to start. People easier to learn because you only need to understand what's happening on the server. And that's why I felt I needed more client-side knowledge. Develop some of the core knowledge and skill that you can rely on. So API testing. And it is about 16 already. Time flies when you do nothing. API testing. APIs, application programming interfaces, enable software systems and applications to communicate and share data. API testing is important as vulnerabilities in APIs may undermine core aspects of a website's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. All dynamic websites are composed of APIs, so classic web vulnerabilities like SQL injection could be classed as API testing. In this topic, we'll teach you how to test APIs that aren't fully used by the website front end, with a focus on RESTful and JSON APIs. We'll also teach you how to test for server-side parameter pollution vulnerabilities that may impact internal APIs. To illustrate the overlap between API testing and general web testing, we're creating a mapping between our existing topics and the OWASP API Security Top 10 2023. Related pages. There was a related again. GraphQL vulnerabilities. So that is a specific topic in all topics. So it is in the insecure deserialization under advanced topics, GraphQL. Okay. So we will get there. We don't do that now. API recon. To start API testing, you first need to find out as much information about the API as possible to discover its attack surface. To begin, you should identify API endpoints. These are locations where an API receives requests about a specific resource on its server. For example, consider the following GET request. Get API books. The API endpoint for the request is API books. This returns the interaction with the API to retrieve a list of books from the library. Another API endpoint might be, for example, API books mystery, which will retrieve a list of mystery books. Once you have identified the endpoints, you need to determine how to interact with them. This enables you to construct valid HTTP requests to test the API. For example, you should find out information about the following: the input data the API processes, including both compulsory and optional parameters, and the type of requests the API accepts, including supported HTTP methods and media formats, rate limits, and authentication mechanisms. So it's time to start taking notes. So why on that screen? So I had some notes here. Yeah, here's our Piper TTS on Linux. So we are going to web, and I'm thinking start here, API, or maybe just API. So API testing. And I want to make the notes in a way that everybody can understand, so I'm going to type out what API is. As they're online, publicly available. So example request to API. And when I copy this, we'll already have one. I'll shift click there. So input data, yeah. So the first thing is identify endpoints. And then we have how to input data. Request types. I should said about this one, how to input data. I should say instead compulsory and optional parameters instead. And I don't like compulsory. Required. Compulsory sounds so very negative, right? Rate limits and authentication. Yeah, rate limits. It sounds like not the most important, so let's actually put it separate. And let's lowercase that too. And so now I'm assuming these will be headers instead, right? So API documentation. APIs are usually documented so developers know how to use and integrate with them. Documentation can be both in human-readable and machine-readable forms. Human-readable documentation is designed for developers to understand how to use the API. It may include detailed explanations, examples, and usage scenarios. Machine-readable documentation is designed to be used by software for automating tasks like API integration and validation. It's written in structured formats like JSON or XML. API documentation is often publicly available, particularly if the API is intended for use by external developers. If this is the case, always start your weekend by reviewing documentation. So let's add a note saying check for available documentation, both human, both for human and machine. JSON, XML. and and my machine, but I think I would prefer that version myself, right? No like long text. I was thinking when reading this, like, come on, get to the point. Come on, people. So, should I add read? That gets a smiley. Will I read documentation? If I can test something instead? Even if API documentation isn't openly available, there might still be able to access it by browsing applications that use the API. To do this, you can use Burp Scanner to call the API. So, next, get information, gather. Request. From the API. Yeah, we still want docs from the API. And slash API slash swagger index.html open API.json. So this is new to me. I've seen Swagger and API, I think, but it's not like I have it anything in my notes. Even the API documentation. Right, I think I already read that. Look at Envoys. To do this, you can use Burp Scanner to crawl the API. You can also browse applications manually using Burp's browser. Yeah, so the reason it says use Burp Scanner is because it's Portswagger Academy, right? So we're not going to say that. Crawl the site. I don't think that's the best word. Like just scan. Like word list. Like GoBuzzer or something, you know? Fuss. Run their fusser on the site. That's better. Then use Burp Scanner to call the API, right? So we probably already did this at this point, right? We probably already found these. But these should be in the word list, right? Manually check. and or manually check, because this takes time and we start here or something, right? So do I want an extra indent here? I think so. So those are next level ins. You can also browse up between. If you identify an endpoint or for a resource, make sure to investigate the base path. Right. You can identify resource endpoint, then you should investigate. Do. That's good. We'll add that to the notes. I just need a quick little break. Haha. Don't I have another text? That was a bad text. Let's change this one. Check my kid. Quick buffer. So my kid said, I think I ate too many ice creams. So we bought ice creams yesterday. And today he got one, and I said, no more today. And he was like, oh, I didn't remember you saying that. Maybe I didn't hear. I mean, seriously, so I believe him. It's just kids. So there. Yeah, so we need to add this here. Oh, what happened there? Huh? It worked? Shift tab. I'm not thinking if, I'm thinking when we find an endpoint. Investigate the base. For, well, let's use our examples. Check. And then we're not going as crazy as they are, right? We don't need dots for this. Dot. Learn. This is not like, this is a general list which actually are important names. This is just an example of what to do when we find it. So not as important. You can also use a list of common paths to find the documentation using intruder. Yeah, so it's all burp here, as it supports regular Mixter. That's why. So, exploiting an API endpoint using documentation. And I'm assuming we do this now. And let's open it in a new tab because we're going to need back in the browser otherwise. Lab. Let's find an API endpoint using documentation. To solve this lab, find the exposed API documentation and delete Carlos. Poor Carlos. It's always Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials. Reader Peter. Required knowledge. To solve this now, you need to know what API documentation is, how API documentation may be useful to an attacker, how to discover API documentation. These points are covered in our API testing academy topic. So if we were in the other place, we would have had it more in there, I guess. That's why it wouldn't. So access the lab, and we don't open this. I almost did, but without thinking. We don't want to know the solution. That's meaningless. As I want to have this in my Kali machine, we're gonna hop over there, and I have to set another start page. There's quite a new VM here. So, I don't mind this one, but it's not the start page. I was thinking should I do my page, but let's just do as I usually do and just use this one. Settings. It's not your default browser. That's odd. Yeah, I want to open previous. Didn't I check that? I still want to have the start one. I guess it's not really applicable then, but Your browser is being managed by your organization. Oh gosh, look here. Locked files. So, homepage is what we want to change. So, it opened a new one. Okay. Can you just right click maybe? Yeah, this is what I want to be here too. There. So, it, I don't want the horrible Kelly image. It's so horrible. If they had the pretty background images, you know, then I would be happy using their page as a start page, not with a line. So, this is the thing. I totally clicked the wrong thing. It didn't read anything. So, burpy loop. And let's look at the number here. Oh yeah, and this is like, yeah. So I always think it's a bit, you know, go into actual pages, right? Can't I click anything here? Oh, right. Now remember, we click view details. And we already know that we're supposed to fill in the crowds we got. So it said Wiener colon Peter, so let's fill in that direction. I kind of think I didn't ever save anything, but it kind of does itself, right? Oh, okay, it already said. Okay, home, my account, and I'm logged in. Yeah, I can update email. Now we did this, and we should have some information in Burp. So let's hop over there. Nothing else. Title, session, API user. So we have this thing. Patch. So this is when we sent the email there. So let's, we have API and user. Let's do what it said. And let's just change. Let's just get instead. And actually, let's use its little request method so it fixes everything. And then we just use, let's send this one first. And then if we do this and we malform URL expecting an identifier, and if we send here, we didn't get anything, right? So we didn't get anything there. We'll get at least. And let's see, what else did we have? There might be other things. Oopsie. Oh, maybe I should sort on URL. So that's what I'm looking at. That's the only one called API. Here we have resources changing Node.js, which is interesting too, of course, but it's just a JS file. It's not the API. So what I was almost expecting is that it would give us information when we did that. So not using get. Yeah, I kind of think we can probably just delete and set the. That was probably enough information, you know. I guess it's good enough. So we got to know here in this one that it's expecting an identifier, right? So if we go back one more, we know that this one is, and the Carlos. If we send Carlos here instead, we get Carlos instead. So if we change this one to delete, and I can't type, why did it only do one letter? So user deleted, right? So solved. Poor Carlos. I'm a bit disappointed. I wanted more information in there. So we close the lab, we go back here. I guess we update the page so it says solved. Using machine readable documentation. Let's add some notes first because what we did was not here, right? Example information. So yeah, that's it. Actually worked when I didn't expect it to. I'm thinking, should I make a table of this? Or should I just do like some simple basic info? Yeah, I think a table is better. So insert table. It's so simple, you know. And then we need the line. We can't delete this because of the format it's actually in. It's just text, you know. And then we have that was later. This one. And if we do roll, we see this is really the format. It's just pretty that's changing it. So when I'm copying it, it removes the pretty stuff. Oh, it definitely copied it. So especially when I'm running my copy battery fire. So let's column, add column after. No, that's not. I want to add a line. Oh, look, can I can plus there. making plus there. And forward, and I don't think there's anything useful there. So let's just do this. And our task. Don't ask me. So copy. I'm thinking, should I actually go here and click here and copy this, or should I just edit the text? These are so oddly simple, right? But I'm making it very short notes, right? But I think it's still readable. So let's row delete. So that's the quickest way I could make it. And it's just text. Is it? Source. Yeah, it's just text. It's just underlining it. All right. Also, if I were to delete this, it would delete the table. I mean, it would look like this. Now, let's do it. So if we go back now to line preview, it still looks like this. And then you make a new line and you can see the table. Because it's just all just text. What we did before is we set the name on this one, right? Now it was a login. After the login, yeah, the login. So my account, getting the lab header in. Search. Login. No. It's when we set this. So I need this in there to be logical, for it to be logical. We found the API through updating the email. The only thing to do on the page. Logged in page. No, We logged in and using the supplied threads. Found the API and found the API through opening. Yeah, I don't care about this. It's just long. There. Then unfortunately we need this here. So that's just an example. And I think it's useful to have an example there. But so this bit will be totally the same all the time, right? So I just want them to be so. Here we have an example request, and we find this one, we get this. So I'm going to go back here. Using machine readable documentation. You can use a range of automated tools to analyze any machine readable API documentation that you find. You can use Verb Scanner to crawl and audit OpenAPI documentation or any other documentation in JSON or YAML. You can also parse OpenAPI documentation using the OpenAPI parser. So we need this in our notes. OpenAI store. Extension. What did it say here? So what I'm looking for is if this is extension for burp that we can use without having paid burp. Okay. Extension, but process. Yeah, we kind of need to try this now, right? And I'm assuming we'll get an example. Maybe even assume that we should use this. Let's go to burp. And if I help steps, tell me. So Can't I search here? I know that they've changed stuff, moved stuff around. So I'm assuming this search field is for the ones I already have, right? What if I do next here? Right, new install. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I haven't added any files. I have that on my old machine, I think. But this is where I want to search. Yeah. Oh, I just typed OpenAPI parser, and we can just install it. Extension streamlines the process of accessing web services that use OpenAPI-based APIs. The extension offers the following features: master successive list. So we'll see if we need to install anything for it to work. So let's extension useful extensions. They keep pasting. I think I copied it this time though. It requires the following verb tools: compare, inter, organize, repeat, or scan. Scope side. I don't get why we would want this, but I mean, if it's just to get machine readable to human readable, then I don't understand it. If it's to find machine readable, then I understand. So it is installed. So if you go back to install there now, here it is. So we'll probably get a new URL to test it on, I hope. Especially since I just closed the other tab. Using machine readable documentation. You can use a range of tools to analyze machine readable API documentation that you find. Yeah. I mean, machine readable is usually very human readable. If it's not just saying 1, 2, 3, 5, and that means something, you know? You can use Bird Scanner to co-audit or any other documentation. So it's not just for OpenAPI. Any documentation. I don't want to use crawl again. I think it sounds very non-good. Not saying bad. And my tummy just said, I don't just want to have drink, I want to have food. So we'll see if it's useful. I decided it was useful because they mentioned it. You may be able to use special tools to test the documented entries such as Postman or SoapUI. So Postman I have used, but not SoapUI. I hate it when they have forced bright lights. Download the best API testing tools for your needs. Sorry, I rather do this. But it's still forced bright hair. Why would anyone do that to poor people's eyes? And learn, reader, please. Is there like, this site doesn't work, please. Help, please, help. Celebrate 10 years. Yeah. Okay, so this tool might be good, but I can't be on the web page. Is open source right for you? Ready API. So these are links. Oh, there's a dot there too. Oh no. Yeah. That's better. I know this is slow. Identifying API endpoints. You can also gather a lot of information by browsing applications that use the API. This is often worth doing even if you have access to API documentation. Some of this documentation may be inaccurate or under date, and this is why we just do this, not read the docs, right? But I should. You can use Burp Scanner to crawl the application, then manually investigate interesting attack surface users using Burp's browser. Of course it's Burp's. While browsing the application, look for patterns such as API endpoints and the URL structure that's what we just did, such as the API. Also look for JavaScript files. These can contain references to API endpoints that you have triggered. So finding endpoints. Find endpoints. Let's say API just because it's prettier. Source files. So should I say instead look for endpoints and look for more like an instruction. Look for API endpoints by reading. Well, that works still. Yeah, good enough. And this is probably a 3 level. This is also information. Whatever. That you haven't triggered directly with a browser. Burp Scanner automatically extracts some endpoints during crawls. But for a heavyweight extraction, use JS Link Finder. JS Link Finder. You can also manually review JavaScript files in Burp. Yeah, or just generally. So, of course, we need to let's learn. Let's get rid of this tab. There. So I will have tabs enough, right? I should get rid of stuff I never use. Well, I mostly use sometimes through the repeater, and then I don't use anything else. Right? I should use more stuff. I use this one too, of course. These. Match and replace. I never even saw it. Should look more for stuff. So extensions. JS Link Finder. So this is Burp Professional, right? So I noticed there were other stuff called JS. So if we can automate stuff, Paraminer. Identifies unlinked parameters. Yeah, I should like read all of them, right? Combines advanced different logic. So this one is not interesting for us. You can also manually review, or should I put it in the notes? This is such a stupid, easy thing to do. I don't, nah, no. Why would it be paid? So let's read a bit more. Interacting with API endpoints. Once you've identified API endpoints, interact with them using burp repeater and burp intruder. This enables you to observe the API's behavior and discover additional surface. For example, you could investigate how the API responds to changing HTTP method and media type. As you interact with the API endpoints, review error messages and other responses closely. Well, this is like what we did, right? Sometimes these include information that you can use to construct a valid HTTP request. Identifying supported HTTP methods. The HTTP method specified the action to be performed on a resource. For example, get, patch, applies partial change. Options retrieves information on the types of request methods that can be used on the resource. So I regret closing another one down. Right, I open these in between. That's a dark mode unfriendly one. Yeah, let's just close these. Yeah. I did middle click. I don't know what happened there. So oh, maybe I already have it up here. So why does tab not tab within the machine? Yeah, it's still up. We'll see if it's still up, or if I should get a new one. So if I get a new one, there, it's just slow. Oh no, I'd have to click again to log in. Alright, I don't want to type again. Okay. I had to go to the new one. Well, let's save that thing. Test. Email. And there that one is. And what was it that I wanted to test? Options. Trying to edit it there. Wouldn't that be nice? Right? Oops. Method not allowed. Oh, look. Get delete patch. We actually got information. I'm like, should I really put get there? And these are really must use their words. And I'm kind of thinking, I can change later too, you know. So my ear kind of hurt for a type. A little bit there. So I'm not gonna put all of this here. Most of it is not interesting. So this is a response that's interesting to me. So first you might see, oh, method not allowed, right? Ah, that doesn't work still. And then we actually got the allow here, right? Even though the options method is not allowed, we get the allow colon. Let's actually copy that. Well, is that a bug? Or is it always like this? Right? We'll have to test options. Let's also go back and try it. So let's try the same here. Here. So that doesn't work. Only user. So from my little experience with making these, which is not a lot, just some Python. Tells me a little bit more about it, but nothing really to write down. Oh, so an API endpoint may support different HTTP methods. It's therefore important to test all potential methods when you're investigating API endpoints. Now, this may enable you to identify additional endpoint functionality, opening up more attack surface. For example, the endpoint API tasks may support the following: get, post, and delete. This is what we kind of did, right? Tasks 1. This reminds me of another thing where I really wanted to do something but needed a number that I didn't have. And it's not really, it's like something I really need to use. It's not hacking related. So get API tasks. Like you need something more than what you have to be able to retrieve. I don't remember what it was though. Probably in one of my streams. API tasks. And these are 4 levels. Let's do another 4 level, however. Try different methods on the same call. Example. I don't know if I want points there. They'll be there because I don't want to edit all the lines. I kinda use that anyway. You can use the built-in HTTP verb list in burp intruder to automatically cycle through a range of methods. So, burp intruder has a list with HTTP verbs. Or should we do this? Seems like go through. Now they got me to put burp in the notes. I'm happy to when they provide this nice free resource. But there are other ways. Note, when testing different HTTP methods, target low priority updates. This helps make sure that you avoid unintended consequences. For example, alternating critical items or creating excessive records. Identifying separated content types. API endpoints often expect data in a specific format. They may therefore behave differently depending on the content type of the data provided in requests. Definitely seen this. Changing the content type may enable you to trigger errors such as post-useful information, bypass flawed defenses, take advantage of differences in processing logic. For example, an API may be secure when handling JSON data, but susceptible to injection attacks when dealing with XML. To change the content type, modify the content type header, then reformat the request body accordingly. You can use a content type converter. Another one, to automatically convert data submitted in requests. So let's check if this one is free, then we can add it to the notes. I'm not gonna put it there if it's not free. Oh, let's just check my oops. My phone's at beeping, so I better check. I've been streaming for a bit. Better check. Let's see. What could I been doing? So why did I think I had a browser on this page too? Because I was not actually looking for a browser, I was looking for burp, right? So this is what I was looking for. Content type, converter, and can I see already here if it is? So let's the extension convert submitted between. So let's try adding this one and see if it's useful. So what I had before was like JS link finder. Yeah, here you can see here in this column. So requires Burp Suite Pro. So the ones which are here. Yeah, good. And we can install these installed. So if we delete all of them, I can see. Let's sort on this. So in percentage, it's what, a third, fourth, something like that. That's quite nice. just a few of them that require. The other one there was a very simple thing. So just a sec. So I'm thinking if I should go and grab something to eat too. I mean, like, why not eat? Eat is quite a good thing to do, right? But I was kind of thinking that this is not a long thing. I think it's said 2 labs, and there's also a bit more things there. I hope we'll have more information because it's nice, you know? And we can also see here that these are popular, right? And then it goes down. So this sorting is really good. So if we read about the top ones there, then we have the same for these. And I guess we can also see who is made by a person working at Burp. So I know James Kell is Burt Swigger. Not at Burp, at Burt Swigger, I guess I should say. So what are these then? Well, so the Paraminer that we clicked before, it's actually one of the most popular ones. And the content type converter is also one of these. Then there's JSON Web Tokens, JWTs. Let you decode, but it's already decoding by default. You don't need to add stuff for that. So if you select a JWT, you can just read it, of course, right? Whatever. Attacks available, okay. There's automated attacks and stuff. Good. I'll have a look into all of these because I've been like, yeah, I should do Turbo Intruder, right? Oh, it's also James. I should do Turbo Intruder. And then I don't. So the author's company, I don't care about. The rating is, of course, interesting. Popularity, actually, rating is probably more interesting, right, than this. But there could be 3 people doing this. Popularity, rating, popularity, and this. And the max size for this. Did I get more ones with popularity top now? That sounds impossible. Maybe it was this money. So all of these are, I don't think these really matter, the rating. The thing that would be interesting is to check all the others too, right? So these are very, very good. Let's just click one of these. Can you see how many like downloads it has? So a rating is really doesn't say anything unless we know how many people did set this, right? So I want to know how many people said 5 stars. If it's just the creator, then it doesn't matter. So we there's information lacking. And here we also have a estimated impact. Well, that's interesting in a VM especially. So can I add columns here? No, I don't want to hide the columns. I want to see this one a little too, just if there's something there or not, because those are the pro ones. The date could of course be interesting, like it's 2017. Bypass Wealth. And it's popular. So we can probably learn lots just from reading these. I'll be going down to check quickly. Let's see. I guess I can't have. I don't know why I keep locking those in place. I'll be right back. Oh. Hey, Babban, you're a little hungry. You're hungry.
Sure.
Oh. Ska vi ta då? Ja, det är så.
I would say pizza, but it's been hard because this is here.
Ja, men det var väl pizza? Gjorde inte det?
Yeah, but it was really annoying.
Okay. Det är bara en reklam. Just jag har ju en halv hamburgare som ingår.
Maybe meatballs and curly fries. We have a lot of meatballs.
Så jag vill fortsätta streama också, så det är inte bästa dagen att göra long time. Ska vi göra pizza då? Så tar vi meatballs imorgon.
I don't want to. They'll take long anyway. Okay, fine.
Vi måste inte göra det, vi kan kika lite mer också, gubben. Ryskkorv, hamburgare. Där kan man inte se maten. Ja, vi har 2 sorters bullar. Där är beef. Man kan väl prova.
Sure. Give me 4.
Startar du den där? Hur många minuter får du laga då?
I don't know. It says an air fryer right there, so it might have instructions.
Okay.
On air fryers.
Ja, precis. Det är perfekt för det. Nice. Nu är det så dyrt för jag fick kunna läsa någonting. Okay.
That's the Swedish stuff. That's an Arduino.
Tyska.
Air fryer. 180 for 60 minutes.
180 16.
Yep. 16 minutes, not 60.
Yes. Oh, nice. Så. Oh, de här ser mumsiga ut. Let's see. So. Hamburgers, but nice. Really nice. Oh, so cute. So I guess. Oh gosh, that's warm. Jag tar min lilla hamburgerrest. Jag har stoppat in dem De kommer pipa halvtid, men du behöver nog egentligen inte göra något då. Oh, I can hear outside. So, half hamburger with eggs and stuff. So, well, not eggs. 1 egg. Cheese. I didn't even have any lettuce on it. It was like lazy, I guess. So the cheese is melted, everything is very hot. Mm. That's good. Nice. There's a link to the white paper. Nice. So now I'd like to TTS this while I'm eating, right? But we did actually leave my new script on. Let's just post.
The US needs to establish a clear framework to provide reasonable guardrails to protect its interests. The quicker, the better.
Oh, we already read some of these. Oh gosh, my paper is getting stuck. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if I eat some paper too.
Fetched 14 articles from Bleeping Computer. Title: Mozilla launches new system to detect Firefox crypto drainer add-ons. Published June 3, 2025. Mozilla has developed a new security feature for its add-on portal that helps block Firefox malicious extensions that drain cryptocurrency wallets. According to a recent blog post, Mozilla's new security system creates risk profiles for each submitted wallet extension and triggers automated risk alerts if a predefined threshold is exceeded. These alerts will prompt human reviewers to take a closer look and remove malicious extensions from the store before they're used to drain more victims' crypto wallets. To help protect Firefox users, the add-ons operations team developed an early detection system designed to identify and stop crypto scam extensions before they find traction with unsuspecting users, Mozilla said. The first layer of defense involves automated indicators that determine a risk profile for wallet extensions submitted to MO. If a wallet extension reaches a certain risk threshold, human reviewers are alerted to take a deeper look. If found to be malicious, the scam extensions are blocked immediately. Crypto wallet drainers that steal cryptocurrency or other digital assets from a victim's wallets are now being delivered to potential victim systems via malicious browser extensions designed to masquerade as legitimate add-ons from trusted crypto wallets. This attack vector ensures that threat actors can quickly empty their target's crypto wallets after stealing their private keys and credentials, making the lost funds likely impossible to recover. While not all are directly tied to malicious extensions, cybercriminals stole $494 million worth of cryptocurrency last year in wallet-draining attacks from more than 300,000 wallet addresses. Andreas Wagner, the add-ons operations manager who also leads addons.mozilla.org, MO, content security and review efforts, says his team has discovered and removed hundreds of such extensions, including scam crypto wallets, over the last few years. It's a constant cat and mouse game, as developers try to work around our detection methods, Wagner explained. Check your crypto wallet's website to see if they have an official extension, and only use the one they link to, he added, advising Firefox users to use the official extensions provided by their crypto wallet services whenever possible. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4th to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Title, Scattered Spider, 3 Things the News Doesn't Tell You. Published, June 3, 2025.
So Llama had fallen asleep. So it started again.
This article provides an in-depth analysis of the threat actor Scattered Spider, a group known for its sophisticated identity-based attacks that bypass MFA controls to gain unauthorized access to privileged accounts. Here are some key takeaways from the article. 1. Scattered Spider's tactics. The group uses a range of techniques, including SIM swapping, smeezing, and basic credential phishing, to evade established security controls. 2. Focus on identity-based attacks. Scattered Spider targets identities and account takeovers, bypassing endpoint and network surfaces as much as possible until the very end of the attack chain. 3. Bypassing MFA. The group uses various methods to bypass MFA, including attacker in the middle, AITM, phishing toolkits, which are becoming increasingly common in phishing attacks. 4. Targeting high-value accounts. Scattered Spider specifically targets accounts with elevated permissions, enabling them to quickly progress their attack. 5. Consequences of not addressing identity vulnerabilities. The article highlights the severity of Scattered Spider's attacks and the need for organizations to address their broader identity attack surface. To defend against Scattered Spider's tactics, the article recommends 1. Conducting a thorough security audit, identify MFA gaps, weak passwords, and other vulnerabilities that can be exploited by attackers. 2. Implementing comprehensive identity management, use tools like Push Security to detect and respond to identity attacks, find and fix vulnerabilities across all apps used by employees. 3. Staying up to date with the latest threat intelligence, monitor for new attack techniques and methods used by Scattered Spider and other threat actors. By taking these steps, organizations can reduce their risk of falling victim to Scattered Spider's sophisticated identity-based attacks. Title, CISA warns of ConnectWise Screen Connect bug exploited in attacks. Published, June 3, 2025. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, has issued alerts to federal agencies in the U.S. about hackers exploiting several recently patched vulnerabilities in software and hardware. The 4 main vulnerabilities being targeted are 1. ConnectWise Screen Connect, a view state code injection attack that could lead to remote code execution on the server, with only a small number of affected customers. 2. ASUS routers, 2 critical bugs, CVAT 2021-32030 and CVAT 2024-56145, and 1 high-severity bug, CVAT 2023-39780, allowing attackers to bypass authentication or inject malicious code into the system. 3. Craft CMS, a critical bug, CVAT 2024-56145, that can lead to remote code execution under certain conditions, as well as 2 other bugs, CVAT 2021-32030 and CVAT 2025-35939. CISA recommends that federal agencies implement vendor-recommended mitigations or discontinue using the affected products by June 23. The agency notes that manual patching is outdated, slow, error-prone, and difficult to scale. The recent ConnectWise breach has raised concerns about state-sponsored operations being involved in the exploitation of CVAT 2025-3935. However, ConnectWise has not commented on the attack method or the nature of the compromise. Cybersecurity experts have expressed concern over the effectiveness of manual patching methods and highlighted the need for automation to patch vulnerabilities efficiently and effectively. Title, Victoria's Secret delays earnings release after security incident. Published, June 3, 2025. Fashion retail giant Victoria's Secret has delayed its first quarter 2025 earnings release because of ongoing corporate system restoration efforts following a May 24 security incident. Victoria's Secret reported an annual revenue of $6.23 billion for the fiscal year ending February 1, 2025, and manages around 1,380 retail stores in nearly 70 countries. In response to the late May incident, the company took down corporate systems, some in-store services, and the e-commerce website as a precaution on May 26. A spokesperson told Bleeping Computer at the time that Victoria's Secret had hired external experts to assess the impact of the incident and that they were working to restore operations. The website was restored on May 29, 2025 and work is ongoing to restore full access to corporate systems. The incident also affected certain limited functions in Victoria's Secret and Pink stores, most of which have been restored, Victoria's Secret revealed today in a press release. The restoration process has prevented employees from accessing certain systems and information needed to support the company's release of its financial results for the first quarter ended May 3, 2025. As a result, the company is postponing the date of its previously announced first quarter 2025 earnings release and earnings call webcast. While the company has yet to reveal further details regarding the nature of the incident, today's press release hints at a ransomware attack with restoration operations in progress. A Victoria's Secret spokesperson has yet to reply to a subsequent email from Bleeping Computer requesting more information on the nature of the incident. This follows a series of recent incidents targeting multiple fashion companies, including French luxury fashion brands Dior and Cartier. German sportswear giant Adidas also revealed a data breach 1 week ago after threat actors stole some of its customers' data by hacking a customer service provider. Over the last several months, another series of attacks linked to the DragonForce ransomware operation and scattered spider threat actors targeted retailers across the United Kingdom, including Harrods, Co-op, and Marks & Spencer. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4 to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Title: Google patches new Chrome zero-day bug exploited in attacks. Published, June 3, 2025. Google has released an emergency security update to fix the third Chrome zero-day vulnerability exploited in attacks since the start of the year. Google is aware that an exploit for CVE 2025-5419 exists in the wild, the company warned in a security advisory published on Monday. This high-severity vulnerability is caused by an out-of-bounds read and write weakness in Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, reported 1 week ago by Clement Lessigny and Benoit Sevens of Google's Threat Analysis Group. Google says the issue was mitigated 1 day later by a configuration change the company pushed to the stable channel across all Chrome platforms. On Monday, it also fixed the zero-day with the release of 137.0.7151.68/.69 for Windows/Mac and 137.0.7151.68 for Linux, versions that are rolling out to users in the stable desktop channel over the coming weeks. While Chrome will automatically update when new security patches are available, users can speed up the process by going to the Chrome menu Help About Google Chrome, letting the update finish, and clicking the relaunch button to install it immediately. While Google has already confirmed that CVE 2025-5419 is being exploited in the wild, the company will not share additional information regarding these attacks until more users have patched their browsers. Access to bug details and links may be kept restricted until a majority of users are updated with a fix, Google said. We will also retain restrictions if the bug exists in a third-party library that other projects similarly depend on, but haven't yet fixed. This is Google's third Chrome zero-day vulnerability since the start of the year, with 2 more patched in March and May. The first, a high-severity sandbox escape flaw, CVE 2025-2783, discovered by Kaspersky's Boris Larin and Igor Kuznetsov, was used to deploy malware in espionage attacks targeting Russian government organizations and media outlets. The company released another set of emergency security updates in May to patch a Chrome zero-day that could let attackers take over accounts following successful exploitation. Last year, Google patched 10 zero-days that were either demoed during the PWN2OWN hacking competition or exploited in attacks. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to Crocodilus adds fake contacts to spoof trusted callers. Published, June 3, 2025. The latest version of the Crocodilus Android malware has introduced a new mechanism that adds fake contacts to an infected device's contact list. This feature allows threat actors to impersonate trusted institutions or individuals, making calls appear more trustworthy. The malware was first documented in late March 2025 by ThreatFabric researchers, who noted its extensive data theft and remote control capabilities. Crocodilus has expanded its targeting scope worldwide, with new releases featuring improved evasion techniques through code packing and XOR encryption. The malware now uses a system to parse stolen data locally on the infected device before exfiltrating it to the threat actor for higher quality data collection. The fake contact feature allows Crocodilus to add a specified contact to the victim's contact list, triggering a programmatic creation of a new local contact using the Content Provider API. This enables the attacker to call the victim while appearing legitimate, increasing their control over
That's interesting.
However, manual patching is no longer an effective method due to its limitations in speed, accuracy, and scalability. The article concludes that modern teams should use automation tools to patch faster,
They
reduce
have
risk,
added
and
this
stay compliant with security regulations.
At the end of all the articles, it seems. Well, not all. So, here. This is interesting. So the power ran out. That's what happened. And before it died on this error, but now it just skipped to the next one, right? Didn't finish reading this one, right? So we might want to actually reread it. Because we just sent the whole thing, right, to TKS. So the script worked. That's nice. Nice. And I paused it. So that's where it stopped. So if we get another pause, we can continue, not read from the start of the news again. Oh, by the way, I think it's actually commented out some of the sources in this. Let's just check that. Yeah, because I had already read these, and I was debugging something, or I was testing the TTS or something. I don't really. Yeah, maybe I was debugging, moving it to a separate file, because you know, I have to do this for it to work. And the first I called this just RSS feeds, and that doesn't work, of course. So from the RSS feed list, go to Pine import. Yeah. Yeah, and I added this here, the main article. So I should upload this one to GitHub to the last version. But I'm editing it here, so probably not now. Anyway, let's continue. That was just horse music. Ah. So since I only had like 1/3 of a hamburger, I have some blueberries up too. So if my teeth are black dots, that will be one. So content type converter we just installed. So we have this, and we also looked at other stuff. So let's put content type converter in our nodes. We don't know if it's useful yet, but we're assuming. As these both are free. Content type converter. The demo site is probably down, and we're getting a new one here anyway. So let's close this lab. I just opened it again to test something there. Let's get the information from the right place, which is Burp. So useful for discovering vulnerabilities that can only be found by converting the content type of request. For example, if the original request submits data using JSON, we can attempt to convert the data to XML. Just say which the application attempts if it accepts data in XML form. So we can look at vulnerabilities like C injection, which would not arise in the context of the original JSON endpoint. It might also be possible to find vulnerabilities behind web application firewalls or other filters that assume the incoming data is a specific format. And I've seen this, so so did it open it? What the um, central repo for burp extensions. Okay. So here we actually have more information than we had there. This is because this is in your and requirements Java, right? So that is what I was thinking of before. We probably need, but isn't it's running Java itself, burp, right? Hmm. Oh, I'm still getting food. So I just copy the text and we replace the copy with this. And why not say XML, JSON, body parameter, get request parameter, or even shorter to JSON and XML, and you would have all the things. But I was curious on how one is made. It should be Java then, because it requires Java, right? Interesting. But the only reason I keep it up is because so let's actually get the notes. Converts XML, JSON, to or
Fixerbot says,
New follower Vicky 9992.
welcome in, Vicky.
Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. So, I should say and here, it's better. Converts and but about there's more it does, right? Zoo. Let's continue. Yeah, we have a little lab to do. So, to solve a lab, exploit a hidden API endpoint to buy a lightweight leaf leather jacket. You can log in to your own account using the following credentials. To solve a lab, you need to know how to use error message from to construct a valid request. How HTTP methods are used by RESTful APIs. How PHP methods can reveal additional functionality. And that's kind of what we did last time too. So when we get the URL, we'll just put over to the VM to Kali. So come on. Yeah, so we're supposed to buy this thing. So let's just click it first. Click a few things. So we get some history. Oh, it's slow. It's slow. I heard your neighbor Sally bought one of these. Don't yeah, the card. Oh, that's too far. Yeah. So that's why I saved it last time. They'll keep deleting poor Carlos and the same things, right? All the time. So let's reset the email. So let's just copy this. Oh, and there we have some stuff to test. So it's also cost suite. The card is empty. Yes, now I'm mostly just doing the same thing, right? I just want to do plus and minus too. So I think we've done most things. So I emptied this before, so we can see all the things here. So we have API Protos 1 price, and this is JSON as a type, and here we can see XML too. So let's again actually sort here because we're interested in this. So here we got an insufficient funds. And that's JS like we had last time. So what about the email this time? So why did I click so many times? Oh, it starts at 93. I was like, I didn't click 100 times, did I? I guess we just let's send this one to Peter. So log in, and we log in here. My account ID. So I'm just curious about the difference from the last one. I'm quite sure last time we had the API here. And here's change email. Now this is not an API call, which it was before. No, or well, whatever they call it. I guess it still is, right? But they don't call it API. They want us probably easy for us to find the right thing, right? So if we send this price request again, 6 people has viewed this item. 23 people has viewed this item in the last 10 minutes. 70 people has viewed this item in the last 24 minutes. 15 billion sold in the last 12 minutes. Only 500 needed remaining. Very logical and easy. And X1F 215. Okay, okay. Now we can't stop, right? Okay. Oh, we're back to 0. Will this item help you survive the next items? Probably not, but 10 people have it in their baskets anyway. Oh, I can't render this. So, that's funny. Let's do the first thing to just check what happens if we do this. Not found. And probably number 2 and price would be good to new, right? So let's actually undo that, and let's options. And why did it happen again? Why when I type will it delete the old letters? Something is off. What's wrong? That happened before too. P. Now I can type. That's interesting. Right, so let's check with our notes here. Options. Before we got allow and we got to know what they were on the last one. And then I did it. What did I use? Now I tapped the tabbing in there, which it should from the start. So then I did the full working one with the options. So let's do that again. So back, 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 back. And change this to options. So get patch. Okay, okay. So we can just patch. Let's see. Oh, again, it does the same thing. When I type, oh, no, it works. No, it works. So I'm unauthorized. That's a good thing, but we need some data too, right? Did we install that extension? We did, right? This. And how is it used? So it doesn't add a tab. Then I'm thinking it'll add something to the menus. So let's see what we know. So I want to change the price, right? And from error messages and testing different ones, you should be able to see it. Here we have only unauthorized. And it is price, and that's what we want to change. But I'm thinking we need some data. How to add data. How did we get the data? Let's use the same structure, of course, and then change it to XML, I guess. So back, get, and here's, we want to set the price. So let's copy that here. And we can set this to 0 and this to best price ever. And then obviously we saw that it kept updating this, right? So maybe we should do this when we buy it. Maybe this is not what we're supposed to do. So maybe there's a buy too, and we need to look at what's actually happening. Let's see what it says. So it is like an okay thing anyway. So how would I change this to XML using the thingy we just got, right? Convert selection is the normal one. Extensions. Convert to XML. There, now it's XML instead. This is what we're testing underneath. So content type XML now. Yeah. Nice to not have to do that manually. So what if we send this? It still says unauthorized, right? So let's go back. I'd like to duplicate this tab. Oh, this is the old one. So let's check for where's the error? We didn't have enough money. Insufficient funds. There, right? So before this one, there must have been, where was this sent from, you know? Cart. Maybe cart? Here's the checkout post. CSR. Just checking the JavaScript out here. So one of the tips was to check for API. in here. Yeah, this is where it gets a prize. Yeah, so we already knew this one. Hmm. So this is general learning too. Rest.json. Let's actually read what's done to. So handle response. Fail to get prize. Show product message error. Prize. Container class. So I'm really looking for am I scrolling far down now? Yeah, because it is far down. Error equals insufficient funds. Where's that? Let's look at the other file too. Lab header only, you know. Didn't sound like it was had to do this. We could go to this instead. Is this a current one? The name is not like, oh yeah, I totally can see the difference without looking. 0AFA. So 0AFA. So these we can delete. So what's the price? And resources JS API for the price. We already looked at this one. Can I like open this somewhere nice? Because this is even tinier, you know? We can always do this. If I ever open the JS since I reinstalled, we'll soon know. Let's actually open a new. Okay, okay. Let's call it new folder. That's a good name. Yeah, let's one.js. Very nice name. Very good thing to remember, right? So nothing interesting there. So container class, constructor, message in class other class, build, starter document, create element div, set class join in the document, create element p, class. Okay, Error. I'm guessing the stuff will come from the other side, right? But it was not in the message we saw, was it? Ooh. Let's see here. Oh god. Yeah. I had to check here too, and it's just bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. So it's just ping pong, ping pong. So this has nothing to do with our thing. It is just the lab. It's just a lab. Can you hear the birds too? No. Show error message. Target parent node and sort before continuing the message. So message. This message where show error message. So when is this one here? Fail to get price response type error in code. So this is probably the thing I'm looking for there. So was I blind when I looked at this? Was I blind? Check out. Oh. So the reply location is this. That's why. That's where the text is coming from. I couldn't find it. Okay. I'm really happy that it's not as quick as the other one. And that there's more things to explore. So now we know why and how and here is the URL for the price for the product. So the other bit is done on the other side. So when we try to order it, we just click on the checkout. Value. Oh. So this is interesting with 303 cart error. I'm learning stuff. Refer cart. Oh, I got a call. My phone is mega warm. It's uncomfortable. I'm like sweaty all over now. Yeah, so it was just I have a calling. So one of my kids didn't sleep for over 48 hours. So we're worried about him. So it was why no happy face. But I have a meeting with people in 2 days, and that's what I told him, that we need to go there. And then he was like, "Oh well, I don't have time for driving his little brother to school. I have so much to do at work." And I was like, "Yeah, but this is important." And then he turned around, and then he's so very worried. So I'm a bit annoyed. Also, I'm always up on the night time with them. So I didn't go to work this morning because of that. But he has so much to do. Well, he'll have to do that. So yeah, let's continue. So I don't really know anything else. So let's think. They asked us to check this. We also have another plugin though, right? So let's actually use that. Also, we can do like a GoBuster check. Let's do both at the same time. So let's grab that URL again. No, that's wrong from Burp. So like that. Warm. So I tab and it tabs in my PC, not in the VM. That's annoying. So there. I'm thinking ferrets. As it is. It's recursive. Let's just try that first. And it's so sweaty in here. So, first, did the lab kill itself, right? It's been some time. Yeah, let's solve that problem. So let's start it again, assuming this won't work. Oh, it did open in a new tab, even though I didn't. That's nice. A new one again. So now we've never even been there. Yeah, that's the one. So we have to do all the things again.
Panda Tom says,
Your PC has been compromised. Please call McAfee support at 0118-999-88199
Oh, have you heard those?
725-3. Pronounce 0118-999-88199 725-3.
Have you seen one of those on Twitch? Now I'm curious. Did you actually see those?
Not yet, ha.
Not yet. You gave someone an idea now. New
Have you
scams
ever
coming
watched the
up.
IT Crowd?
No, not really. So my hobby did. I was like, British humor. Nah, not my thing. Wasn't it British? I think so. Yeah, it's this kind of like, I don't know. Oh, I'm so stupid kind of thing,
Oh,
right?
come on. It's great.
It's just embarrassing. And not my kind of humor, sorry. I don't like Monty Python or stuff like that. It's either.
I'm going to totally
It's
come
just
up with
too
one of those
bad.
fake windows to put up on my stream.
Yeah, and use a number that you get money then from someone calling. Yeah, to test it. There used to be those numbers. I don't know if they exist anymore. So like call this number to donate. That could be a thing.
I could get one Google Voice lol.
One Google Voice. Yeah, right. We're on the right screen. So, what did it find? Did it find anything? So, not really, right? Login resources. Yes, we're getting them here. It's just I should have said it not to type the full name. Because usually it's nice to have the full name. Images, 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 images. Product catalog. So I wonder if it doesn't check for API stuff. If it's only checking for files. Analytics. Cart. Logout. My account. Analytics. Login. Cart. Yeah. Let's do API. I don't think we're not using a specific list, right? So, and also I like GoBuster better. But I've never really looked at this. I'm new. Yeah. So this is not really checking that. Can GoBuster do something better? That's not a good one. Yeah. Too many things. So, API stuff. Word list instead of word list. Word list API. I'm looking for fuzzy word lists. So it wanted me to use verb, of course. Hmm. So the minus areas, I can't see how big these are here. So yes, I'm still annoyed at how big. So they have problems at work. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't say much, but they have 2 less people than they used to have in quick time. Let's say that. So they have so much more work to do. So I understand that too, but still, it's not like he ever was home with the kids when they were tiny even. And everybody does it in Sweden. Everybody. But he had his own company, so it would go bankrupt if he was home with the kids. I'm sure it would have been okay. Some day of the week at least. Sometime. So let's think here. So the one we have is price. Just 7 matches for price. Yeah, this is not good. This is like complicated now. It's just 7. Yeah, I don't like it. These are like basic words, right?
Pactogloop says, hello.
Hello. Welcome in. Ah. So this is what we're doing. We're supposed to buy this with no money. And it's supposed to be changing the type of the request data to the API. And the only API I've seen is price. And the product number is 1. So just try anything. Yeah, I changed that, right? I didn't actually send it though. Oh, right. We have a new URL, but that one is dead. That's annoying too. I went and made some food and just chatted, right? And then it's dead. So it should get a response. Oh, I didn't change all the places either. I don't think this should matter though. Okay. Well, let's go into the web page. Let's go my account. Oh, this is what it said before too. This is a new one. That's not good. So I'm trying to make a new one, right? So I think it's like a bit broken. Yeah, let's look here. In Burp browser, access the lab and click on a product. In HTTP notice API request to API products free price. Oh well, they got products free. I got one. I right click the API request and send to repeater. We did this, of course. In the repeater type, change the HTTP method from get to options. I did this, and we saw get and patch. Change method for API request from get to patch and send it. And then we got unauthorized. We got that too. This may indicate you need to be authenticated. In Burp browser, log into the application using credentials. I'm quite sure I was logged in already. If it was that only, it's let's not read more. So we just need to access it. Come on. I guess we don't do this right now. So we can look at the history, right? So if you look at the proxy history here, let's see what order I logged in. So, oops. And the thing is, I don't want to lock it to this one either, or to the old one. Reddit stack. So everything from here to the bottom. So we got one request there, and then it died. So, and here we changed also. So this was our fourth attempt at connecting. So, API, products, one price, and insufficient funds. Yeah. So the site has been a little bit messy. So but we tried these things. And more. So where are we now? Options, API. So here is the I don't think, yeah, we tried it there, and then I went back, and I had problems typing too, because I only got one letter at the time. So I'm going to the next options. Let's patch. Here's options. Method not allowed. Yeah, we didn't get authentication, we got method not allowed. Yeah, and I had a bit fun with the number of sends there. We got funny messages. That might be why we got problems. Sent too many things. Yeah, method not allowed. We have a session cookie. And I kind of think we were logged in here. There we have unauthorized. Method not allowed, unauthorized. Yeah, so options got method not allowed. Yeah, and the get patch. Yeah, right. Yeah. Then we have the unauthorized. And I'm quite sure we were logged in, but maybe we were not logged in on that one. And I tested sending stuff. So I will leave it like for a bit. This one, I think my hubby got home, so I'm going to go talk to him a bit more. This doesn't work, right? I'm not touching it now. I'm leaving it just there. And we'll see what happens. Leaving it alone for a little bit. So just BRB, right? BRB. I should put this on my face. Ah! Yeah, I need to also. Right. Let's put on the news. Wow. There.
Title: Cartier discloses data breach amid fashion brand cyber attacks. Published June 2, 2025. Luxury fashion brand Cartier is warning customers it suffered a data breach that exposed customers' personal information after its systems were compromised. In notification letters sent today and shared by recipients on social media, Cartier revealed that hackers breached its systems and stole a limited amount of customer information. We are writing to inform you that an unauthorized party gained temporary access to our system and obtained limited client information, Cartier stated in the data breach notification. We contained the issue and have further enhanced the protection of our systems and data. According to the company, the compromised information includes names, email addresses, and countries where the customer resides. Cartier stresses that the breach did not include more sensitive data, such as passwords, credit card numbers, or banking details. However, the company warns that the stolen data could be used in targeted attacks, asking customers to remain vigilant against unsolicited or suspicious communications. Given the nature of the data, we recommend that you remain alert for any unsolicited communications or any other suspicious correspondence, the company added. Cartier says it has informed law enforcement about the incident and is working with an external cybersecurity company to remediate the breach. Bleeping Computer contacted Cartier to learn more about the breach, such as when it occurred and how many people were impacted, but has not received a reply at this time. Fashion brands under attack. This breach follows similar security incidents at other fashion brands disclosed over the past month. In May, Dior disclosed a data breach after threat actors breached its systems and stole customer contact details, purchase histories, and preferences. Also last month, Adidas warned customers about a data breach resulting from a compromise at one of its third-party service providers. The attackers accessed contact information but did not obtain any payment details or account credentials. Last week, Victoria's Secret took down its website and some store services because of an ongoing security incident. Like Cartier, Dior, and Adidas, Victoria's Secret has launched an investigation with cybersecurity experts. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4 to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Title: The North Face warns customers of April credential stuffing attack. Published June 2, 2025. Outdoor apparel retailer The North Face has warned customers that their personal information was stolen in a credential stuffing attack targeting its website in April 2025. The company's website was compromised by an attacker who launched a small-scale credential stuffing attack on April 23, 2025. This is the fourth such incident affecting The North Face since 2020. The data exposed in this breach includes full name, purchase history, shipping address, email address, date of birth, and telephone number. However, payment information was not compromised as an external provider handles payments on the site, and The North Face only retains a token required for the process. This incident is part of a pattern of cybersecurity failures for The North Face. Earlier this year, another credential stuffing attack impacted TheNorthFace.com and Timberland.com, exposing 15,700 accounts. In November 2020, two similar incidents affected over 200,000 customers, and in September 2022, another incident impacted around 10,000 customers. The North Face's decision not to enforce multi-factor authentication, MFA, on all accounts has led to these repeated breaches. The company is now sending data breach notifications to affected customers and will investigate the incident further. Title: SentinelOne, last week's 7-hour outage caused by software flaw. Published June 2, 2025. American cybersecurity company SentinelOne revealed over the weekend that a software flaw triggered a 7-hour-long outage on Thursday. This massive outage affected multiple customer-facing services in what SentinelOne described as a global service disruption. SentinelOne acknowledged the outage in a post published Thursday, reassuring customers that their systems were still protected. Customer endpoints are still protected at this time, but managed response services will not have visibility. Threat data reporting is delayed, not lost. Our initial RCA suggests this is not a security incident, SentinelOne said. In a root cause analysis issued 2 days later, the company confirmed the incident's root cause was not a cyber attack or a security breach but a software flaw in an infrastructure control system that deleted critical network routes and DNS resolver rules automatically, which caused most services to go down in all regions. Services were brought down after all required connecting infrastructure became reachable after a flaw in an outgoing cloud management function led to the restoration of an empty backup of the AWS Transit Gateway route table. SentinelOne is currently in the process of transitioning our production systems to a new cloud architecture built on infrastructure as code, IAC, principles. The deletion occurred after a soon-to-be deprecated, i.e. outgoing, control system was triggered by the creation of a new account, SentinelOne explained. A software flaw in the control system's configuration comparison function misidentified discrepancies and applied what it believed to be the appropriate configuration state, overriding previously established network settings. As this outgoing control system is no longer our source of truth for network configurations, it restored an empty route table. As a result of this outage, programmatic access to the company's services was also interrupted, while unified asset management/inventory and identity services were also brought down, blocking customers from viewing vulnerabilities or accessing identity consoles. The company added that the outage may have impacted data ingestion from various third-party services, as well as managed detection and response, MDR, alerts. SentinelOne says the customers' endpoints remained protected, even though their security teams couldn't log into the SentinelOne management console, access SentinelOne data, or manage SentinelOne services. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Times on June 4th to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot.
What good timing, just at the end of some news. So, my kid got 192 in, what is it called in English? Anyway, he got taxed 57 crowns. And, let's see. So my hubby thought we needed to tell them what account to send some money back to. They think it's just his tax. Your tax for the year. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. He's not getting anything back. Yeah, his tax account has plus 170. That's no need to put that in another account. So nothing needs to be done, whatever. So it's not like they automatically just send the money to you either. The government, they will just have them on your tax account. Actually, I should call them today for myself. Well, not today, because it's past the time. Oh no, trying to turn stuff off on my phone here, so I don't have lots of things. Beer. Yeah, let's see. Do you think we can do this now? Fingers crossed. Or hold the thumb as we do in Sweden. Yes. So, we're supposed to buy this. So now let's put this one over to the machine. I don't know why one of them that we got just didn't work, right? So let's just send a totally new one and do the same thing that we already did. Let's skip wordless for now. There, new URL. and it's going through burp. And this time I already did this 2 times. So we just go there, go to home, we buy the little light jacket, or put it in the basket. And add the cart, and then we go to this, and we place the order, and we get not enough store credit for this purchase. So now we should have these in burp, and we'll keep this one up so we can do the same things again, which is kind of annoying. Options and patches, what I did. I also did as they suggested to remove a part at a time, but as that didn't work, I'm not gonna redo the same failed thing. So let's see, where's the API one? There. Don't delay, purchase yours today. We got all funny little texts. I want to go back and look. Whatever. It's not up anymore. So, API. Let's just send that to the repeater. So it's the same as we started on last time. So let's just do the thing that worked. Oopsie. There, method not allowed, but we get allow and patch, get and patch, I mean. So we try patch instead. I'm surprised every time I can type now. Because it's just replaced with one letter before. Very odd thing. Oh. Okay, so only application JSON content type is supported. So it's actually telling us exactly what to do. And this is like too easy, right? So we go to extensions, convert to JSON. If this odd information is always send. Yeah, price parameter missing. So let's do price 0 plus 0. Okay. Valid and not non-negative. So let's go back to the price information ones. Here. Oh, 0.00 and dollars. Well, let's try that. Valid non-negative integer. So I kind of tried this already. Now let's actually go back, and as I'm new to this, I'm learning. I don't mind looking at their suggestion, but we had done the bit at the start, and that was a bit annoying. So, yeah, so I marked we got this before. API price, get patch, then send request. No, so the cost and error due to incorrect content type. Yeah. The content type to the application. Add a content type header. Set the validate application JSON. Add an empty to request body of the missing price parameter. Well, we didn't get that. We got let's look, because I knew there should be price there, right? So I don't even know if I added it. We had a colon. Yeah, price parameter is missing. Yeah, we got that. And price 0, send the request. Reload the jacket. No, we got an error message. Okay. Ah, it says 0, so it worked. No, that's a store credit. The price is still lead. Okay, so the difference I made from their suggestion was that I used their suggested extension, content type converter, instead of just adding a header. So I guess I should have been manually doing it, which is what I usually do, because I just never had any extensions before now. So let's go back here and see what actually this conversion did here. Here's the content type, and it added the content length too. Let's remove charset, and let's remove all of this. Internal server error. Yeah. So we are getting the same stuff though. This is annoying when this happens. So what I did worked. So method not allowed. But we got get and patch are allowed. We changed to patch because get is what we started with. And then we got JSON is the only thing supported. And then we changed to JSON. And we got price parameter missing, still the same. And this was my second test then, doing it manually. And then we have me adding price. The price parameter must be negative, valid non-negative integer. This is what I get, not what they get. And I tried different formats. I tried one. And as we have 0 credits, this is what should work, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. What? Yeah, it's 17. So content length 17. And if I resend the one, and if I copy their text. Oh, so I think it had these. I don't think this will work. But yeah. So we copied this from here, just to make it sure we have the same format, right?
Pandatong says,
I was just thinking of you, having to dig into this user account with PowerShell and remove hidden rules, after he got compromised.
So, oh, this one doesn't even have a... Okay, so someone got compromised. That's not good. Alt GR for that. Oh, right. Don't put that in a separate line, though it shouldn't matter. It should be friendly to this too, but it's no longer the right number of characters. But Burp will fix it when we send it. 25 characters now. Yeah, what to do with this? Which is, yeah. So I hope they're okay, Panda, that you didn't lose some important thing there. So I'm thinking that their thing didn't work for us, right? So let's see community solutions. Okay, so that's videos. Okay, so somewhere at the end.
So this is absolutely normal because
Yeah, they're having exactly the same problem. Exactly where I started the video. So let's
I'm
see.
not even using an integer, I'm using string. Let me remove the double quotes.
Well, that's what I
And let me
tested.
send and see what's going to happen. And here we go. Now it returns.
Okay, but I just tested that. I just tested that, right? I tested that. I'm quite sure I sent it to. If it timed out again, I'm dying. It worked. If I go back in the history and look, I know I didn't have the last end parenthesis. I think I deleted the end parenthesis too. So it doesn't say solved yet because we actually have to go to the cart and place order too. Ah, well,
You dropped this.
Yeah, I dropped that. I totally dropped that. So let's add this to cart. So the price is put in the cart when you put it there. So let's look in the cart again. Now we have one for 0 and we place it. Yeah, that's annoying. But the most annoying bit was having to restart it several times. So let's go back now and see in my history if we have the little... Yeah, I still had the decimals there. That's why. Yeah, and it's not an integer then. So... Ah, did you see it disappeared there? That's why I thought I deleted it at least, so... Oh, so when I clicked here, it ended up there. And here it was gone. On this one. We got internal server error, and then I saw that missing. And I copied from this one again, the format, over here. Yeah. We were so close on the short time because... Yeah, this is what I did here. But I was unauthorized, and I thought I was logged in, so that was really the problem. Here we got unauthorized. So, and then I thought that we needed to be another user because I was already logged in, right? So that made it more complicated. Are there any notes to do here? Not really. Because we already made notes on all those things. On the last one, I made a little note here. So this is what we did. Should we make another... another one. Example. Because it's good to have examples, right? If we have examples, we don't need to be like, I remember doing something like this. Buy jacket with nothing. And we log in, put in our cart. And I'm trying to buy. Getting no money. I think it's a bit funny to say to monies because it's actually monies exist apparently in the English language, but I've never heard. You just say money, right? So it's odd that they're. So it's like sounds like slang when it's not. Is it like old? Whatever. I googled sometime when I was like, what? It actually says money here on this thing, and it's actually a word. Getting air. Let's do something. So failed. There. That's less characters, kind of. Found API. So I try to do this right thing too. Oopsie. Was used. And then we have a little table of what we actually did. So insert table. And let's do the requests from the start. Was this a start? Yeah, I tried that first. I did. So then it tabs as it should again. Sometimes it's doing it the right way, sometimes it's popping out. So let's do options uppercase just because of readability, right? And the response was method not allowed. Yeah, this is what I have up here. This is why I'm making a table, because we can have several lines. I was kind of not thinking of this being one line JSON expanded, so I thought it would become like this too. So then we did a patch. No. there. And then we have kind of few of these with different information. Yeah, actually, let's close that so don't tab there by mistake. It's only the interesting bit of the. 2 times I tabbed, and I tabbed to the wrong program only. And then we have the little plus here. The plus is there. And I want this to be moved. How can I move this? I can't. Can I like will this change it? No. Or maybe. Oh, whatever. What else? I think it's somewhat readable, right? Gonna close that. And then we did. So what we really did between these is add in this line and the data. But if we copy this and just add it here and make a new line and send, we timed out again. I'm Gahaga. Yeah, failed to close correctly. So we can't get any more information now. It's dead. So this is really what we added. Actually, that's kind of required. Here I am tabbing back and forth, right? This is like the logical step to do, right? So using the format that it sends us. So we sent this, and then we got that. Find code. Oh, here we can see a 400. Oh no. I need a shift enter. Only content type is supported. And then type 400. Error price parameter. Should we do this? Is it more readable? I do not want to take more space than is necessary though. So yeah. So we added price and we got error. Parameter must be valid, non-negative integer. And then we there. But it took me looking at a video to manage that. And if I had really looked at the format here, I could have seen that this one has only a number, right? The normal JSON. Let's keep the same format. What? Okay. Send to repeater. I'm also done send to repeater. So of course I wanted to copy that again. And then we go to add new item to cart. And it wasn't called buy it. It was called something else. Place order. Whatever. It was probably lowercase there. The content type converter was used to set content type to JSON. No. So here we have not used the Open API, and I'm not sure there are any more labs here. There are no more labs. No, there. There's one more lab. I kind of want to start this one again though, which is so annoying, but I want to try the other one. So, other one. We could try the other extension that we just installed. That's called OpenAPI Parser. So let's grab this. Hop over here. OpenAPI Parser. OpenAPI. I don't know why I closed Firefox. That was stupid. So let's just click something that gets a price. And I guess we log into because now let's try it out with and without. Right, so this should have sent a price check. So API price. So now might we be able to send this to OpenAPI? No, let's send it there anyway. So I send the URL there. So maybe we first just try with the base one, right? There's probably still in my copy paste, and we send this here, and we do load, I guess. Do I click browse first? And enable to read the resource. Check the extensions log. Where's the little druggy thingy? Don't I have a druggy thingy? So all there is. Okay. So then we add our little API bit here. And then it has a full API URL instead. Browse. Load. I have no idea how this works. So it was syncing. How do I scan? With a very useful page. We're already here. Okay, so
Poo.
burp. Just because of that, I'll do this.
The OpenAPI parser extension streamlines the process of assessing web services that use OpenAPI-based APIs. The extension offers the following features, not an exhaustive list. OpenAPI specifications can be parsed from a file or URL. The extension can also fetch OpenAPI specifications directly from a URL using the Send to OpenAPI parser option
It's
in the
probably
target
too
-sitemap
basic,
context
that's why it
menu.
doesn't work.
Parse OpenAPI specification, formerly known as the Swagger specification, fully compliant with OpenAPI 2.0/3.0/3.1
Yeah,
specifications,
it's too
OAS.
basic.
Requests can be directly viewed and edited within the extension before sending them to other burp tools. Requests can be sent to the following burp tools.
So
requests matching specific criteria, set in the Parameters tab, can be intercepted to automatically replace the parsed parameter values with user-defined values. This feature allows for fine-tuning of the requests before sending them to other burps tools, example scanner. Edited requests can be viewed within the modified request.
Yeah, I'm curious what it
OpenAPI
looks
parser,
like.
tab of
Hopefully
burps
they
message
will
editor.
have an
Row
example that
highlighting
it
allows
works
statistics to
with.
highlight interesting API calls and / or color code them for screenshotting / reporting purposes.
So
includes an export to CSV feature, allowing users to easily export selected API requests in CSV format for further analysis or reporting.
So the only
Supports both
reason for
JSON and
opening
YAML
that
formats.
again was to see if it worked. But that it didn't work, it's not like a problem really. So let's see, that's one lab, 2 labs, there, and another lab. So right, so if I click here, we hop up to the very start of the document. So maybe I should use these. Just, oh, this one also expands. So this is new stuff here, right? Whatever, let's just scroll down. Using intruder to find hidden endpoints. Can I get this not to be dark blue? No. Once you have identified some initial API endpoints, you can use Intruder to uncover hidden endpoints. For example, consider a scenario where you have identified the following endpoint for updating user information. To identify hidden endpoints, you can use Burp Intruder to find other resources with the same structure. For example, you could add a payload to the update position of a path with a list of other common functions, such as delete and add. We're looking for hidden endpoints. Use where list based on common API naming conventions. And that's what I was looking for, right? And I found a very odd list that didn't have these things. It was just mega long names. Like 3-word names. 4 even. API naming conventions and industry terms. Make sure you also include terms that are relevant to the application based on your initial data. Yes, so I get that we can do this with Intruder, but Intruder is slow, so we don't want to do it with Intruder. We want our own list. I also know that we can download verbs list if we wanted to. I'm a bit tired. Yeah. I'm thinking on checking on my kids, but let's eat some chocolate instead. Oh, my hubby's home now too, so it's not like they're abandoned. They're 17 and 15 in a week, so I have a birthday coming up. I don't have toddlers. This is the I took a bite of this before running is right because I was hungry. I don't want to throw it out. So how to eat it? Not my fault at all. I'm totally healthy. So, thinking notes here. But mostly API word list. Let's, instead of Googling on the VM, let's do it here. Word. I didn't spell world list again. Right. API. Now let's do enumeration. Right. And I'm kind of thinking this might be the same we had. They look very similar to what I found before. Also this, right? So this is what we looked at before. Seen in wild. And they were all very long. A B. It's mostly for listing them, right? So, is there a delete? Because I searched for whatever it was we had. So, it didn't exist. So, if we go to D here, there's no only delete. There's also delete complicated stuff, right? So, but usually that's a good thing. I mean, delete character or something else, not just delete all the things. So if it's in real world, that's probably this is what it is. But I want like a CTF style list for APIs. So let's check here. I don't think needs much explanation. Those are a good API fuzzing word list, but most only came across general purpose ones in the set list. There, so on. So let's check that one. With ChatGPT, you make your own. I think these are quite big. This is so melted. It is 30.8. Actually cooling off a little bit. So, if we want lots of words, we shouldn't use ChatGPT. It doesn't give words. We do DeepSeek. Please generate a 2000 word long API name word list. One name per line. Include examples. I learned that yesterday. API. Add. Delete. User. What was it we had? Well, task. I don't want to steer it that way. What else could we add? Let's see. I was planning to say one. Yeah, point per line. I did. Should we put on the news while we wait? So ChatGPT would have been never answering. What do you think? I'm curious if there's duplicates in this now, and if it's actually 2000. I'm thinking we can use some Linux on it. Opening mousepad. Okay. I already had one. Some of those words are a bit odd. Scene. And Malok is going flipped out totally. Let's copy what it has. See if this works. Click the copy. I don't like calling text files.txt, but so it is at C tire oil taillight. Triangulate. Yeah, maybe these exist, but I'm thinking that malloc free. And it also has well, where is it getting the words from? Khotan, and I'm kind of thinking if I copy it now and replace all the old ones, we're going to have more than 2000, right? Because it's still going. And I said 2000, and it has XR again. I didn't say that this was perfect. I said just, I think ChatGPT would have been like, we can do both. Let's give it the same prompt. Has been generated. The first 10 entries. Download the full list here. I did it without problems. And this sounds more like an actual list. But it didn't continue my list that I said. This is good to have it as a txt file. Come on. Is it Notepad that slow now? While we wait, I'm gonna go check. Yeah. Playing a little game in the background, I just noticed it popping up there. Yeah, it did something stupid. Let's try that. So that's a idle game. It's just playing all by itself. So let's see now. Click. Okay, I guess we open the folder. It's also sorted the list. And delete itself is not in there. So let's ask it. What happened with my examples and the following the style they had? Singular word and flat, no underscore, no compound word. I generally generate the compound names like instead of following your style. Let me generate the list properly. Single word per line, no underscores, flat items like common API keywords or resource names. Okay, corrected for list. So I don't like it really to download a file, but I guess it makes it harder for it to get lost and live forever, right? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's we already have that up. So the folder I meant. So did it have also auth only APIs? Only API too in there. Yeah, API too. API all APIs position. What do you think? Cart account, cart delete. Yeah. So I'm thinking we could just put all of them together. It's just little data anyway, right? We just asked for 2000 gets IDs ID. Uh, could you please make a list with your own suggested format for most used API words. Yeah, let's see, please. Yeah, I did already do that. You have to be nice to the AI, right? Do you think DeepSpeak stopped? Or is it still going? Raise responses. Continue. So it did stop. And now it has a lot of words in there. Let's see how many it has before it stopped. Because I asked for 2000, right? And this is 3200. And oil and tire and MPH, new rename. I'm very curious to sort this list and just use one of everything and see how many lines it gets. Now let's ask it the same question we just asked. Yeah, this is why we don't want long lists here too. Common API words. Downloads. So this is not 2000 words. I should have said that. So it has done its job. Well, alright, I was gonna copy the question. The last one. Please, please. Please. So, maybe this was better. I shouldn't have given examples. So the guys that told me to do examples, I'm listening to this one, right? They just said that examples are good, and I trust them. They're much better at this. Oh. But that was more complicated things, right? Okay. So it's not doing only what I asked it for. It's also doing even error codes. Common resources, development and testing. Yeah, well, go for it. Storage and databases. Yeah, it's quite nice that it has, like, say why the reason for using these words in there. Yeah, but I'll just get the words out. Why have they added this? This list covers the most fundamental of working use API terms across various domains. Let me know if you'd like to expand any specific category or add more specialized terms. Could you also please make one with common ones used in CTFs? Because I don't think in real world is a bit different often. If it's not the same. Thanks. Now let's go up and copy this list. So this one has a copy thing. This one does not, because it's just a list. So we'll have to select all of the text. Where is the end here? So I prefer that way, actually. So let's make a new document here. Okay. Lots of headers. We have a empty line of general CTF terms. Well, we're not gonna hack the CTF database. That's not the point. More like that we probably use delete instead of delete this specific thingy, so I don't want to for real delete my all my users, but just the specific little thingy of it. Well, that's one name, right? This I don't believe in. Cryptography. Well, it's giving us lots of words, so make sure that we know everything about everything. That's possible, right? Nah. Let's continue. Let's continue. I kind of derailed a bit while I ate the chocolate, so let's go back. We found these two, but we didn't really derail because it told us that we can use Burke Intruder, which is, you know, slow in the free one. So we might want our own lists. And now we have some lists. We have 3 lists from here, Notepad. Oh, that's that one. That's not a list. So there. Okay, so this one was opened several times. Okay, so it actually opened them when I did this thing. but it didn't actually pop them on top. Okay. Um. mm, This is API name. Well, these are possible, right? So let's put them all in one list. Even the stupid ones. We're going to duplicate, check, and sort. And that will also remove all the extra names. Maybe we should delete the headers here. So look how pretty the search is now. No, it needs to be 2 in a row. Otherwise it won't work. Eh, what did it do there? What did it do? So, no. Let's search for the next one. Control G. Let's keep this in. Why not? This will be done in 2 seconds. So, there. So, let's just get rid of the... Not that it matters really, right? No more empty lines here. So, let's... did I already add the common EP words? I don't think so. And if I did, it will still delete them all, right? So, common EP words. Paste. Paste. That was the API name word list, the first one. So let's go. Open. Oh. I was going to go open recent. Sorry for complicating things. There's no open recent. Notepad. So that was useless. Let's just check quickly. Download common API words flat API name word list. I think that's the one we haven't done already. Let's check. Yeah, hope so. In there? No, it's in there. So, let's play with this one a little bit. And thus, I don't remember these commands. I just don't use them very often because I usually don't sort word lists. Let's just. I'm sure I have something here. Sort, of course. Sort. Here we have the whole thing. This is what I want. So too bad it's not in text. But then we type it. So cat list .txt 5 to put. Because it will count the number and type print it out. Alright. We don't need it, we can just do this. There are more duplicates. So we didn't need to do the unique. So sort U, that's the only thing. Sort U, unique. Yeah, I remember Googling that. So cd var lists and they're executable. My lists, very useful to have executable text files. It's executable. Well, we could type in letters something executable. I don't think so. I'm not gonna fix it now. It's okay. I don't care. So sort U AP, and this will only type it to the screen. So we need to set the API names. Sort.txt. So that's how much doubles we had. About half of it is gone. Especially the list. Of course there was overlap, right? So let's mouse pad this one again. So should we get rid of the numbers? 2G, 4G, account, ACL. Now we have add cart and add cart. Add cart rule. Comment, add comment. So how many lines in total? 5,000 353. And when I save, I think it adds a new line. Yeah, it does. So that's a minus of mousepad. It adds a line at the end. And we have the funny names like XR and C, and yeah, I guess all the letters should they really be in there. You never know. There's no W one. I don't care. It doesn't have to be complete. What I wanted to check was F Git. No. No, let's actually just do that. And I kind of always want that to be in there. It's a good word to have in a word list. And I think it added all my example ones. So we have this one. This actually our API names.txt, and then we can API and remove sort. Also, let's actually remove the dash. That's better. Just easier to type API names, right? Just APIs, maybe. Home word lists, APIs. And I don't like text files to have the name. So, easy typing. So now it's as short as a 3-letter one. That's all 3-letter combinations, I think. Oh well, let's continue the reading. I'm just checking that the stream is still. Using internet to find hidden endpoints, and I'm thinking we'll try something else. Fuzzing for endpoints and API. API fuzzing 101. So let's show what it show us some commands. So what I think is that we won't always get a normal reply, like 200 okay or something, right? It might be odd replies. Now let's go back to the repeater and check out our almost here. Yeah, these are 200 okays. There are also 400. Yeah, so we'll probably get something like this. So might need a special tool to understand that this is an actual good thing. When it's a bad 400 bad request. Let's see, where's the initial? Yeah, here. 400 client error, only JSON, right? So if we don't send JSON data, we got this. So we won't think this is, if we just go bustred, it might not show up there. And it kinda didn't, right? So I'm thinking, give me some commands. But didn't you give us any commands in here? Oh, we'll have to make our own. If you're not using a tool that automates the process, you can write simple script using Python, curl or any other tool to send HTTP requests, make it log all responses, especially error codes. So, because that'll probably be the normal ones. It's just a normal, not just a normal web page. So this might be interesting to read, but it's not what I wanted. With Ferret Buzzer, that's what we tried first. Rough medium directories. So if I set something, that would probably be it. So it finds, what does it say? Can't click to make it bigger. How to do it manually. 405, yeah, I thought so. Thanks, admin user bug membership. So now we should add everything we see to that list, really, right? Using post method. Put and delete. Ooh. M put delete. M post. Learn something? We have a quite short list there, though. Yeah, and also, I know I talked about making one to see the output, right? I don't remember if we finished that project, or if we didn't. So, I mean, you can always make your own tool, right? And it doesn't have to be complicated at all. It can be a simple Python script. So, the thing is that if there's a good tool, like Nmap, you know, for port scanning, it's hard to make a better one, right? All the scripts and all the things. Ah, we just saw JavaScript link finder. Link finder. LangFinderPy.js. So it gives a JS path. That is very interesting because this is where we fail. This is it's a very simple thing. I'm assuming it will check for just like API or something, right? Not a long script. EG API. Okay. Okay, that's the argument parser. Or at least only 2 mentions of API. Then it's not really that it does. I'm just gonna check the main code here. It's annoying that it's so much space here because I think it's indented already. So the parsing, okay, they don't have functions. Should we run this? If we open this one again, we know a file, we know a Java file that we can run this on. And the source where we found this makes me, I also looked quite a lot at the code. So didn't read all the lines, 4K stars at least, and it's old, right? So because it was bad. It's just test parser that is changed. So should we do this on Kali or on Windows? Let's check requirements. I'm assuming JS Beautifier. Okay. Interesting. Actually, now I need to search this. Deobfuscate. Okay, so you can run it here too. Interesting. We could use this too. So, what I was interested in was the code, of course, and the stars and the age. We found the bug 3 months ago. Okay. So let's see. So there's no releases or anything for this one. It's just a git clone. Permission denied. Okay, why? Git clone. Oh, do you know why I got permission denied? I'm in opt. There. Time that I won't fault the mounts on my system. So I assume the problem is on the git side. Yes, we can cd there. So all right. Yeah, I guess we'll set an environment and stuff. We probably need that, right? Which is a bit annoying with Python now, right? No, it's over here. Programming Git. And I shouldn't look, I should just not get Python. I don't know why. So there's made this for my course using this. Python. Yeah, it's just a normal M. It's an M command vn. And this directory. I should know. And if we sudo, stuff will be funny. So let's actually not do that. Let's dot or star or what? I guess we should do star too. Because I don't want to mess with everything. Yeah, and for some reason dot doesn't take it. Right? So we X'd it too now. I don't care. I'm just gonna run the same thing again. So now we have permissions to all the darn things here. So now we have a VM in here. So, and Yeah, VN overwrote the get ignore. This is the error I found a bit ago. So let's check the original get ignore. So it was overridden. This is their get ignore. And VM overrode it with us. How pro is this by Python doing this? Not very, because I cloned this up to my repo for my own project, and I didn't get all the files. It's removing star. It's ignoring star, right? Because it doesn't want to do bin and include and lib64 in PyVM CFG. It's so tough to write all those things that it created. That's odd, very odd. So let's do the installation again. I think it didn't actually run the command, so we'll have to type it all up again. I don't have anything up on my other screen. Only the ignore file. Right, we need to activate. So source then activate link finder, and then we do F3 install and R since we're doing file and requirements.txt is the file. And there's only one thing in here, it's the one we checked out. Beautiful JS beautifier. And it has dependencies. Okay. So now we have link finder, which is in this directory. And it works. And it wants some input. So I thought that why not read this instead? URL or file. And if we create a new version of this, solved one here, there's a JS file in there. And we can practice finding files from here. And I am totally not good at this. So where do we have files? We can probably see them in network, right? JS? No, because I don't know, let's just click all the tabs. Storage sounds like files. No, it's not storage, it's not files. Yeah, I need to so be better at this. Where do I find the files? API testing. Did I actually find? No. This is not the right ones. This is the last one that had a JS file. Yeah, I totally made a mistake. I have to click this link too. So I'm looking for something that's not there. At least I got a little practice. This is a site with a JS file we want to check out, right? I think there's some things you need to reload for, right? So if I had clicked that first, I would have seen it. That's the JS file we want to check out. So where will I get the full path to this file? Can I get it just like this? Copy value, copy URL. So let's dash what I remembered totally flew out of my head. Too many GitHub pages here. I for input, and it says I input there, so I if URL name starts with product and product ID null, output. So it's B regex input HD. H is help, D is domain. So now I can tab in the browser or in the machine there. Opt link finder output. I can't read this. Product. Resources JS API product price. URL path if URL path name starts with product and product ID is not known. So we already know the answer here, right? This is, I wanted to give us this, right? There's a link for this. Well, this is called product ID in the code.
Too Fantastic says. Hard grind to fix it 42 loves fix it
Hi,
42 wave.
fantastic. I don't think I've been grinding that hard for a bit. Though it is almost 7 hours, isn't it? Maybe that's a little bit. So I just wanted to test this new tool that I found, Link Finder, and it didn't really give me anything. But maybe it's because I'm giving it the wrong options here. So I just gave it input file or folder wildcards star.js. See why to print it. By the way, let's actually check the file. So here. So let's show me this one. Opening new tab. Here we got the code. So if we just search for API in here, we have the API products, the number of the product ID and price, and this is what I wanted to find. Right? It didn't. Maybe it was too easy for it when it's called API. So what it says is path name if path name starts with. Let's copy this line and let's find it in here. That's a bad copy. My computer is funny sometimes. So not a space, but there. This is the line it wrote as output. It is a little bit lower than this one with API. Path name starts with product ID. Window unload. So this is what we wanted. This is what we got. Maybe it's too easy when it's not expecting things to be called API. But how often are they not called API? I mean, it's not like it's totally uncommon, isn't it? Oh, we're going to continue with reading the. So we finish this one today. So let's close those out. So I was just reading this, thinking I don't want to just use PurpIntruder, right? And then I kind of found this tool when Googling for other ways to fuss. So lots of searching for ways to fuss APIs, like word lists. Hey, we made our own word list too with DeepSeek and ChatGPT. We sorted it. We'll sort Linux -u to unique it, so it's not as duplicates. And then fussing for hidden API endpoints didn't give us much, except for this thing that we just tested here. Link Finder. This is from where I found it. So what does this one say about it? Link Finder PI 0 CLI. Oh, yeah, let's try that. It should still be up if we're quick. So -O, I'm assuming, not 0 CLI. We want the output to the CLI, please. Not to HTML, that was horrible. Product, yeah, so it's found the same thing, but we got a prettier output instead of a horrible unreadable web page that looked like this. We just got product. Oh, we actually got product here, and this is the line where it found it. And it didn't find the line above it that I hopefully still have open, or did I close it? I closed it, right? Oh, whatever. Here it is. So this is the line it found. This is what we wanted it to find. Where's actually API products? Product ID. So it is API products though. Yeah. And I gave it. Yeah, I gave it this path with API. No, I gave it the Java file. So I don't know anything that is called API in before the product. I don't. So now we can close that too. And we just check this out because it was in there, and the JS Beautify looks like a tool we can use if I don't already have it and don't remember it. We checked out the beautifier. I can check that later. We also read this about using, and I kind of just want to add these, make sure these are on the list later. So I'll keep it up. This one I'll keep up for remembering to check it a little bit more too. Before we continue reading, I'm just gonna go check on the family a little bit quick, and then I'll be back and we'll read the rest and do the lost lab. So we're done with this bit of it. I'll put on the news again. See
Title,
if it,
Google Chrome to distrust Chunghwa
if it
Telecom.
fell
NetLock
asleep
certificates
again.
in August. Published, June 2nd, 2025.
Llama fell asleep. It had to restart it.
Google has announced that it will no longer trust root CA certificates signed by Chunghwa Telecom and NetLock in its Chrome root store due to a pattern of compliance failures and failure to make improvements. This change is set to take effect in Google Chrome version 139, scheduled for release on August 1, 2025. The tech giant cites ongoing compliance failures, broken improvement commitments, and lack of measurable progress as the reasons for this action. Chunghwa Telecom is Taiwan's largest telecom provider, operating internet, mobile, and fixed-line services, while NetLock is a significant Hungarian provider of digital certification services. Both entities have acted as public certification authorities, CA, for years, with their certificates included in the Chrome root store, meaning Chrome trusted them by default. Starting on August 1, 2025, Google Chrome will display a "Your connection is not private" warning when users visit websites that continue to use certificates issued by Chunghwa Telecom or NetLock. This action will break the smooth browsing experience on impacted sites and create trust issues for visitors. Impacted web admins are recommended to take action now and switch to a trusted CA as soon as possible. This change is part of Google's efforts to tighten standards for publicly trusted HTTPS/TLS certificates, which were signaled by new mandatory security requirements announced in March 2025. The decision follows similar actions taken against Entrust in June 2024, highlighting the importance of meeting industry compliance and security standards. Title: Microsoft and CrowdStrike partner to link hacking group names. Published, June 2, 2025. Microsoft and CrowdStrike announced today that they've partnered to connect the aliases used for specific threat groups without actually using a single naming standard. As the two companies explained on Monday, this will be done by mapping, or linking, the different names their security analysts use for each group they track. Microsoft has updated its threat actor reference guide with a list of common hacking groups tracked by CrowdStrike and Redmond, all mapped using each company's naming systems. This reference guide serves as a starting point, a way to translate across naming systems so defenders can work faster and more efficiently, especially in environments where insights from multiple vendors are in play, said Vasu Jakal, Corporate Vice President for Microsoft Security. This effort is not about creating a single naming standard. Rather, it's meant to help our customers and the broader security community align intelligence more easily, respond faster, and stay ahead of threat actors. This naming taxonomy mapping effort is the initial step towards making tracking overlapping threat actor activity easier and avoiding unnecessary confusion and complexity. As Microsoft also revealed today, Google/Mandiant and Palo Alto Networks Unit 42 will also be contributing their own information to make attribution faster and clearer, with other cybersecurity companies likely to join this initiative in the future. After more security firms join this alliance and start sharing their telemetry data, this initiative will bring clarity and make it simpler for network defenders to translate naming systems and build a far more accurate view of malicious campaigns. CrowdStrike and Microsoft are proud to take the first step, but we know this must be a community-led initiative to succeed, added Adam Myers, Senior Vice President for Intelligence at CrowdStrike. Together, the companies have already deconflicted more than 80 threat actors through direct, analyst-led collaboration. These represent some of the most active and sophisticated adversaries in the world. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4 to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Title: Russian market emerges as a go-to shop for stolen credentials. Published, June 2, 2025. The Russian market, a popular cybercrime marketplace, has seen significant growth in recent years, particularly after the takedown of the Genesis market in 2023. This surge in popularity is attributed to the availability of InfoStealer logs at affordable prices, with some logs selling for as low as $2. InfoStealers are malicious software that steal credentials such as account passwords, session cookies, credit card data, and cryptocurrency wallet information from infected devices. According to ReliaQuest's analysis of over 1.6 million posts on the Russian market, InfoStealer malware has become increasingly popular among threat actors, with 61% of stolen logs containing SOS credentials and 77% including SSO, single sign-on, credentials. The most widely used InfoStealer malware, Llama, was recently disrupted by a global law enforcement operation that seized over 2,300 domains. However, in its wake, a new InfoStealer named Acreed has rapidly gained traction on the Russian market, with over 4,000 logs uploaded within its first week of operations. Acreed targets data stored in Chrome and Firefox derivatives, including passwords, cookies, cryptocurrency wallets, and credit card details. The rise of Acreed highlights the evolving threat landscape and the need for vigilance and good software download practices to avoid InfoStealer infections. The long-term consequences of Llama's disruption are still unclear, but Acreed's swift ascent suggests that cybercrime groups will continue to adapt and evolve in response to law enforcement efforts. As a result, it is essential for organizations to adopt modern patching strategies and automation techniques to stay ahead of the threat actors and minimize risk. Title: Microsoft ships emergency patch to fix Windows 11 startup failures. Published, June 2, 2025. Microsoft has released an out-of-band update to address a known issue causing Windows 11 systems to enter recovery mode after installing the KB5058405 security update. The problem affects Windows 11 version 22H2/23H2 systems in enterprise environments, particularly Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Virtual Desktop, and on-premises virtual machines hosted on Citrix or Hyper-V. Users may see a 0xC0000098 recovery error with the message "Device must be repaired due to an issue with ACPI.sys." The company acknowledged the problem on Thursday and released KB5062170 as a non-security update through Microsoft Update Catalog. The update is recommended for users who have already applied the May 2025 security update and are experiencing issues, or those who have not yet deployed the update but use virtual desktop infrastructure on Windows 11 versions 22H2 and 23H2. This issue is part of a broader pattern of Microsoft addressing known problems with out-of-band updates. In April, the company fixed an latent code issue that caused some systems to be upgraded to Windows 11 despite Intune policies. Earlier this month, another round of emergency out-of-band updates was shipped to mitigate a Windows 10 bug forcing PCs into BitLocker recovery after installing May 2025 security updates. Microsoft's recommendation is to use Azure Virtual Machine repair commands or apply the OLB update manually using standalone MSU packages from the Microsoft Update Catalog. The company notes that PCs running Windows Home or Pro editions in home environments are unlikely to face these issues due to their different virtual machine usage patterns. Title: Qualcomm fixes 3 Adreno GPU 0 days exploited in attacks. Published, June 2, 2025. Qualcomm has released security patches for 3 zero-day vulnerabilities in the Adreno Graphics Processing Unit, GPU, driver that impact dozens of chipsets and are actively exploited in targeted attacks. The company says 2 critical flaws, tracked as KVET 2025-21479 and KVET 2025-21480, were reported through the Google Android security team in late January, and a third high-severity vulnerability, KVET 2025-27038, was reported in March. The first two are both graphics framework incorrect authorization weaknesses that can lead to memory corruption because of unauthorized command execution in the GPU micronode while executing a specific sequence of commands, while KVET 2025-27038 is a use after free causing memory corruption while rendering graphics using Adreno GPU drivers in Chrome. There are indications from Google Threat Analysis Group that KVET 2025-21479, KVET 2025-21480, KVET 2025-27038 may be under limited, targeted exploitation, Qualcomm warned in a Monday advisory. Patches for the issues affecting the Adreno Graphics Processing Unit, GPU, driver have been made available to OEMs in May together with a strong recommendation to deploy the update on affected devices as soon as possible. This month, Qualcomm has also addressed a buffer overread in data network stack and connectivity, KVET 2024-53026, that unauthenticated attackers can exploit to gain access to restricted information using invalid RTCP packets sent during a VoLTE/VOWIFI IMS calls. In October, the company fixed another zero-day, KVET 2024-43047, that the Serbian Security Information Agency, BIA, and the Serbian police exploited to unlock seized Android devices belonging to activists, journalists, and protesters using Celebrite's data extraction software. While investigating the attacks, Google's Threat Analysis Group, TAG, found evidence suggesting that devices were also infected with Novispy spyware using an exploit chain to circumvent Android's security mechanisms and install itself persistently at the kernel level. 1 year earlier, Qualcomm also warned that threat actors were exploiting 3 more zero-day vulnerabilities in its GPU and compute DSP drivers. In recent years, the company has patched various other chipset security flaws that could let attackers access users' text messages, call history, media files, and real-time conversations. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4 to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Fetched 10 articles from Cyberscoop. Title: CrowdStrike, Microsoft aim to eliminate confusion in threat group attribution. Published, June 3, 2025. CrowdStrike and Microsoft have announced a partnership to standardize threat group naming conventions across their platforms, aiming to clarify inconsistencies in attribution analysis and provide a shared understanding of threat actor names. The initiative seeks to remove confusion among defenders by acknowledging overlap in groups assigned multiple names by different companies. The effort does not call for a universal naming standard or change the frameworks used by each company, but rather removes confusion about overlapping groups. CrowdStrike and Microsoft are providing an open invitation for other competitors to participate, with Google's Mandiant and Palo Alto Networks Unit 42 already working on the initiative. Threat intelligence professionals have long debated the challenges of threat group naming conventions, which can create confusion and disrupt coordinated response efforts. A shared baseline for threat actor names is seen as a game changer for defenders trying to act fast, improving cyber attack response and reducing blind spots. The partnership aims to provide an authoritative guide on threat groups, with CrowdStrike and Microsoft publishing a list of over 80 aligned threat groups. However, experts note that the initiative has limitations, including business interests and marketing opportunities that can create conflicts, as well as the need for organizations to maintain their own naming and classification schema. The most important goal is to ensure defenders understand when threat intelligence firms are talking about the same group with defined boundaries. While the initiative may not be perfect, it marks a step forward in taking the onus off practitioners having to do this legwork themselves. Title: Experts endorse Sean Cairncross for National Cyber Director ahead of Senate hearing. Published, June 3, 2025. A group of 24 cyber experts, including former government officials and industry leaders from both Republican and Democratic administrations, have endorsed Sean Cairncross for the position of National Cyber Director. The endorsement comes ahead of a Senate committee hearing on Thursday where Cairncross's nomination will be considered alongside fellow nominee Sean Planky to lead the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. The experts emphasized Cairncross's experience in both public and private sectors, as well as his ability to navigate government and build coalitions. They noted that while he may not have extensive cyber experience compared to previous nominees, his skills and qualities make him well suited for the role. Signatories include notable figures such as former Department of Homeland Security officials Kirstjen Nielsen and Chad Wolf, as well as industry leaders from prominent cybersecurity firms. The letter highlights Cairncross's strong record of public service, outstanding credentials, and commitment to advancing U.S. national security. The experts expressed their unanimous support for his nomination, stating that he is exceedingly well prepared to tackle the challenges facing the nation in terms of cybersecurity. With this endorsement from a respected group of cyber experts, Cairncross's chances of being appointed as National Cyber Director may have increased. Title: Future Ready Cybersecurity, Lessons from the MITRE CVE Crisis. Published, June 3, 2025. The recent funding crisis surrounding MITRE's Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures (CVE) program has highlighted the fragility of the current security ecosystem. The CVE program, which provides a shared framework for discussing vulnerabilities, relies on access to its 279,000 publicly available records to identify, categorize, and prioritize vulnerabilities. A disruption to the system would have significant and immediate effects, including deterioration of national vulnerability databases, NVD, disruption to security tools, impact on incident response, critical infrastructure risks, global supply chain vulnerabilities, loss of standardization, and erosion of trust in cybersecurity. The crisis also shed light on the broken nature of traditional vulnerability management. Organizations rely on vendor patches and legacy workflows that are often too slow to address known issues, leaving them vulnerable to attacks such as 0 days, lateral movement across networks, and ransomware. A future-ready approach must be built on principles of proactive defense, adaptive protection, and continuous resilience to ease our dependency on external systems. Key components of this approach include anti-ransomware prevention, preemptive cyber defense, automated moving target defense, AMTD, virtual patching and patchless protection, and ring fencing. These components work together to reduce the attack surface, neutralize threats before they can cause harm, and protect critical systems and infrastructure. The cybersecurity landscape is becoming increasingly complex, with expanding attack surfaces, growing threat sophistication, and tightening regulations. Defenders are often outpaced and underfunded, making it essential to have a model that anticipates and neutralizes threats before they manifest. The recent CVE disruption serves as a wake-up call for the industry to evolve its current model towards a future-ready cybersecurity strategy. Title: Top FBI cyber official Cynthia Kaiser exits for Halcyon. Published, June 3, 2025. Cynthia Kaiser, a former top FBI cyber official with 20 years of experience, is joining the cybersecurity firm Halcyon as senior vice president of its newly created Ransomware Research Center. Kaiser left the FBI after serving as deputy assistant director of the Cyber Policy, Intelligence, and Engagement branch for 8 years. She cited the lack of significant changes in the transition between administrations and a continued focus on countering cyber adversaries. Kaiser's departure from the FBI comes amid the growing threat of ransomware groups, which have become increasingly sophisticated and targeted smaller organizations. The FBI has disrupted large ransomware groups, leading to a fractured ecosystem with smaller groups vying for dominance. Kaiser noted that these groups are now using artificial intelligence, social engineering tactics, and identity authentication abuse to aid their attacks. At Halcyon, Kaiser will focus on developing external partnerships to combat ransomware, bringing her passion for the issue from her time at the FBI. She expressed concern about the tactics used by cybercriminals, particularly those targeting small organizations with little downtime. The move highlights the growing importance of cybersecurity in the private sector as governments struggle to keep pace with evolving threats. Kaiser's departure is not an isolated incident, as another top FBI cyber official, Brian Vorndran, recently transitioned from the cyber division to a role at Microsoft. Her expertise will be a significant asset for Halcyon, which aims to strengthen its position as a leader in ransomware solutions. Title: Trump budget proposal would slash more than 1,000 CISA jobs. Published, June 2, 2025. The Trump administration has proposed a budget for fiscal year 2026 that would significantly cut the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, workforce by 1,083 positions, resulting in a $495 million reduction to its budget of $2.4 billion. This represents a deeper total cut than initially forecast. The proposed reductions aim to eliminate vacant positions, streamline administrative functions, and realign CISA's mission space with its priorities. The plan includes eliminating the Office of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility and reducing the International Affairs Office to focus on critical infrastructure sector risk management responsibilities. Other areas targeted for reduction include regional operations, National Risk Management Center, federal school safety programs, and election security positions. The proposed budget also includes reductions at other agencies, such as the Energy Department's Office of Cybersecurity, where a $50 million cut would bring its funding to $150 million. The Federal Emergency Management Agency Cybersecurity Grant Program is eliminated entirely, while the Office of the National Cyber Director would see its funding reduced from $22 million to $20 million. The Trump budget has sparked bipartisan concerns about the impact on CISA's ability to maintain essential functions and mitigate cyber threats. It remains unclear how the budget will fare in Congress, given the current partisan control of both chambers and the White House, as well as the increasing reliance on stopgap funding measures. Fetch 215 articles from NCSC Newsfeed.
I think I will add something for. They seem to be always in order, right? So if there's a rule, well, a lot of them to skip. And they just go older and older. I had a message that this one was running out of bed. So sorry for the audio there. It will continue in a bit. It's just a lot of old news in this feed. I have to go and flip some fish sticks. I'll be right back. Soon done with my kids' food.
Fetch 10 articles from HelpNet Security. Title: Malwarebytes ScamGuard spots and avoids potential scams. Published June 3, 2025. Malwarebytes has launched ScamGuard, an AI-powered digital safety companion designed to provide real-time feedback on scams, threats, and malware. This new feature aims to educate users about potential scams and guide them in spotting and avoiding them. With the rise of mobile scams, nearly half of users encounter daily scams, yet two-thirds struggle to distinguish between genuine and fake content. ScamGuard offers judgment-free advice on suspicious texts, emails, images, or links, helping users make informed decisions before sharing personal or financial information. The feature is embedded within Malwarebytes mobile security, providing comprehensive protection against phishing sites, online scams, nefarious ads, and malicious content. Users can access 24/7 support via the Trusted Advisor dashboard. ScamGuard features an AI-powered chat companion that offers personalized guidance, detects various types of scams, including romance, phishing, financial fraud, text, robocall, and shipping fraud. The feature also learns from users submitting new or unknown scams to help protect the broader community. With ScamGuard, users can have confidence in navigating the digital landscape and report suspicious content directly via the mobile app. The launch of ScamGuard aims to remove the stigma associated with scams by empowering users to recognize and report them. The feature is available for free and paid users of Malwarebytes mobile security, compatible with both iOS and Android devices. Title: AttackIQ READY3 identifies which vulnerabilities are truly exposed. Published, June 3, 2025. AttackIQ has released its latest platform, AttackIQ READY3, which aims to revolutionize breach and attack simulation, BAS, with advanced discovery capabilities. The new release expands on existing features, offering both internal and external attack surface mapping, asset criticality analysis, and vulnerability context correlation. This enables security teams to identify exposed vulnerabilities and validate the effectiveness of their security controls. READY3 marks a significant transformation in Attack's platform, moving beyond traditional BAS solutions to deliver an adversarial exposure validation (AEV) solution that supports Gartner CTEM. The new release empowers security teams to adopt a continuous, context-driven exposure management strategy, allowing them to prioritize and remediate vulnerabilities more effectively. Key features of READY3 include extended discovery capabilities through agent-based scans, dissolvable agentless packages, and offline test points. Integration with vulnerability tools to correlate QVES with attacker techniques. CTEM integration with a new status workflow that guides teams through the full lifecycle of discovery, prioritization, validation, and mobilization. Surface analysis that consolidates recommendations, exposures, QVES, and asset data into a single view. Exposure management that introduces validated exposures and real, reachable security gaps confirmed through adversary testing. Exposure management score, EMS, that quantifies an organization's progress in identifying, validating, and remediating exposures. With READY3, security teams can now move from point-in-time testing to continuous, context-driven exposure management, enabling them to fight smarter and improve their overall security posture. Title: SiloBreaker's AI widgets automate stakeholder-ready intelligence reporting. Published, June 3, 2025. SiloBreaker has released an AI summarization tool for its dashboard and email alerting features, empowering threat intelligence teams to generate stakeholder-ready summaries from trusted sources. The new feature allows users to define specific instructions, such as surfacing tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, or translating technical content into executive-friendly formats. Multiple AI widgets can be deployed per dashboard, each independently configured for different audiences or analytical goals. The tool leverages SiloBreaker's foundational analysis engine, matching outputs to an organization's technology stack, digital assets, and third-party ecosystem to ensure alignment with mission priorities. The AI summarization feature includes multiple key components. Multiple AI widgets per dashboard. Independently configured for different audiences or analytical goals. Analysis of high volumes of documents selected by recency or relevance. Multilingual summarization across global data sources. The tool is designed to be flexible and adaptable, supporting a broad range of intelligence requirements. Analysts can use the AI summarization feature to surface TTPs, summarize geopolitical shifts, or simplify technical language for executives. Outputs are traceable, configurable, and integrated into existing dashboards, collections, and workflows. SiloBreaker CEO, Christopher Manson, stated that the new feature aims to bridge the gap between intelligence production and actionable insights, making it easier to scale intelligence reporting without compromising quality. The tool is designed to support analysts and augment human judgment, providing high-quality reports that are aligned, explainable, and ready for action. Title: Photos, InfoSecurity Europe 2025. Published, June 3, 2025. Reading article. InfoSecurity Europe 2025 is a cybersecurity event taking place from June 3 to 5 in London. HelpNet Security is on-site and here's a closer look at the conference. The featured vendors are Okta, Plextrack, ISC2, Insight, EasyDMARC, Defense.com, Tynes, Darktrace, Torque, and Cerbero. Title: Akamai launches DNS posture management for real-time monitoring and guided remediation. Published, June 3, 2025. Akamai Technologies has introduced Akamai DNS Posture Management, a solution that provides unified, multi-cloud visibility over all DNS assets. This agentless solution offers real-time monitoring and guided remediation across major DNS providers, enabling security teams to quickly detect and respond to DNS-based attacks, certificate security risks, vulnerabilities, and misconfigurations. DNS plays a critical role in connecting computers, services, and resources across the Internet and other IP networks, making it a popular target for cyber attacks. Large organizations managing multiple DNS systems from different vendors face significant complexity, requiring IT teams to ensure all DNS solutions are aligned with network changes and properly configured for functionality, performance, and security. Security practitioners face significant risks due to unmanaged alerts and compliance requirements. Akamai DNS Posture Management automates compliance assessments and integrates findings into incident management, helping organizations maintain security and efficiency. The solution identifies high-risk vulnerabilities or misconfigurations in domains, which could impact DNS uptime and resolution reliability, while increasing exposure to serious threats such as unauthorized SSL/TLS certificate issuance and DNS spoofing. Akamai DNS Posture Management delivers essential compliance capabilities that meet regulatory requirements, including NIST, PCI DSS, and HIPAA. The solution provides a comprehensive view of zones, domains, subdomains, and records across major DNS providers and includes an optional managed security service to enhance internal teams with global, scalable, 24/7 security expertise. With Akamai DNS Posture Management, organizations can reduce compliance costs while strengthening their security posture. Title: RSA enhances passwordless identity platform.
Yeah, I got it in time there. So, we have a little edit to do in the code. I'm thinking a setting for, we don't have to do it now, right? We just add that we should do it. So we have days of the articles, we have length, we have according with the days, like give up after old. Let's do n old equals 3, right? So if we have 3 old articles, we do the next one, right? Is that reasonable? It's quite quick. We can do, though I've never seen it not be old for the rest of it. But if there would be one that don't have them sorted, it could be 3 and we can miss something. But to do Yodo even to do. So we'll do this later. So this is the thing. I have I'm back. Sort of along the way. What do you think about having news in a pause, right? It's quite nice, isn't it? I was listening myself too, you know. But I had it muted so my kid couldn't hear. I can remove the little mute sign there easily too. Green pepper sauce with macaroni and veggies. Zucchini, red and green pepper, and cucumber. That's it. Because I didn't want to spend more time. I could have like fried some meatballs for me or something. He ate all the fish sticks. It was just like 7 or something. But I prefer really veggies. It's very nice. Zucchini is very nice too. Sorry for crunching. So let's see. We will use Intruder as it suggests to do this. But I always want options for Intruder that are quicker. That's why we spend a long time looking for something good. Don't really need that, right? I have fingers too. And it's not like they're sticky, the veggies. So this is a bit spicy though. Good thing I have a new full of water. Ready to read. So, using intruder to find hidden endpoints. We're this far into it now. So, once you have identified some initial API endpoints, you can use intruder. I already read this, but I'm rereading. You can use intruder to uncover hidden endpoints. For example, consider a scenario where you have identified the following API endpoint for updating user information. API user update. To identify hidden endpoints, you could use burp intruder to find other resources with the same structure. For example, you could add a payload to the update position here, like special characters, with a list, other common functions such as delete and add. When looking for hidden endpoints, use word list based on API naming conventions and industry terms. Make sure you also include terms that are relevant to the application based on your initial region. Yeah. So finding hidden parameters. When you're doing AI recon, you may find undocumented parameters that the AI supports. You can attempt to use these to change the application's behavior. Burp includes numerous tools that can help you identify hidden parameters. Burp Intruder enables you to automatically discover hidden parameters using the word list of common parameter names to replace existing parameters or add new parameters. Make sure you also include names that are relevant to the application based on your initial same words as before. The param So now we have more extensions. So let's hop over here and actually look at the same time. Burp extensions. Paraminer. We did not install it before, although we see it's at the very top. So let's install Paraminer. It looked interesting. I was going to check it out later. No, I don't have to. But we need to add it also to the notes. Oh. There. Useful extensions. Paraminer. Was it uppercase? Yeah. And it itself says identifies hidden unlinked parameters. Well, let's see if I can copy there. So now I'm in the machine. There. Sometimes tabbing takes me out, sometimes it doesn't. Enables you to automatically guess up to 65,536 param names per request. Okay. Paraminer automatically guesses names that are relevant to the application based on information taken from the scope. The content discovery tool enables you to discover content that isn't linked from visible content that you can browse to, including parameters. So content discovery tool is a tool. Engagement tools. So discover something new. Target analyzer. Content discovery. Generate CSRF packs. Manual testing simulator. You can access the engagement tools from the context menu burp tools, for example. Okay, right click select. Okay, so I was like, what? Okay. Engagement tool, discover content. Start a discovery session. Okay, so it's in burp. Burp. Enables you to discover content that isn't linked from visible content that you can browse to, including parameters. So, as it said before that this was part, I'm assuming paraminers one then. Usage. Click guess. Cookies header param. If you're using Burp Suite Pro, identify parameters. Limited extender extensions paraminer output. So it's mostly Pro. You can also launch guessing attacks on multiple selected requests at the same time. This will use a thread pool. Something and everything that is several things at a time will be slow, but free. Pro version only. Extensions. Paraminer. Oh, we have software too. But this is obviously discover content that they talked about. Oh, nice. Now I found this bit with extensions. So this is the first time I installed an extension and actually looked at it. I think I installed Turbo Intruder on the last VM, but never used it. So that's the first time I'm using extensions in Burp. I don't know how long I've been using Burp, but I should have done this before, you know? Yes, everything. So let's just see if it works when we have an example, right? We don't have any machine now. One bad thing with the Web Security Academy is that, as we've noticed today, they are not up that long. And I don't see any like extended time, this is a countdown how long it will work, nothing like that. Though we have seen that it does ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, right? So maybe if it doesn't answer ping pong, I don't know. We can always see how long it's going for, right? So until it changes. So what time is this? Yes, 1624 to 1634. So 10 minutes. It's just 10 minutes. We don't only have 10 minutes to do stuff. And you don't have a lot of, you can't do a lot of things. And then when we restarted it, I went to do something else and it was gone. And when I started it again, it kind of broke it once. And then I tried restarting it again and we just got errors for a bit. And then I was like, oh, I'll leave it for a bit. And then it worked again. But now, 10 minutes, that's what we have, right? Is it exactly 34:45? 39. So almost exactly 10 minutes. That's just one case. We could try the next one. Just for curiosity. I shouldn't go into too many rabbit holes there though. So, 1702. So much longer. 1725, 1702 to 1725. Maybe we were more intensely sending stuff here. So if you're just looking at a request and maybe Googling something, then you like lose it, right? So it's not just 10 minutes, at least. That's good. Mass assignment vulnerability. Mass assignment, also known as auto-binding, can inadvertently create hidden parameters. It occurs when software frameworks automatically bind request parameters to fields on an internal object. Mass assignment may therefore result in the application supporting parameters that were never intended to be processed by the developer. Once more. So they automatically bind to an internal object fields. Yeah, so I'm like, that's not what I thought, but I think it is. This assignment may therefore result in an application supporting parameters never intended to be processed by the developer. Identifying hidden parameters. And that's already the next header, right? Since mass assignment create parameters from object fields, you can often identify these hidden parameters by manually examining objects returned by the API. For example, consider a patch API users request, which enables users to update their username and email, and includes the following JSON. A get API users 123 request returns the following JSON. Yeah, and then we can of course change the ID and if it's admin too, right? Now this might indicate that ID and sysadmin parameters are bound to the internal object alongside the updated username and email parameters. Testing mass assignment vulnerabilities. I think this is a bad name. Automatic assignment would be better, right? Mass assignment, so it's like it's a random array of all the data. Maybe that's what it is. But to test whether you can modify the enumerated assignment parameter value added to the patch request. Yeah, this is like obvious from. In addition, send a patch with an invalid assignment value. Yeah, if the application behaves differently. Yeah, that's a good test. So let's add this mass assignment, right? But first, let's see if there's anything in here. So we added Paraminer to the notes. We didn't add this. So let's actually add the menu, a screenshot of the menu. So this odd menu. It's not a good screenshot. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to. And if I click here, F4, then I can screenshot this. So I think I wanted to see that it is a request, right? Even if it's not a useful place to do this, in case we wanted. to have it connected to that it's an API or whatever, right? Let's just hop that open. And this is actually for Paraminer, right? This is a Paraminer screenshot, but Paraminer. So and now we can actually add more information here. I thought it was too long before, but let's extensions useful for finding. This is what the author said it's useful for. Let's keep that in our notes. It's two separate purposes. And now we have them here too. Example. Also, if I click this twice, I think it hops there. Yeah. So I don't like the columns on headers. Now we can do example 1, example 2 instead, so it's at least different. Yeah, let me go back here. Obsidian is great. That's a fact. So let's go back and I think we're done with all the old stuff. So let's just clear his screen. I don't think I have to select anything. I was going to delete it first, but if we clear, we just clear it. There. So we're not closing up to 12 hours yet, so we don't have to worry about YouTube stopping streaming, because it did once, right? I was streaming like 15 hours. The problem with veggies, they're very crunchy, right? I don't want to crunch on you guys, especially with a mic in my ears and hear it so well. But people have told me it's not a problem. So now we're going to go mass assignment, right? I think it's just sounding. Let's make a good header for this, right? Gather information. Yeah, I did miss something here. Steps. Oh. Okay, there's no empty lines in between, that's why. We don't have find. This. Well, some kind of fuss, right? We had a link finder thingy that didn't work very well too, but we looked at it at least. Just hopping there. Link finder. Let's put it in here because it seemed. It didn't work well in our test. That's the parenthesis, and the actual thing it does is finds API links in JS code. That's what it does. And let's actually finder. So we use the same format. So Postman, I kind of know, should I add something there anyway? Well. Now I can delete the tab I opened for that. So we have these tabs still open too. Content discovery. So just added the tools. Yeah. Let's add it all to this main text. This is a subheader to this. Let's check for available documentation. Stacks. When we find an envelope or reading source files, and that's where we had the link finder. Identify hidden, and here is where we have parent minor. Now I can tab back here. And I know you can make links within the document, but it's not that useful, right? We have them here too, which we don't with the tools. Let's make it logical and easy. How many? 5, I guessed, but so now we can see link finder here too under useful tools, so it's easy to see. And we'll do the same with these two, though they don't get any details for now. We can add them later. They didn't say much, so I'll have to add stuff myself. So I used Postman for a very special case in the box. So I've only used it for one thing so far. But I kind of got a feel that it's a useful tool, but mostly for dev, right? Not so much for hacking. Yeah, I think we're like up to date-ish. We only have 2 of them though. We don't have get type content type converter in here. We have it here though, so it is there. It's mentioned in the notes at least. It's not just randomly out there. Then we have a special header here for this. I kind of think we need a special header for this assignment. We need to explain this a bit. Let's make a these are even level 6. Examples from Web Academy. Very cold labs. Labs. No space. I had a knock on the door. 2 seconds. Oh, hej gubben, är du vaken? Har du sovit gott nu? Jag trodde du skulle sova längre faktiskt. Men Laban, du hade varit vaken i över 2 dygn. Du borde ha sovit i alla fall 16 timmar. Yes. No. Okay. Okay. Vänta, jag ska bara gå och lämna min mick här inne så lyssnar jag på dig. So my kid with sleeping problems woke up, so I'm gonna put back on the news and actually not listen this time. So let's restart this and okay, what? Oh, okay, yeah. So my kid needs some bit. I'll start this again.
Published, June 3, 2025.
It's just restarting while I might fall asleep. Just checking. I'll be right back. I'm sure it'll continue as it should.
RSA has introduced a new Identity Security Posture Management, ISPM, framework to help enterprises proactively identify and resolve security risks in their hybrid and cloud environments. The solution complements traditional identity and access management, IAM, functions by providing comprehensive visibility, continuous risk assessment, and automated remediation of identity-related vulnerabilities. The new ISPM capabilities will be integrated with RSA Governance and Lifecycle IGA solution and offer features such as AI-powered dashboards that provide real-time insights into policy violations, excessive entitlements, orphaned accounts, and other critical risks. The dashboards also deliver actionable recommendations for admins, business leaders, and executives to take proactive measures to secure resources. RSA's ISPM innovations aim to address the increasing complexity of IT environments, which has made it challenging for organizations to gain a comprehensive understanding of their identity posture using traditional approaches. With ISPM, organizations can proactively reduce their identity attack surface and stay ahead of cybersecurity threats. In addition to ISPM, RSA also announced new passwordless features to its RSA ID Plus platform, including support for Windows Desktop Login and Entra ID, one-step enrollment process, code matching for Radius, and enhanced security innovations such as RSA Help Desk Live Verify and RSA Mobile Lock. These enhancements aim to reduce risks, modernize authentication, and drive efficiency while protecting organizations against post-passwordless threats. The new ISPM capabilities will be generally available in Q3 2025, providing enterprises with a unified identity platform that includes strong access security, enterprise-grade passwordless authentication, governance, and lifecycle workflows operating in an ISPM framework. Title: Scammers are impersonating interactive brokers. Here's what you need to know. Published, June 3, 2025. Interactive Brokers is warning its customers about a surge in scams where fraudsters pose as the company's representatives. These clone firm scams involve impersonators copying IBKR's look, feel, and even web addresses to trick people into sending money or giving up sensitive information. Scammers may use fake employee identities, official-looking documents, or messages from almost identical domains to create a sense of urgency. IBKR advises its clients to be cautious of unsolicited calls, emails, or social media messages that offer investments or products, ask for remote access to their devices, charge fees for account services, or urge them to transfer funds. The company emphasizes that it does not initiate unsolicited contact and never asks for login credentials or urgent action. To verify the authenticity of a message, clients are encouraged to check the company's official website or contact customer support using trusted contact details. They should be wary of messages that create a sense of urgency, use fake contact information, or link to real websites with incorrect details. To protect themselves, customers can take several steps: never share their login credentials, use multi-factor authentication on their accounts, be cautious of urgent messages, verify the identity of the person they're dealing with, and report suspicious activity to local authorities. If in doubt about a message's authenticity, clients should contact IBKR's client services team directly through the company's website. Title: How global collaboration is hitting cybercriminals where it hurts. Published, June 3, 2025. The UK's Deputy Director of the National Crime Agency, William Lynn, discusses the evolving landscape of cybercrime, citing trends that include a lower barrier of entry into cybercrime, the proliferation of ransomware attacks, and an increased fragmentation of threat actors. He notes that cybercrime has become more accessible and socially engineered, with younger individuals in English-speaking countries playing a significant role. Lynn highlights the importance of collaboration between law enforcement agencies and the private sector in tackling online threats. Intelligence sharing is a key component of this approach, which includes formalized relationships between governments and private companies. The National Crime Agency, NCA, works closely with partners across the public and private sectors to disrupt cybercrime networks and share information about emerging threats. Regarding existing legal frameworks, Lynn acknowledges that they can be effective in enabling law enforcement action against transnational cybercrime, but notes that nation-state-backed or state-tolerated cybercriminals often pose a significant challenge. To deter these actors, the NCA focuses on associating cost and risk with their activities, including disrupting key elements of the cybercrime ecosystem. Private sector organizations can play a crucial role in supporting government efforts by building relationships with law enforcement agencies, sharing information about attacks, and implementing steps to build resilience against online threats. The National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, provides valuable resources for organizations seeking to enhance their cybersecurity posture. Title: VET, Open Source Software Supply Chain Security Tool. Published, June 3, 2025. VET is an open source tool designed to help developers and security engineers spot risks in their software supply chains. It goes beyond traditional software composition analysis by detecting known vulnerabilities and flagging malicious packages. VET supports several ecosystems, including NPM, PyPI, Maven, Go, Docker, and GitHub Actions, making it useful across many types of projects. One of VET's key features is its use of real-time malicious package detection, powered by SafetyEP Cloud. It also lets users define custom security policies using CEL, Common Expression Language, giving teams more control over how rules are applied. Built with DevSecOps in mind, VET works with popular CI/CD tools like GitHub Actions and GitLab CI. VET is available for free on GitHub. Must read. Subscribe to the HelpNet Security ad-free monthly newsletter to stay informed on the essential open-source cybersecurity tools. Subscribe here. Title: Bankers Association's Attack on Cybersecurity Transparency. Published, June 3, 2025. A coalition of banking industry associations has made an appeal to the SEC to eliminate the rule requiring public disclosure of material cybersecurity incidents within 4 days of detection. The rule was established to ensure shareholders are informed and potential victims can take protective action. However, the lobbyists have presented 6-week arguments in support of the repeal, which have been thoroughly debunked. The main reasons cited by the industry associations include conflicting with confidential reporting requirements, interfering with incident response and law enforcement investigations, creating market confusion, and potentially increasing cybersecurity threats. These arguments are largely disingenuous and do not hold up to scrutiny. In reality, the rule is straightforward and intended to promote transparency, fairness, security, and public trust. The industry association's real motives for repealing the rule are more sinister. They want to avoid accountability, reduce pressure to invest in proper cybersecurity practices, and maintain secrecy at the expense of image and profits. This effort is part of a larger pattern of lobbying against regulations that promote transparency and protect investors and potential victims. Since the rule took effect over a year ago, there have been no significant negative consequences from its implementation. In fact, the rule has increased market fairness, transparency, and accountability. The lobbyists' position is shameful, and business leaders and cybersecurity professionals should see through their attempts to shield the industry from public scrutiny and maintain secrecy. The repeal of this rule would undermine the SEC's efforts to regulate the banking industry and protect investors and potential victims. It would also send a troubling message that corporate interests can supersede public concerns and regulatory oversight. Fetch 10 articles from Schneier on security. Title: New Linux Vulnerabilities. Published, June 3, 2025. New Linux Vulnerabilities. They're interesting. Tracked as CVE 2025-5054 and CVE 2025-4598, both vulnerabilities or race condition bugs that could enable a local attacker to obtain access to access-sensitive information. Tools like Apport and Systemd Core Dump are designed to handle crash reporting and core dumps in Linux systems. This means that if a local attacker manages to induce a crash in a privileged process and quickly replaces it with another one with the same process ID that resides inside a mount and PID namespace, Apport will attempt to forward the core dump, which might contain sensitive information belonging to the original, privileged process, into the namespace. Moderate severity, but definitely worth fixing. /thread. Tags, Linux, passwords, vulnerabilities. Posted on June 3, 2025 at 7:07 a.m. 3 comments. Sidebar photo of Bruce Schneier by Joe McInnes. Title: Australia requires ransomware victims to declare payments. Published, June 2, 2025. A new Australian law requires larger companies to declare any ransomware payments they have made. Fetched 20 articles from latest stories for ZDNet and security. Title: Best Travel VPNs 2025, the top travel VPNs for unblocking services and avoiding censorship. Published, June 3, 2025. ExpressVPN is a highly regarded VPN provider known for its speed, reliability, and user-friendly interface. With over 105 countries covered by its extensive server network, users can easily connect to local servers regardless of their location. The VPN's apps are compatible with multiple operating systems, including Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android, making it an excellent choice for travelers who use different devices. ExpressVPN prioritizes user privacy, ensuring that no data is logged that could be used to identify its users. However, the company does disclose some information to government agencies and law enforcement upon request. The VPN's price point may be a concern for some users, as it falls at the higher end of the market. Nevertheless, many customers agree that it offers great value for its speed and reliable connectivity. Key features of ExpressVPN include: *8 simultaneous device connections. *kill switch feature to prevent data leaks. *compatibility with multiple operating systems, including iOS and Android. *wide server network across 105 countries. *no browsing logs or personal data collection. *7-day trial period on Android and iOS devices. *30-day money-back guarantee. Overall, ExpressVPN is an excellent choice for individuals seeking a fast, reliable, and user-friendly VPN experience. While its price may be higher than some other options, many users feel it provides good value for the features and performance offered.
So I've been muted. I think I will reread the text. I can't really read the text, can I? It's a whole mass assignment thing. This. Yeah, that's so stupid. I'm just grabbing some water from a kid. That's annoying. I'm sorry, I was muted. No one told me. This will just be one article because I'm just grabbing water from my kid. So, I'll be right back.
Title: Wyze's new bulb cam turns any light socket into a 2K camera, for just $50. Published, June 3, 2025. Wyze smart home company Wyze released a new security camera, the Wyze Bulb Cam. This motion-activated smart light replaces a standard light bulb and has a security camera built in. Combining surveillance with an app-controlled light that plugs into a socket keeps the camera powered, giving the device dual purpose. We know areas of your home you want to protect, like garages, decks, and pools, may not be close to an outlet, said Dave Crosby, co-founder and chief marketing officer at Wyze. The Wyze Bulb Cam makes keeping an eye on those places easy with a high-quality camera that's affordable and simple to set up, just like all of our other Wyze cameras. It's literally as easy as screwing in a light bulb. Also, Wyze Cam adds no big deal AI filter to cut down on your notifications. The camera below the light bulb features 2K resolution and a 160-degree field of view, which is wider than the Wyze Cam's 120 degrees. This is thanks to the camera's adjustable wide view, which lets you manually extend, pan, and tilt the camera to capture the desired viewing angle. The new Wyze Bulb Cam also supports color night vision for round-the-clock color images. The light bulb attached to the Wyze Bulb Cam works like any other smart bulb, but it is also a motion-activated light. This smart light can reach up to 800 lumens, and you can customize dimming options on the Wyze mobile app. The Wyze Bulb Cam costs $50, which is pretty affordable, but it means you should expect to compromise on some features. While you can adjust the viewing angle manually, the camera doesn't automatically track motion by following a subject, for example. The camera is also compatible with Wyze's new artificial intelligence, AI, notifications, but those are only available with a Cam Unlimited Pro subscription, which costs $20 a month or $200 a year. These AI notifications include descriptive alerts and the NBD filter. Also, 7 crucial rules for setting up a home security camera, and risky spots to avoid. If you want to avoid the cloud storage costs and access your recorded video clips, you can add a microSD card of up to 256 GB to the camera, which can provide continuous local recording. Get the morning's top stories in your inbox each day with our Tech Today newsletter. Title: Southwest has new rule that changes how you charge your phone mid-flight. Published, June 2, 2025. The Airlongness/Getty Images. If you are catching a flight on Southwest Airlines soon, you need to know about an important new rule that affects how you charge your phone. In a statement to Business Insider last week, the airline said passengers are now required to keep any portable chargers fully in sight while in use. You're still able to bring these chargers and keep them in your bag, not in your checked bags, though. You just can't have your phone tucked in your carry-on or overhead bag while plugged into a charger. Also, when is the best time to book your flight? Google just spilled its airfare secrets. Passengers first started becoming aware of the new rule about 2 weeks ago when a message appeared in the Southwest app. If you use a power bank during your flight, it read, keep it out of your bag and in plain sight. Do not charge devices in the overhead bin. Why is Southwest making this change? Several other airlines around the world have enacted similar policies, but Southwest is the first American-based carrier to do so. The mindset behind this change is that portable chargers, like laptops and other electronics, run on lithium-ion batteries that can overheat and catch on fire. Making sure the charger is visible doesn't lessen the chance of a fire, but if a charger is always in sight, it's much more likely that someone will spot a potential problem before it becomes a larger issue. Also, this tiny power bank solves the biggest problem I had with charging my phone. While a major problem is rare, the National Business Aviation Association says, a smoke, fire, or extreme heat incident involving lithium-ion batteries takes place aboard an aircraft more than once per week on average in the U.S. One of the more notable incidents was earlier this year when fire spread through the cabin of an Air plane in Seoul shortly before takeoff. Local media said the fire may have been started by a portable battery stored in the overhead bin. Also, the best power banks you can buy. Expert tested and reviewed. IV reached out to Southwest Airlines since the policy doesn't seem to appear officially anywhere, and will update this article with a response. Get the morning's top stories in your inbox each day with our Tech Today newsletter.
So I'm gonna fix that when I work on it next time. What I just said. Seriously. So this is so funny, right? So I do have so I can see. I didn't have before, so I can see how many people there are. So now we had, when I left there was 6. When I came back it was 8. Then I left and there was 6. Hmm. Hmm. I have those odd messages popping up sometimes.
Benny says hey.
Hi Benny, welcome in. So we're
Benny
about
says how is
to.
the chips?
Ah, it's not chips. It's actually zucchini. It was zucchini. I have some other veggies here too. Crispy. So that's nice. So now we'll see if this link, my new link here, is already old. Let's grab the new one. Well, let's just make sure it still works. So we're doing some Web Security Academy. It's mass assignment right now, meaning auto assignment of things that I didn't mean to.
Benny says oh wow you're using Kali Linux.
Yeah, it's very nice. So this is the task here. I was thinking of rereading this. I can do that because I was muted. And I kind of wanted to have this. So, mass assignment vulnerabilities. Now I'm not muted. Mass assignment, also known as auto binding, can inadvertently create hidden parameters. It occurs when software frameworks automatically bind
Benny
request
says are you
parameters
contesting?
to fields. Learning at least, right? And I should apply for jobs too. Having too much fun learning, maybe. Let's see. Automatically bind request parameters to fields on an internal object. Mass assignment can therefore result in an application supporting parameters that were never intended to be processed by the developer. Identifying hidden parameters. Since mass assignment creates parameters from object fields, you can often identify these hidden parameters by manually examining objects returned by the API. For example, consider patch API users request, which enables users to update their username and email. Include the following EAs, right? So username and email. And you also have the get API users 123 request. Returns the following: ID, name, email is admin. False. This might indicate that the hidden ID and sysadmin parameter are bound to the internal user object. Alongside the updated username and email parameters. So we might be able to set them too. And to test this, we can
Benny
just
says did you
modify.
remember me I asked you before a used laptop?
Ah, okay. So I know several people have asked, I think. So sorry if I don't remember exactly, but maybe. Were you buying a used laptop like on Facebook Market or something? Was that what we talked about? So, yeah, so we would just test adding these and trying. Also, we could try an actual value and see if we get an error message if we try foo instead of false there. And that's smart. If the application behaves differently, this may suggest that invalid value.
VR
Actually, I didn't put
Mechatronics
this in my
says,
notes.
Benny
hey,
says
how
the
is going?
Ethiopian guy.
Yeah, you only had a phone. Yeah, now I know. I was thinking, should I ask if it was because someone asked about a laptop too. So you talked about on your phone doing this on your phone, right? VR. Where did you come from? I can't see that in chat. VR, I can't see in my chat. That's odd. Look, nothing in the chat. Interesting. Yeah, so Benny, how's been going? Have you managed to start studying? So this is free web pages that you can just read. The Web Security Academy on Portswigger Web Security, or just Portswigger and yeah, or Google Web Security Academy. That's what I did today. But we need to add this test here to the notes. And again, my little phone is. So I use this phone for controlling stream because its battery is bad, right?
Tomorrow, 5th of June, is my anniversary, 20th. I'll find out if I managed to get into the university this time or if I ended up on the waiting list again XD.
Oh, I really hope that you get in there. I'm holding all fingers and toes, as we say in Sweden. All thumbs and toes, big toes. That you get in. Do you do that in Denmark too? And in Poland? Yeah, I really hope you make it in. But you said there were different, like a bit of different responses, right? So I'm refreshing the chat window. Let's see if it connects.
Benny says I'm trying
Yeah,
my
now I can
best.
see the new chat messages. Good. Did I tell you about my notes? So they're on my GitHub, but they're also on fixit42.com/notes. That's quite a short URL to type on your phone. And then you can read all the things I have learned here. And you can't see it here. Fixit42, I just typed this. So fixit42.com/notes. Right? That's all you need. And then you can go to all my notes and check them out. So if you want to learn cybersecurity stuff, most of it is that, right? But this is like a box notes. About my lab. Here's about Linux, about Obsidian itself, the note-taking tool. On programming, Python, for example, here. So here's Python notes. And then you have all my cybersecurity notes. So we're currently adding stuff
Benny
to
says,
the
"Oh,
web.
that's beautiful."
Yeah, so you can check out this in the phone, and I think you kind of can, get this tinier like that and read it on the phone too if you want
Panda
to.
Tongue says.
Or beat one fix it.
Thank you for the gigantic. I'll have to steal that one for reals, right? Fix it. And then you can like check out where to go in the menu, even if you're on the phone. And the one we're doing now, we're making sure we have an index on the side. So you will be able to go, for example, oh, I wanted to know about, what's example one? What is mass assignment? Which I wanted to call auto assignment instead of mass assignment or auto binding, because I think that's a better explanation. So for sometimes bind request
Benny says,
parameters of
"Got it."
fields. No, I totally missed the method.
Benny says I love it.
Yeah. So I will, as the export to a web page is done by this here, export volt to HTML, and it takes at least an hour or something, and I can't use my notes, so I don't do it very often, but I should do it like once a week at least, right? But my GitHub ones are usually more up to date. But that's probably good for the phone. Like read and check out stuff. If you don't have the possibilities to, you can also do stuff on your phone. Did you have a laptop now? Or is it just the phone still? We're going to add more stuff here, by the way. So, test this by sending both a yeah, so this should be false, I guess. It's in these here.
Benny says just phone.
I think it's not supposed to be. Yeah. So there is this Kali for your phone too, right? Did you check that out? I didn't ask, so I can't say anything about it. But I know there's YouTube videos and stuff on that. So let's check it out, Kali. And mobile NetHunter Pro. So check that out. It said mobile on the top here, and you can see it. Also cloud that we talked about last time, right, with AWS. Didn't I show you that? That I have the guide here for AWS. Here, installing how to run a free Kali VM. And this also has on the side. But this could be hard to do on the phone, maybe with this. Yeah, this looks. Let's check it out quickly. Topwatch is an optionated distribution of the keyboard bootloader. Yeah, so this is not just installing an app. I should test this. So I have a S10, and I'm thinking I need a new phone because the mic is not as good anymore. It works for streams, but not in calls. So it's a mic when you're like calling like this. That mic is not very good anymore. So should I have to afford a new phone though? So this is what I want. Yeah, you see here, it's false like this, and then they send false like this, and foo, and true.
Benny says I think this is hard.
The NetHunter. Yeah, I think that's very hard. So that's what you shouldn't do that if you only have one phone, okay? So skip that and go for some. Do you have Android? So terminal apps, Termux. And you can have this on your phone. And you don't need to root your phone or do anything funny with it. I installed Git on mine. It didn't have Git. And then I cloned something, and then I was like, so maybe this is not the
Benny
best way
says
to
yes,
have my
Android.
notes on my phone. Yeah. So look at this. If you haven't, Termux, there's others too. So this you can just install on a normal phone without having to break anything in it. So some people hate it, some people love it. Bugs, problematic bugs, very useful, but insanely amazing app for developers and students. Full-fledged CS workstation. So the Linux terminal.
Benny says, did you have experience with it?
Termux, yes, I installed that on my phone. Android apps on Linux, that's up we want to do. Linux terminal. Now I'm curious. There's like a built-in terminal app. Yeah, so yeah, let's skip that. So the Termux one I used. Come on, phone. All right, it's getting late, and it's too late. I should have called my mom earlier. So let's see. So many things to do today. Let's see here. Termux. So here, we get a without the keyboard, so you can just type stuff. Welcome to Termux, and I can do like ls-la. So I did ls-la. 2 seconds, and you can see this. Come on, phone. Connect. So I'm just gonna check who this one is. It's a bit cool. It is running that though. Yeah, there it is. So let's see if I can see something there. So I typed ls-la there. So if I click new line there, we get an ls-la listing. So you can learn Linux here, right? And I git cloned my Obsidian public, meaning my cybersecurity notes. And that's why I have Obsidian public there in my little directory there. Let's see the prompt. So what if we do pwd? So print the working directory. Where are we in the phone? We're in data com tmux files home. So in the Termux directory there. Yeah. So we could.
Benny says I downloaded it.
Okay, cool. So I don't know what you can do, what you can't, but I know that I had to install. So let's do this. Apt install git. I think that this worked. Let's see. Yes. Apt install git. Git is already the newest version.
Benny says, wow, this is helpful.
Yeah, so you can play around with it and learn stuff and test. And some things will work much more. I mean, I am not root on my phone. That's the rooting thing, right? So I'm just a user, so it's harder to do stuff. But that's the way most people start using Linux, as a user on the system, right? Maybe not now when they just installed on their computer. So you can just play around and do stuff. And learn the basic Linux commands, and yeah. Probably you can set the font too, because it's not mega huge. So what if I turn my screen around? Yeah, look. So now we have it like this instead. I can even zoom. Ha! That's nice. So now we have a much bigger text here. So if we do cd dot.
Benny says, I will, that's really helpful, thanks.
There. And now we're in another directory here. So you can play around with it. Oh, I did. Did I do dot or dash there? cd dot. So it's of course better to have a keyboard. cd. And also, what I want to do now, right, is just to list some other files. So now we're in data. So if ls dash la in another directory here, see if we can find the key. So we have permission denied here because we don't have a lot of permissions on the phone. So that's the problem. And then to exit this, we could just close the app, of course, but let's do exit. So process completed. And then enter again, and then it closed the app from inside the app. So yeah, I can hear the birds. It's going a bit gray outside. Right, let's actually hop back here. By the way, you can see my food too there. This is what the food looks like. So I have lots of veggies. Zucchini. So I don't think there's a lot of chance that this one exists still. What do you think? It's timed out.
Benny says it's beautiful.
Great, great. Happy to help.
Benny says, how is the taste?
It's great. I love like zucchini. You could like grill it or fry it or something, but when it's raw, that's much better. And it's so crunchy and nice too. And the peppers and everything. Very nice. let's fix the notes here. So we're going to add test this by sending both a first an actual line. Let's say JSON line. I don't want to put them all in here, right? JSON line. A correct JSON line. And let's do and then let's actually put the bird wings here too, because you never know what people do. So better to be explicit. And this one is supposed to be correct. So it's supposed to be that was odd. So I'm assuming this is a value and not a string. So I'm assuming that this one is actually wrong. And they have it like that. We'll see what we get when we actually connect to the machine. To be able to compare the results, the responses. There. If they differ, we probably succeeded. Dot. So I forgot this bit about it. I'm just looking for it. So let's do like test folder. It's not really visible though. So we're already on the right screen. This one is dead, right? So we need to get a new one. So let's click the Access the Lab again. And there's the new one. Copy. And paste. And I don't know. Yeah. We have the same creds. So let's log in. Assuming that this is not good enough this time, right? And let's also update the email to testing. Well, I had already a test, didn't I? Test. Add test. Test. Why didn't the ad go through?
31 ratings
Benny
from
says, I'm sorry if this
Invokeversity have
bothers you,
joined.
but I really have to tell you
Pixelbot
something
says,
close to my heart. Jesus
Welcome,
loves you so
Raiders.
much. He gave his life for you on the cross, friends to carrying your sins and mine. Go drop
Thank you
him a
very
follow.
much for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, so I have chat simultaneously from Twitch and YouTube.
Benny says so we could be forgiven and made new. But he didn't stay in the grave, he rose again. He's alive, and one day, he's coming back for those who belong to him. He wants a real relationship with you.
007 says,
Well, thank you,
Great
but I'm not
time.
religious. But thank you for the thoughts. So, even if you don't have a phone, you need to be able to play around and learn things, right? So,
Papa Nemo,
Invokeversity, thank you
translated
very
from
much for the
Serbian.
raid. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, everybody. And welcome. Yeah, so we're doing mass assignment lab here on the Cybersecurity Academy. And we're making some notes too. Now let me hop the notes up. So this is the lab here. And I've been shedding a bit too much. No, I'm not.
Benny says full
it's
of love,
wonderful
healing,
helping.
and truth. If you feel him speaking to your heart, and you want to give your life to him or even say a repentance prayer.
Yes, I'm not religious, as I said, so please no more religious. But thank you. Thank you for the thank you. So I'm happy to help, and I hope that the Tomex can help you on the phone. So let's see here. The notes. So we just made some notes here on the mass assignment, which I think should be called like auto assignment instead. It's much more logical name. And we just updated the email, but I couldn't type an @ character. I don't know if, yeah, it's just a bit funny. Let's just copy this one. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Update email. So maybe we already sent one.
Benny says, I'd be honored to pray with you or hear what's on your heart. Be honored to pray with you or hear what's on your heart.
Yeah.
No pressure, just know I'm here for you.
Yeah, thank you, Benny. But as I said, I am not religious, and I don't plan to become religious. But thank you very much. So, no more religious things. Thanks. Thank you. So let's see here. Yeah, so we're already in the history. Let's check out our request here.
Benny says, please read it again, I'm begging you.
What? Read what?
Benny says, are you atheist?
Yeah, mostly yeah. So, I don't believe in any gods or anything like that, so. But I don't judge people who believe in. But for me, it's a bit like believing in Santa Claus. I don't do that either, so, yeah. But everybody is allowed to believe in whatever they want, you know? So, I need to continue. Let's get started here. So all of these, here's where the new number is. Yeah. So I don't see any API here. I'm looking for something with API in it, and I don't see it. Right, I know exactly where it is, so let's go back to this, and let's go back to the home, and then we go to the details.
Benny says,
here.
PLS, allow me to tell you about Jesus.
No, thank you. I don't want to. I will have to like turn the TTS off for YouTube if you keep insisting on that. I'm sorry. We had a nice chat about your phone and everything before, Benny. I don't want to turn the TTS off. So please, no more, okay? So add the card. And then we have our card here with contents. And it should have checked the price with an API. That's what it did last time. So our purpose, what we're supposed to achieve, is to get this. Yeah, so let's see. Am I blind? No API? So let's assume that it's the same as last time, but let's check the code. Because last time it was in the code. So here we have a post too. So I did search for API earlier, and then we had one. So this one works a bit differently. I think
Benny
I
says
threw out
Jesus
my
loves
old
you so
ones.
much even if you don't believe in him yet. He died for you, rose
yeah,
again,
so
and
I'm
he's
going to
waiting with
mute the
open arms.
TTS.
Heart
I'm
emoji.
sorry. So I'm turning off TTS for YouTube, and you're welcome to stay, Benny, and study with us, but no religious things. It's just, I don't allow anyone to, like, it's family friendly, but it also no religious, like, stuff like that. It's not okay to make others have to listen to your opinions on things that they don't agree with. That's not nice. So this is the old one, with the old URL and everything. But we can grab one of the requests and see if it has the same one. So, as the examples were also similar, it might be a totally new place in this one too. Something I didn't test yet. So, this is just that one, yeah. I pulled it up so high I don't see what page I'm on even. Oh, API checkout. Yeah, it's the checkout this time. I'm just blind. So it was the checkout. So let's send this one to the repeater and check it out. API checkout. Let's send this again and see what we get. So we get a lot of JSON data back. So if we try options instead here, and now I have the funny bug where I can only type one letter. So if I just click somewhere, and then I can type it in. Well. So let's send options, and then we get that this options is we can get and we can post to this one only. Get and post. And what we had before was get, right? Let's try posting to it. And let's use change request method, yeah, to post. And then we're going to also convert, no extensions, convert to JSON there. So we have a JSON field to fill in. So we kind of, I guess we'll copy. Here we have some data. We can see if we can update it with this method, right? Discount products. Let's just copy the whole JSON bit, right? And replace there. And we can change the discount percentage maybe to 100%, right? So that would be the easiest. Yeah, this is funny. Oh, okay, I see the problem. So here we have the square parentheses ending here. So, okay. And that one actually ends there. So this should be able to be deleted like that. So if we post this as a percentage and we send this, expected but got common. Okay, so we might need the whole thing then. Item price 133700. That's a very odd item price, right? So this is hard to change, but I want to change this. So, and since I had this up, it said congratulations, you solved the lab at once, popping up there. Jag kommer snart, gubben! So my kid's knocking. So I didn't have to actually place an order. Yeah, because I placed an order already because I used that API. Yeah. So then I already sent the order too. Yeah, okay, goody good. That was too short. I want more. I want more. So we already did this one now then. It's already solved. Is there anything there that we could add to the notes? It was very quick, but maybe I'll add the what we sent there.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Smotty 0
Thank you for
by
following.
86.
I was just
Less than
checking
3.
chat. Okay, Benny, I will open the TTS again for you, but please no more religious things, okay? I don't block you. I just turned the TTS on so we couldn't hear you. Okay?
Hello.
Hello. Oh my god, so many things up there. Welcome in. Hope you had a great stream. I didn't even get to ask. It was so much other stuff. So, Invoke reversing. I'm assuming you were reversing something. If you're there still, please tell me what you were doing. I was a bit distracted, so I'm sorry for not asking you earlier. So let's just add a few things to our notes here, right? So we have the example 3. So we want to put this, we logged in, added the jacket to our basket, and clicked the same as last time. Place order. Place order. Then we went over to Burp. And then let's make a little table like these with just the requests and the main parts of the responses, just the main bits like this. So actually, I might not do this time because it's more text around it, I'm thinking. So this will be quick, and then we'll continue on with the next stuff. Let's go back here. So I found the API point here. API check, which is quite obviously what it does, right? It's quite obvious. And it will have our... We are not sending any data. It already has it, right? So this is the first thing we send. And we receive this. I'm hopping this bit because I think it's obvious. Yeah, and now it tabs in the machine, which it should. But I'm thinking maybe I should make a table anyway. Yeah, I can enter text in the table too. Insert table, and let's put it there, and let's put that there. So why is it all bold? Oh, because it's the first line. Oh, that's I can't do anything about that. So this looks a bit messy, but I think it's good enough. It's just a raw format. So this is what it looks actually. It's just that Burp makes it pretty for us. And then I changed it to be... So what I did right click and change quest method, right? So yeah, I'm actually going to remove this one. I have that knock on the door. 2 seconds. Yes, love. Laban, jag håller på med en sak lite mitt i. Är det något du behöver hjälp med nu? Vill du ha mer mat? Jag gör det snart. Lägg. So one of my kids has sleeping problems, so he was up for like 2 days and now he's fucking woke up at this hour. So I'm just glad he slept right now. But he needs some food, so I'll get some in a bit. He just ate one thing. He needs a little bit of pause between the meals. So what I was going to paste now, I didn't have to paste. So what I want to say is we right click the request and select it. And these, my notes are available online, so you can go fixit42.com/notes and you have my not very updated notes. I'm going to update them. And the selection is change request method, right? And we get this. I have to go back there. Change request method. There, and I'm gonna go with timetable again. So, there's actually one more line first. And then we used this content type converter. We used content. This is a burp extension that you can install in the free version of burp that I'm using. Content type converter. So it also can convert from nothing. So if there's no parameter, you just get an empty JSON. And let's just click there again so that now I'm tabbing in this. I want to tab in this. My nose is itching a bit. So let's do it again. I did extensions, content type converter, convert to JSON. And if I'm quick now, extensions, I managed before. Content type, JSON. Nah. I want to screenshot it. So right click, extensions, content type converter. I'll have to type. Right click, menu. Content type converter. This is good. Remembering to do this, because otherwise you will be like, what? Later. I remember doing that. How was it exactly I did it? Convert to JSON. Convert to JSON. That's very simple, right? So convert to JSON, right? And we can even make these like nice looking here. So extensions too. There. So then we just actually we don't need another one of these. I pasted. Did I say we before? And now I say I. We pasted the JSON from the response, and changed the percentage to 100. Sending the request. Solve the task. I can't find the key there. Okay, so that's done. The notes. So we tested the tool there, Link Finder, before. It wasn't very good. Didn't find the link. But this is a very special, like, mini API, right? So let's update this so we get this all there. So, preventing vulnerabilities in APIs. When designing APIs, make sure that security is a consideration from the beginning. In particular, make sure that you secure your documentation if you don't intend your API to be publicly accessible. Ensure your documentation is kept up to date so that legitimate testers have full visibility of the API's attack surface. Apply and allow list of permitted HTTP methods. Validate that the content type is expected for each request or response. Is expected. Is the right one, I guess. Used generic error messages to avoid giving away information that may be useful for an attacker. Use protective measures on all versions of your API, not just the current production version. To prevent mass assignment vulnerabilities, allow the properties that can be updated by the users and blacklist sensitive properties that shouldn't be updated by the user. And to hop back to the notes, for new people, the previous one, we really got helpful error messages. So we had this API where we got information with a get this. So we changed the options. We found that we can do patch. So we did patch, and then we got error and only JSON content. So we set it to JSON. We send an empty JSON, and we got error price parameters missing, right? It's really telling us what to add. So we added a price. This is the format when we received the data. It had this format. So now it says it's a non-integer, non-negative integer, right? So we just set it as 0, and then we got back that the price is this. So the error messages really told us the full story there. So they gave us an example of really how not to do it, right? So now I think we'll hop over to another page here. Yeah, looks like there's some more information. And we have several more tasks here too. So quite a bit of reading. 1, 2, maybe just 2 more here. So server-side parameter pollution. I think it's too early to make it food. Otherwise, it could have been a good spot to take a little break. But you need at least half an hour between eats, right? 3 meals of the day in 1 hour. Because it's 23 now. Server-side parameter pollution. Some systems contain internal APIs that aren't directly accessible from the internet. Server-side parameter pollution occurs when a website embeds user input in the server-side request to an internal API without adequate encoding. This means that an attacker may be able to manipulate or inject parameters, which may enable them to, for example, overriding existing parameters. So what they mean, they just send it on, right? So complex words sometimes for just something simple, right? We'll see if I got it right. Override existing parameters, modify the application behavior, access unauthorized data. You can test any user input for any kind of parameter pollution. For example, query parameters, form fields, headers, and URL path parameters may all be vulnerable. Okay. Note, this vulnerability is sometimes called HTTP parameter pollution. However, this term is also used to refer to web application firewall bypass technique. To avoid confusion in this topic, we'll only refer to server-side parameter pollution. Okay? In addition, despite the similar name, this vulnerability class has very little in common with server-side prototype pollution. So they're trying to keep stuff separate here. Just click this for a test. What is prototype pollution? So, something totally different. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up to date on the side here too. So you're not suddenly down here on the side. Think you have lots of reading and it's all finished. Setting for server-side parameter pollution in the query string. To test for server-side parameter pollution in the query string, place query syntax characters like number and equals in your input and observe how the application responds. Okay, I don't think I ever did this. That's interesting. Well, if they just mean this, then I've done it, but yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, my nose itches. Sorry. Consider a vulnerable application that enables you to search for other users based on their username. When you search for a user, your browser makes the following request. Get user search name Peter and back equals O. To retrieve user information, the server queries an internal API with the following request. Get user search name Peter, public profile true. Okay. I'm just rereading this. When you search for a user, this is the request. Search for the name. So it's like it's looking in the home directory. The server requires internal API following request. Okay. So this is the internal API, they said. User search. And the name, this is the same. Then public profile true. So what was this? Truncating query strings. You can use a URL encoded number character to attempt to truncate the server-side request. To help you interpret the response, you could also add a string of the number character. For example, you could modify the query string to the following. Get user search name Peter, and instead of this, we do 23 foo. So string here too. The front end will try to access the following URL. Name equals Peter, and then they skip the public profile true. Note, it's essential that your URL encodes the number.
Job Pro says, hello, how are you?
Hello.
Will you do the BSCP cert?
I don't know what BSCP cert is, but I will probably not do any certs if they're not free. I might. Should we quickly check what BSCP is?
Burp Suite certification.
Oh, Burp Suite. Okay. Burp Suite, then it's probably expensive, right? Price? Okay. 99 USD is not a lot. Well, so I never even thought about it. Also, I don't have full burp, right? So it's not like you could even. It actually is the next question. Do you need Burp Suite Pro for BSP? Yeah.
It's a good cert for web app pen testing.
You'll need a Burp Suite Pro subscription to take the exam. I kind of thought so, because otherwise you don't have all the functionalities. How can you use it? So it's not cheap.
You can crack Burp Pro.
Okay, and use it for the certification test. That feels like...
Yes.
Oh, let's hack the hacking tool to be able to get the cert. Yeah, so it's the thing with can people trust
you? Or you pay for the Burp Pro for monthly use.
Yeah. So I don't believe in certs a lot. Okay, especially if you pay for them. If they're free or extremely cheap, this would not have been extremely cheap, but it would have been okay. So that's like 1,000 Swedish, and that's still quite a lot of money. But yeah, we bought like fans for $30 before.
So how do you prove that you have knowledge in cybersecurity without cert? Samples.
You could always make a YouTube video explaining it, right? Tell people how to use it and make a tutorial. Then you probably know more than someone who just did the cert too. Or you make like one of these articles we had up.
Yes, you're
Medium
right.
article, yeah, and explain some interesting steps of how Burp works and the things you have done with it. And then you can put those links on LinkedIn, on your CV if you want to. So I don't think certs is like the way to. That's the way to get the money left. If your job pays for it, yeah. If your job pays for it, then it's go ahead, right? It's always nice to have certs. It's just that they're expensive, and this one requires Burp Pro, so that's the no. And you should never do illegal things to get a cert for something. I mean, what if you're discovered and they like put a big stamp over your name instead? This dude is never allowed to use Burp again. You know, there could be consequences too. But just generally, how would someone trust you to do if we were doing a website, to do a web pen test, if they know that you do Bill? So what if you get a cracked Burp that has things that they're like checking everything you do, right? There's stuff in there, extra code. And then you do like an internal pen test using this tool with someone, and it sends everything somewhere else, right? So you have to think about consequences for things. Sorry if I'm like, didn't mean to. So let's continue. Note, it's essential.
True.
Yeah. It's essential that the URL code the number character, otherwise the front-end application will interpret it as a fragment identifier. It won't be passed to internal API. Well, it's kind of obvious, right, that we wanted it to separate here. Then you can use it to separate there. Preview response for clues about whether the query has been truncated. For example, if the response returned the user Peter, the server-side query may have been truncated. If an invalid name error is returned, the application may have treated foo as part of the username. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's good to put extra text there to make it even clearer, in case it just removes this character, right? And you had the and after, then you wouldn't know. But if it removed this bit and it was Peter foo, that's not existing user. So smart thing. Now I know why they added that, at least part of it. This suggests that the server-side request may not have been truncated. If you're able to truncate the server-side request, this removes the requirement for the public profile field to be set to true. You may be able to exploit this by returning non-public user profiles. Injecting invalid parameters. You can use an URL encoded and character to attempt to add a second parameter to the server-side request. Yeah, of course. For example, you could modify the query string to the following. So this reminded me of doing the native stuff. That was quite long since I did that, but my biggest problem was making something an array, and then it was really simple, and now I don't really remember it. It was changing the way the equal sign was, right? I have to go back to that later. For example, you can modify the query string to the following. So 26 foo equals and background. Oh yeah, so 26 is, yeah. So we adding the parameter and the value here with an extra, yeah, it is decoded. Okay. And we could also at the same time, of course, do this, but they don't want to mess it up for us. Review the response for clues about how the additional parameter is parsed. For example, if the response is unchanged, this may indicate that the parameter was successfully injected but ignored by the application. To build up a more complete picture, you'll need to test further, indicating valid parameters. If you're able to modify the query string, you can then attempt to add a second valid parameter to the server-side request. Related page for information on how to identify parameters that you can inject into the query string, see the Finding Hidden Parameters section. And let's see, where is this? Yeah, we just read this earlier, right? Where are we really? We're on this. So this server-side parameter pollution. This is the page we're at now, which points back then to the hidden. Okay, so this is where this is what we're reading. So finding hidden parameters just up here. It's a bit funny because these documents seem to be like the end and the start is sometimes in the same document, and a bit in the middle is on a separate one. So, but I compared to the paths. Portswigger has the paths and the topics, and on the topics I can click on these and hop around, and that's nice. But if we go to the paths here, so if you click on one of these, let's go to the one that I had started. The skill line here. I think this will show, yes, you can't click anything else. You can't get to what you have done. There's no way to get there. The only thing you can do, the only thing that's a link here is to assume. And if you try and get back to something, the only thing is to do back a million times. So especially if I'm talking about something and when you hop around, so I decided it seemed to be exactly the same content. With topics and learning paths. Interesting, but here's all contents, all topics, and then we went to one of them. That's what we did. So let's hop back to where we were here, the link. For example, if you identified the email parameter, you could add it to the query string as follows. User search name email results in the following server-side request. Review response for clues about how additional parameter is parsed. Overriding existing parameters. Yes, we're already down here. To confirm whether the application is vulnerable to server-side parameter pollution, you can try to override the original parameter. Do this by injecting a second parameter with the same name. Okay. So name. So name equals Peter and name equals Carlos at the same time. Interesting. I think it did this like once before. Web stuff is like the thing, I feel. You know? You confirm whether the application is yeah, same name. For example, there's a result in the following server-side request. The internal API interprets 2 name parameters. The impact of this depends on how the application processes the second parameter. It varies across different web technologies. For example, PHP parses the last parameter only. This is interesting information, like things I should save in my notes. This will result in a user search for Carlos. ASP.NET combines both names. This will result in a user search for Peter, Carlos, which might result in an invalid username. Node.js express parses the first parameter only. This will result in the user search for Peter, giving unchanged results. If you're able to override the original parameter, this is crazy, right? You may be able to conduct the exploit. For example, you could add name equals administrator to the request. This may enable you to log in as administrator user. So we have a little test to do. Yeah, this is what we really want, but I don't want to skip the interesting text in between. And also I need to make notes on server-side parameter pollution. Definitely. Because this is something that I do not know. And it's quite a long text really, but it's just messing with the parameters. On the back side, yeah, that's why it's, yeah. Let's see. So we have the mass assignment, right? So after this, we have examples. So in between here, we go into what's there, paste it. So let's make our own definition. That's not, I mean, when I read this, I was at once like, why? All their explanation is like, are they trying to make us not understand this? Some systems contain internal APIs that aren't directly accessible from the internet. Server-side parameter pollution occurs when the website embeds user input and server-side requests to internal API without adequate encoding. This is yeah, it doesn't filter stuff. So, as data is sent, parameter data is sent from our client, because I'm thinking like web browser now, we're actually in Bark probably, right? So from our client to a, let's see, internal API to an internal API. Let's do uppercase there. We might be able to change the data set. So that's a bad sentence. as a request is sent to a web server using an internal API. We might be able to change the parameters. So what did I cut? Parameter data. Yeah, we don't need that. As a request is sent to the web server using an internal API, we might, let's like comma this. We might be able to change the parameters using let's make it as simple as possible. Using encoded characters like the API call by I don't really like it either. Changing by messing with the parameter, with how the parameters are written. Then we do details. We can use encode characters like they did 2, and let's actually use the ones. So we have them in the notes too, right? So let's see what is and. I'm just scrolling in this. It's so much text. 26. So I don't remember what equals is. It's actually not here. Yeah, let's do this instead. So how does that look? Doing 23, doing 26, and equals. We don't have any details on that yet. Sent. So we'll have our request sent to internal. Let's do like int API. And then we do this and just I'm just grabbing their lines. So here we can see That was not the first one though, that was the last one. But I was mostly getting those, so let's... I'm sorry for all the note taking, but it's important. It's grabbing the knowledge out of there, right? So I formulated in my own words, and that's how you know you understood it. By teaching it to someone else that will read my notes. That are public on fixitword.com/notes. So, let's hop over so you can see here. So, I have this bit, and this is talking about the similar name. So, it is obvious that it's not buff bypasser, right? So we can put this in parentheses behind like that. And then we have the first test. So this is the base case. So the base case, no modification. No modifications. Then we have truncating query strings. Inserting and encoded. Plus a string to give an error if the is just removed, like just cleaned. What word am I looking for? It'll come to me if I don't think about it. Let's just say removed for now. To help you interpret the refund do. So this and this and otherwise front application will interpret as it won't cost an internal API. Review the response for first one above this be truncated. For example, if the what's it from whatever. This is obvious. We don't need to type that. You can use URL encoded and character to attempt a second parameter in the service. So, I'm not sure if I want to call it injecting invalid parameters. I'm sure I want to call it injecting parameters. Invalid. Well, I guess that's what they're testing here, but why? Well, let's call it what they said then. You can use URL encoded to attempt to add a second parameter on server-side request. Results, review the response proposed what additional parameters parsed. The response will be unchanged. Indicate the parameter successfully injected. Yes, I'm thinking that the response, if it doesn't care about this parameter, if it's not listening to it, it's like, why? It could give an error, of course. The only thing I can think of is, will we get an error? So add more here. I don't have enough. So we'll hopefully be able to test it in the lab. And it won't be as quick as the other one. And I guess I'll have to copy these. So, review the response for close about additional parameters. Parsed. You need to test further. For example, if the response is unchanged, this may indicate that the parameter was successfully injected but ignored by the application. Yes, it might just mean whatever, you know, it doesn't say anything. I don't get it. It's only if you get an error that it really tells you something, right? So if it says invalid parameter, then it was like red. If you don't get anything, it's not saying anything. But that it is a thing to inject an invalid one to test, right? That I can totally understand. So now we have injecting valid parameters. If we're able to modify the query string, you can attempt to add a second valid parameter. And this is where they add an email. So find by like, it didn't really say anything here on the finding heading. It didn't say much, just apps, right? Or the paraminer. We didn't try this, so where did I mention that? We have paraminer here, of course, but for example, found by, for example, a paraminer there, and then we have now we have email food here. Very nice email address. So if you were to get like, this is not a right email format, woohoo, you know? Review the response for clues about how the additional parameter is parsed. Exactly. Overriding existing parameters. So how many more do we have? Is this the last one? There are more. So before I copy this, this next thing, I'm gonna make a few. So better one to money to delete. To confirm whether the application is vulnerable to server-side parameter pollution, you need to try out to override the original parameter. Do this by injecting a second parameter with the same name. Double same name. And so name for Carlos. I'm assuming we'll do something bad to him again. He always gets deleted, right? Or something. The result is the following server-side request to the internal API. Name Peter, name Carlos. So this is still, did you just put anything there? So the internal API interprets two name parameters. And we already heard about this. And this is very interesting. And we need to put this in the notes. Which kind of means these should be actually be headers, but tiny headers. So yeah, let's just where I have when I Control V. So here we're going to make a 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 even. Variation. And interpretation. Is this too much? So I'm trying to not do variations of interpretation for different like web technologies, but let's just do how it's interpreted. N, maybe even how. Let's be explicit. How double parameters are interpreted. So now we can copy the thing here, because sometimes it's okay to copy stuff. And this is one thing, I think. So let's see if it's good enough. PHP, last parameter only. So this is superfluous. Combines both. Light error. And Node.js Express. First parameter only. So we can change stuff. Learn. So, but I'm thinking like if we can edit this to anything, we can also change the first one. But this bit might not be controllable, but we can just add stuff. I'm guessing that's why they think this. I'm thinking bigger channels. Good enough. I think you can understand it. So, if you're able to override the original parameter, you may be able to construct an exploit. For example, you could add name administrator to the request. This may enable you to log in as an administrator user. And then we have a little lab, finally a lab. I am happy. What did I say about Carlos? Poor Carlos, he's deleted again. To solve the lab, log in as administrator and delete Carlos. Oh. So we're supposed to log in as administrator, not just delete ourselves, but also put Carlos' name there or something. Which would mean this would be Node.js Express then, if we could override it. So now I'm tempted to drink Red Bull, but I already did, so. I think it's time. Before I click the button here, and the lab actually starts, I'm going to go and give my kids some pancakes. It takes about 4 or 5 minutes. And meanwhile, we're going to listen to some news. with my little script here that reads news. So I will listen to cybersecurity news while I just go grab some pancakes for him.
Fetch 12 articles from https://www.infosecurity.magazine.com/rss/news/.
So
Title, Number InfoSec 2025.
We're
Channel
getting
Bridges
low
Security
in the
Skills Gap.
list.
Published June 3rd, 2025.
And Ulama stopped again. It's saving memory. Keeps closing down. I'll have to restart when I start again. I promise, I'll hurry. It's like 3 minutes in the microwave, and then I have some jam on
there. The cybersecurity market is expanding rapidly, driven by growing threats and increasing demand for security tools. The channel plays a significant role in this growth, accounting for 91% of total spend through resellers.
I'll be right.
Channel partners are helping vendors enter new markets, provide specialist industry expertise, and offer value-added services such as installation and support. The channel offers a route to market for new cybersecurity vendors, allowing them to reach smaller businesses and niche markets more effectively. For example, Goldilock, a security vendor, only sells via the channel due to its strategic benefits. The channel also provides CISOs with access to a wider range of products and services from multiple vendors, as well as better prices and support. As the market evolves, traditional siloed approaches are giving way to outcome-focused ecosystems. Vendors are leveraging the channel to reach new markets and customers, while channel firms are building broader ecosystems in response to end client demands. The benefits for CISOs include faster deployment, access to bundled services, and tailored security solutions with measurable ROI. The channel also offers a solution to skill shortages, allowing CISOs to opt for value-added resellers that can enable and install technology, as well as support it. InfoSecurity Europe's dedicated channel zone aims to increase the visibility of the reseller channel and provide exposure for new vendors. As the channel continues to grow and evolve, its importance in the cybersecurity market is becoming increasingly evident. Title, Number InfoSec 2025, Good Cybersecurity Enabled Ukraine's Surprise Attack on Russia, says NCSC. Published, June 3, 2025. A leading government security expert, Paul Chichester, highlighted the crucial role of cybersecurity in Ukraine's successful drone attack on Russian strategic bombers at InfoSecurity Europe in London. The National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, Director of Operations argued that good cybersecurity played a significant part in the success of the operation by keeping Russian intelligence in the dark about the plot. According to Chichester, this shows the importance of effective cybersecurity not just in offense but also in defense and protecting sensitive information. Chichester discussed Operation Spider Web, an 18-month plan involving over 100 drones smuggled inside lorries, which targeted air bases across Russia, taking out a third of the country's strategic cruise missile carriers. He also mentioned the recent Kursk incursion, where Ukrainian cyber operatives successfully defended themselves against Russian intelligence. However, Chichester warned that states are increasingly using advanced capabilities and expertise to achieve their goals, including China's groups Volt Typhoon and Sol Typhoon, which have been targeting U.S. critical infrastructure and major telcos. He emphasized the need for corporate security leaders to understand that cyber is an increasingly key tool in covert statecraft and to consider how geopolitics informs their cyber strategy. Chichester concluded by advising CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, to be aware of geopolitical factors and to feed their cybersecurity conversations with their boards into the broader risk conversation. He stressed that cyber is not just a technical issue but also involves understanding the risks manifesting from state-sponsored attacks, whether they come from states or non-state actors. Title, Trump Budget Plan to Cut Nearly 1,000 Jobs at Cyber Agency CISA. Published, June 3, 2025. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, is facing significant reductions under President Donald Trump's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. The plan would slash nearly 1,000 employees, reducing the agency's workforce from 3,292 to 2,324 positions. The budget cut would also significantly reduce funding, dropping to $1.96 billion, a decrease of $495 million. The administration claims the cuts are aimed at refocusing CISA on defending federal networks and critical infrastructure while eliminating weaponized rot. However, critics argue that this plan would essentially hollow out the agency's core mission by gutting programs related to disinformation, stakeholder engagement, and risk management. Key programs, such as the Cybersecurity Division and National Risk Management Center, would face significant funding reductions. Experts express concern that these cuts would compromise U.S. cyber defense capabilities at a time when threat actors are accelerating their activities. The elimination of election security funding is particularly alarming, as CISA was created to protect the nation's critical infrastructure. Critics argue that the budget cuts would give tacit permission to interfere in elections and undermine the agency's ability to respond to emerging threats. Congress will review the proposal and determine the final budget levels in the months ahead. The proposed cuts have sparked criticism from experts, who warn that they would have severe consequences for U.S. national security and critical infrastructure protection. Title, Number InfoSec 2025, Demand More of Your Vendors to Ease Quantum Transition, say experts. Published, June 3, 2025. A panel discussion at InfoSecurity Europe highlighted the growing concern over the impending threat of quantum computers breaking asymmetric encryption, potentially exposing financial transactions, sensitive data, and secure communications. The panel emphasized that transitioning to post-quantum cryptography, PQC, is crucial for organizations and governments, particularly in supply chain partners. Experts urged CISOs and organizations to start taking action now, with some recommending a clear plan for long-duration secrets and others advocating for increased collaboration with vendors. Dan Cuthbert from Santander suggested that customers should demand more from their vendors, including PQC readiness and cryptography bills of materials, CBOMs. Carl Holmquist from Lastwall added that organizations should also prioritize understanding where their crown jewels are and conducting internal audits to assess cryptography usage. Additionally, experts pointed out the importance of regulation in supporting investment in post-quantum computing projects. Anne Leslie from IBM noted that existing regulations like NIS2 and DORA require organizations to continually maintain and harden their cryptography as threats evolve. The panel also highlighted the value of collective action among former competitors in supply chains and sectors coming together to address this issue. Ultimately, CISOs will need to prioritize securing funding for PQC projects and understanding where their corporate crown jewels are, with a clear plan in place for implementing PQC solutions. Title: Fake DocuSign pages deliver multi-stage net support rat malware. Published, June 3, 2025. A new malware campaign has been uncovered using fake DocuSign verification pages to deploy the Net Support Remote Access Trojan, RAT. The campaign tricks users into infecting their own machines through deceptive steps involving clipboard manipulation and disguised scripts. A spoofed DocuSign website is used, mimicking a CAPTCHA verification screen, where users are prompted to check a box that triggers clipboard poisoning. A malicious PowerShell script is copied to the user's clipboard, with instructions to paste and run it via the Windows Run prompt. The attack's architecture uses multiple steps to bypass security defenses, each script acting as a downloader for the next. The campaign also expands its infrastructure to support additional domains mimicking popular media apps like Netflix and Spotify. Several domains share common traits, including registration through Cloudflare, Namecheap, and NameSilo. Despite the sophistication of the attack, similar techniques have been used by groups such as FIN7 and Storm 0408. Domain tools urged users to stay alert, especially when prompted to run PowerShell scripts by unfamiliar websites or encounter CAPTCHA pages that trigger script execution. Users should closely inspect URLs and SSL certificates for subtle misspellings or unrecognized certificate issuers. The attacks rely more on user deception than technical flaws, making skepticism and verification of legitimacy a key defense mechanism. The use of legitimate remote administration tools like Net Support Manager also highlights the importance of staying informed about malicious techniques and updating security measures accordingly. Title: Number InfoSec 2025, VEC attacks alarmingly effective at driving engagement. Published, June 3, 2025. Vendor email compromise, VEC, attacks have become increasingly effective, surpassing business email compromise, BEC, in the EMEA region, according to a new study by Abnormal AI. The study found that VEC messages had higher engagement rates, with second-step engagement exceeding BEC engagement by 90% and repeat engagement more than twice as high. Engagement refers to follow-up actions performed by recipients who read the initial email. The report also showed that EMEA organizations reported the lowest rate of VEC across all regions, at 0.2%, but had the highest reporting rate for BEC, at 4.2%. In contrast, industries such as telecommunications, energy and utilities, hospitality, holding companies, and construction/engineering had high VEC engagement rates. VEC attacks involve impersonating an external third-party vendor, whereas BEC typically involves impersonating a senior member of the management team. The study found that cultural factors may contribute to higher engagement with BEC attacks in regions such as EMEA. The researchers noted that while VEC volume is lower than phishing or ransomware, its success rate and potential financial impact are significant due to the increasing use of weaponized AI to impersonate trusted vendors. To prevent costly human error, organizations must adopt proactive defenses that block threats before they reach the inbox. The study's findings highlight the need for more effective cybersecurity measures, particularly in industries with high third-party vendor interactions.
Oopsie. How did that happen? So, we have a new URL. Good timing too of the TTS stuff just there. So let's piece this in. There. So we have a new one. Actually, let's. Well, we did have some use of the old requests, didn't we? But we can clean out the history at least. Whatever. I'll go to the end anyway. Right? So, to remember what our task is, let's go here. Poor Carlos. It's poor Carlos time. To solve the lab, log in as administrator in the week. So that's what we're supposed to do. And in my notes, I'm gonna put this as example 4. Now for example 3. Farm, and this is server-side farm air pollution. I just realized it actually has a name. Look, they have names, the labs. I could have used those names, but this is quite new. I started adding something more than example on the third one, when I realized it's like, yeah, you know, more than one. So this is the task. We'll log in. And we've had the task on other ones. In the short description, and just like what we did, a short example. So let's just look around the page. So we have the home, and we don't really want to do anything with the shop, but we, I don't know if we can log in. Let's see if we can log in. No, we don't have any username or password. So we're supposed to go through some other way to do this. So let's check the rest of it out. So I'm assuming it's probably here. We don't have the elite jacket anymore. With elite price. Oh, return to list. So you can't actually buy that. There's no shop in this, is there? So I'm trying to decide if there's any use checking anything else. Let's do two random ones. Backspace doesn't work. And I keep trying to click those. So it seems like there's nothing like that, right? There's nothing at the end. We could look all of them, but let's check what we have so far. So let's check history, and here we can see where it switches to the new one. So we have I'm looking for parameters now. Product. So product ID. That's probably the one, right? That's the only thing. So all of the ones we had 1, 2, 14, 19, and I didn't even look in the browser. These, but that's what we're working with now. No API, because it's. Let's see what we can see from the response of this. Not solved. Single use food hider. Okay. That's the only thing. So I'm starting to become a bit tired too. I guess we just send one of these on to repeater. But we're also going to actually look at other stuff. Not this one, but the parent miner here, right? So to use this, right click on the request in burp and click guess. If you use improve, you can do this. If not, you can find them listed under extender, extensions, paraminer, output, right? So if you click a request, We go extensions, and not extender, but paraminer. We have lots of things here. Guess headers, guess query params, guess everything. But we're kind of sure we want the query params, right? Let's do this one. I've never used this before, it's new. We learned about it in this. Well, it's the top one on the list of extensions too, right? So I was gonna test it anyway. But infinite scan. I'm just gonna do default and assume that this is something that is happening now. Okay. So I can see how the memory is going up. 241. Now it went down a bit, up. It's doing something, but where can I see what it's doing? Never looked at these before. It was just orange dot. It's because it keeps losing connection to the sites because they go down after a little bit, right? So let's go back here and check. It's not doing anything that's in the history, right? I sent it from here. If anyone used this, please tell me. So I'm kind of thinking this is more of an intruder thing, right? But obviously not an intruder because I right-clicked it here. And it's doing something. So output. You can launch guessing tags, multiple select requests at the same time. Thread pool. Probably not on this one, right? And if you enable auto mining of all in scope, please note that this tool is designed to be highly scalable to many, but may require tuning to avoid performance issues. So, an estimated system, it's going up to 300 megs of RAM. It's not like killing the VM. So this one got its own tab when it installed. This one does not. So how do I get more information about this? So it might be that it didn't do anything and this just goes up and down randomly anyway. Let's actually look at the so it's on Proxmox's machine. So we can cheat by checking how it's actually, it kind of increased what it's doing, right? So it started doing something here. It went up a little bit in memory. So it really got this much memory only for, the whole system has 16 gigs and this has 30. So it's because I tested to run the newsreader script. So I'm actually going to take a few bites and see if something happens. We can also see here that stuff is happening. Will we get an output though? Because I never made an extension for Burp. I don't know. I think Anti-Siphon had a video on that. Something I thought like, oh, I want to see that, but I didn't. Or maybe it was someone else. So we have this, but we also have the little curves we can see more in time here. But it's actually still working on something. And my food has been here for some time. I'm gonna Google it. Param Miner. Community wide. Like, how do I get outputs? So this is a 2 minutes from 2 years ago. Let's look at this while we wait. This from Portswater too. I mean, it's probably not. It's probably Pro, right?
Hi, in this video we're going to look at how to check for hidden inputs using Burp Suite. Hidden inputs are HTTP headers, cookies or parameters that affect how a site responds to requests but are not used during normal interaction with the site. Identifying hidden inputs can provide you with additional ways to trigger unintended behavior from your target. You can discover potential hidden inputs in Burp Suite using the Param Miner extension. Param Miner uses a built-in word list and information taken from the scope to guess at potential hidden inputs. It then sends a request containing each input, followed by another request with this input omitted. If the responses differ, this suggests that the tested header, cookie or parameter is supported by the website. You can follow along with this process using ginandjuice.shop, our deliberately vulnerable website, which has hidden inputs that Param Miner can discover. Once you've set a test scope and mapped your site, we can install the Param Miner extension. Go to the Extensions tab, and from the BAP store, find the Param Miner extension. To use the extension, in Burp Suite, go to the Target Sitemap tab. Select the request you want to run Param Miner against, or multiple requests if you prefer. Right-click and choose Extensions, Param Miner, Guess Params. Select the types of hidden input to guess. If you selected Guess
So I guess it's a bit older.
On the Attack Config dialog, you'll need to click OK a few times to close the dialog. Param Miner will send a series of requests to the target, which you can see in the Logger tab.
Logger.
To view the results of the test, select
okay, that's what we were looking for. So we have something called Logger that I never clicked. So here we have stuff, output. So it's trying. So first of all, this is all the old stuff too. This is everything, right? But we can see where it's starting with the product ID and a lot of other stuff here. So product ID, most of it is this. So here's our first product ID. And let's just compare the size. So these ones, let's actually look at the queries. Oh my god. So there is some logic in this, I guess. So I guess we so the mega long host name for this one. And this will just be product for all here, right? Then we have a param count that goes from 2, 4, 20, 36, 68. From these, request path too long. Oh gosh, it's really going. So I'm curious why it's testing this. There must be some logic in there, right? Checking the machine is still... It's still going with the processor. The network traffic was just at the start though. Proxy. So 7, this is long ago. You can see how quickly it did this, right? So it stopped at 7 past. But the network traffic dropped here, I guess. So this is the suggested way in the box or in the problem here. So we're just following instructions really. Yeah, I don't see any usefulness in this really. Oh gosh, that's long. So here are the 400s here, right? And we heard it was too long. It just said too much, 68. Then it goes down and does a 7. 7. And then it goes back up to 35. And the size of this is the same all the way down, right? The param count kind of stays between 1935 and 1935. Oh gosh, can I page down this? Let's pull this down again. So can we page down here? Yes, thank you, Bert. If I hold this, yeah, let's go up in the log, and let's delete everything above the tasks. Product ID, because I'm zooming. I can do this. Let me get sorted. So I don't want to clear all the logs, just the ones I have. Okay. Okay, so we also have the response timer, and it's also the same, right? Okay, so length, and then sort on host. So yeah, and also my selection is still there, so we can see which ones it is. So here we have the 2 long ones, and then the rest are all the same length. They're all the same length. Except for one. Gosh, it's so long. Oh, I just forgot to select one. Missed to select. So product ID. Are we supposed to? I don't think we're supposed to get past the login. Was there creds that I missed? That's my biggest question right now. To solve the lab, log in as administrator and delete Carlos. So maybe we'll try to log in as that. And then, but I think the site is down now because it stopped. I don't think it actually stopped doing anything. But we can see here the process will come down to. Yeah, this one is going to. But it's odd that it stopped so much later than the network. Does it do some math or something on this? I don't get the data. I don't get the data. These are the parameter names. It's just odd. I guess we test manually, but we don't know what to test. Let's use the stuff we have, but I feel like my eyes are going a bit. It's 0021. I'm going to have to give my kid one more before I sleep, so it's not like we can go to bed. So logger was not the nicest output way. So we didn't get them here, did we? They're not in the HP history because they're not proxied. This is a proxy. What about target? So which was the last one? Let's actually check if it's on first, right? Let's just go to the site again. It's still there. Yeah. So it did finish its run. It didn't just get aborted. I like that it wasn't a 2-second fix. Just follow what. Oh. Yeah, so there it died. Yeah. So it's actually, maybe it just was cached. So let's go through our little thoughts here. So in this one, it's a user search. We have only a product ID, right? And with the goal to delete Carlos and log in as administrator, we can't log in as a product, right? What could we have here? I might just restart Burp to have it fresh. Instead of cleaning out the history again with the logger and everything. Let's get a fresh Burp Community Edition. So if I had Burp Pro and had to keep emptying stuff and it not doing it itself, that would be a transition, really, right? Because you're used to it being fresh every time we start. No tab saved. Everything's fresh. So we need a new one. I am tired. Is it stupid to continue, or should we go for a little bit? I want to solve this one, really. Yeah, I want to solve this one. So I can't really see how we could get a user from a product. So are we supposed to like use another technique to get in there? I think that I will actually look at the first possible line here. Password were set for administrating user. Okay. This doesn't work anymore. Start a new one. I didn't think of that. I was quite set that we were supposed to use the tool. And when I found something, the ID there, I thought it was there. So, yummy. So we saw that we can't buy stuff anymore. So something else. Then it's only really this. So I tested this account, but I didn't see the little password. And we already have a username because we got it. It's administrator, and we got it. And I might be tired. Please check your email. Normal user done that. Same domain as the other one. So now we have something. There's a post for forgot password. I'm gonna get this data back. So what did we have before? So now it's Jason, right? I think I might be too tired. So here we have a password. Oh yeah, this is the request I did with the creds for the last lab. So what I'm thinking is just to add password here, and that would be too simple. This is what's nice with Burp, at least. If it's that simple, I'm not happy with it. So what will happen now? 200 okay, nothing. So my account, administrator, and we log in. Invalid username or password. So that didn't work. Should I stop? I don't know. Nah, I don't wanna. I'm happy it didn't work. So, trying to think the last bits we've had. So we're posting here, right? Do we have anything else? Let's go up. So there's my account. Forgot password. That will be changed. That's lab header. Password. Right, also what we want to do is to lead a user. So all the old API stuff is spinning in my head, wanting to be here now, but I'm thinking, and also different formats that we've used. That's lab header again. Here's where I try to send this. And we got invalid username. $10 40 minutes and past midnight. Maybe I'm stupid to. Maybe it's easy tomorrow and now I'm just seeing stuff that's obvious. So you're welcome to help if you want to. I don't know if I want to check the notes. Maybe we'll do that because this is new to me, right? And I might need help. It's not odd. I just really don't like it. Forgot password, request, and related JS. There's a JS file. I just saw JS there. I didn't see more. I just want to go down one line, not more. So, JS file. I hopped by this, but I didn't actually see what I was reading. I wasn't reading what I was seeing. So, of course we can see the code for this. So I want to be able to continue tomorrow. So then I want to continue this now. So if I already had a user, it would be more logical to. Well, let's just continue. Or not. Yeah, I really feel my brain is mushy. So we have parameters. We didn't try anything else. I just tried adding this, and this is not at all what we were really asked to do, was it? I was just thinking that password. Yeah, I don't think I'm entertaining or useful at all. I'm scrolling down to that again. I didn't see what it said. If it were notes the post forgotten password request and the related JavaScript file. So if we go here again, and we see the forgot password, and then we got this. And send it to repeater, which we did. Okay, it asks us to add a character. So I'm following along with its suggestion here now, but only one. I can't see more than this. I don't wanna miss fun stuff, but I am very tired. So now we got type client or invalid username. So what would this give me? See if I can manage to go down one line. If I click here and just to arrow down. Attempt to add a second parameter. That's what we tried. But I tried password. Using a URL encoded and character. For example, URL encoded x equals y. Okay, so maybe that's what we're supposed to do. The thing that I did, but with this encoded. Let's try just encoding this. And I don't have to remember the number because, right? Convert, encode. And the parameter is not supported. That is a better error. What did I get before? Just a normal response. So now it actually got the parameter. So what if we do pass? As it said, to encode equals to, it was in the main instruction. So if I do just Control U, it will only do the equals. And this also is not supported. So if I say username W, missing parameter username. So it's giving us helpful stuff there. So username is supposed to be there. So what if we do, I'll Control X that and do administrator only. It's okay. So if we do administrator X, we get invalid username. If we paste that back, we get parameter is not supported. Let's do just password 123. I was like, I've been in the situation where the password was not long enough to be accepted, and that's annoying when you get that, right? So send request Notre Dame parameters not supported error, which is we got, right? So let's see if we can go a little. I just scrolled. Let's go a little bit further. This suggests that the internal API might have interpreted as a separate parameter instead of part of the username, which it should. Attempt to truncate. Where? Should I go one more? I don't see why I would this, but I'm QWERTY equals field not specified. Ooh, that's interesting. So there's actually more added later. There's more added later that we're cutting off. But what? Let's check what it says, right? Send a request and as a request field not specified error message. This suggests to the server friendly parameter cold field. Okay, cold field. So I don't want hints before, but when I need them, let's grab them. So let's keep the 3 because we want to remove whatever was there. So I'm going to add that back because I want 26. And then we do field equals, well, let it be password. In the valid field. Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking it's not that. Parameter is not supported. field not specified. I replaced the 6 instead of the F. Yeah. Parameter not supported. Parameter not supported. Field equals 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So let's go back and save this next. Yeah. So it's been. I don't think it's called field. And a field parameter with an invalid value. That's what I did. Truncate the query string after. Yeah. Invalid field. I got invalid field first, but then I didn't get it anymore. Field not specified. Invalid field is this. So %26 field, and they use equals. Equals X is what they have, and I have equals 1, 2, 3. So let's just confirm that it is the same. Invalid field. Yeah. So what I don't know is where to go from here. So brute force the value of the field parameter. Okay. So they felt this thing that it says field not specified. That so I thought that was only that there was a field, not what the name of the field was. So as they're making the thing, field is not like a good thing for this. It's just normal. Well, so I'm scrolling too far. Right click, post, forgot password, request sent to intruder. Yeah, intruder. Okay, let's just do it, and then I'll do it again tomorrow or whatever, next stream. And we'll do it like, by trying to remember what to do, right? So let's send this one to intruder. Let's hop over there, and let's grab this value, which is their X. And I don't find there. So the buttons moved and everything. So in the payload side panel, which is new, under payload configuration, here, okay, add from list, service side variable names. So I wouldn't have known this existed, right? Service side variable names. I'm thinking field equals password. That's what I'm thinking. Let's just try that instead. If it died now, I'm sad. No, it's all invalid. I'm not sure this exists. We're not pro, you know. Add from list. We can't do this. So let's actually scroll down. Add from list we can't do. Select server side variable names. Payload. So burp list. So it's not that hard to find the list though. Paste. Is it cheating? It's open source, like, right? We just looked at the payloads. They're open, so they have it there. Then start the attack. View the results. Username and email both return a 200 response. It says so. Let's start it, and I am going to be slow. So we got a 200 and a 200. Email and username. So is there something else that has a 200? I don't think so, because they continue to change the value of the field parameter X to email. I don't like doing it like this. I don't like it. But let's minimize that. Let's hop back here. Try the password, but email. And then we get, that's what was there, right? Okay, so we can change the email. But we can't change the value of it, or can we? Parameter is not supported. No. Field email. So going back here. Yeah. Suggest that email is a valid field type. Review. Refers to the reset token. I'm too tired for that, so I'll redo it when I'm more energy. But I want to do it now too. And also it's new, right? So repetition is just good here. In the repeater tab, change the value of the field parameter from email to reset token. Send a request. What? What? So that was not in the list. add. Reset token. Let's actually clear and just do reset. So if we had run, if it had been in the list, right, and we started the attack, oh, I forgot to click add, and we start the attack, and we know it's low, and then we see a 200, and it worked. Okay. So where's the little arrow down thing? What happened to this? That's big. My kid's probably knocking it again. Let's see. It's my love. Ja gubben, jag tänker jag måste vara vaken med det i alla fall. Men jag börjar bli trött. Jag ska avsluta en sak och så ska jag sluta sen. Vad sa du? Jag har ett sånt där pollenfilter där. Så det är ingen som kan komma in. För att det är jättevarmt inne hos mig. Okej, jag förstår gubben. Du får duscha. Jag duschade förut, det är jätteskönt. Det är man allt med fladdigt svett. Ja, men du vaknade ju för inte så länge sedan. Jag tycker du ska ha lite avstånd mellan maten i alla fall. Ska jag fixa spaghetti om en liten stund? Precis, så det är inte så många timmar. Jag förstår det. Jag fixar det om en liten stund, okej? Spaghetti. Jag gör det. Ketchup med ketchup och köttfärssås med köttfärssås, spaghetti med spaghetti.
Ketchup med ketchup.
Med ketchup. Spaghetti, inte spaghetti och köttfärssås alltså.
Ketchup.
Okej. Oh good. Jag fixar det om en liten stund. Så du får lite mellan maten. Good luck. So it's quite nice now actually because it's cooler outside, so the temperature in here is actually lowering, and it's just 28.9 Celsius, and on the floor I'm sure it's colder, but outside it's 9.8 now. So instead of 23 outside and 32 here, it is 20. It's like 10 outside and 28.9. So I haven't been able to sleep because it's been too warm. Quite a bit over 30 degrees. And I know I put a pollen filter window in finally. So why did it? Let's just maximize it so it fits. So this wasn't in the list, obviously, right? But I don't know what to do with this. I don't know how this works, so let's read on. Send request returns a password reset token. Make a note of this. I'm assuming we can use this. So probably in the code you could also see. In Burp's browser, enter the password. So this is because it's password, right? Enter the password set at any point in the address bar. Add your password reset token. So this was probably in the code. So we're already in forgot password. So why would we want to do it in a browser suddenly? So we could always do this. Let's grab the inside of that. And let's do reset token equals new password, confirm new password. So this is why we do it in the browser, right? But we can open this in the browser. So show responsive browser. Let's just copy that and hop over to the browser. And let's enter a password. Password submit. And we don't save that. Then go to my account. Administrator. Password. And now we have an admin panel. And we can delete Carlos. So this will take more explaining in my notes than our examples. And I'm thinking I will redo it when I'm not as tired. Let's see. Because I am quite tired. So I am looking if there's anyone interesting streaming. What's this? Let's see. Oh no, not that one. What is this one? I'm having problems. So I know we'll have to raid outside of tech, I think. I know. I can see who we're gonna raid. I can see who we're gonna raid. Not totally outside tech. I was thinking almost music there for a sec. So thank you everybody for being here, and I will continue this probably Thursday. But 30 my time, probably a bit later. Probably making lunch for the kids later and stuff. Right, I have meetings Thursday too. Yeah, so it will be later, more like compatible time to people being like now. So definitely later. So earliest 16. So let's see. So I really look now here. I'm thinking between two. Should we do this or that? Let's go with, if I typed it right, yeah, I got the right logo there. CM Griffin. So it's usually very nice with advice in case you have any questions on coding stuff, like web too, and things. That's nice. Alright, and yeah, I can see this. The background is still here. So we got to solve all this. Let's actually hop back quickly. And let's actually hop back there. Oh, that's not the nice sound, is it? So where is the location? There. So scrolling down. So we will be able to do this again. Bye bye. Thank you for being here. Bye bye. Bye bye. See you Thursday.
And hey, what's up, Fix It? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? You're melting? Oh, is it warm? What's in Arizona besides heat that makes you question your reality? The company I work for, Headless Headhunter, is in Arizona. So Get Kraken is based in Scottsdale. So I'm going down there tomorrow for an event that Get Kraken's hosting at our offices. If you're in the Arizona area, you know, anyone out there, I can give you the link.